2.2.1 My power. Right is the spirit of society. If society has a will, this will is simply right. It exists only through right. But since it exists only by exercising a dominance over individuals, right is its sovereign will. Aristotle says justice is the advantage of society. All existing right is alien right. It is a right that someone gives me, does right by me. But would I therefore be in the right if all the world granted right to me? And yet what else is the right that I obtain in the state, in society, other than a right from strangers? When a blockhead makes me out to be right, I grow suspicious of my right. I don't like his accepting that I'm right. But even when a wise man grants that I'm right, I am still not right because of this. Whether I am right is completely independent of the fool's or the wise man's granting it. Nevertheless, we have striven for this right up to now. We seek for right, and turn to the court for that purpose. To which? To a royal, a papal, a people's court, etc. Can a sultanic court speak of another right than the one that the sultan has proclaimed as right? Can it grant that I'm right when I seek for a right which doesn't agree with the sultan's right? Can it grant me, for example, high treason as a right, since it's certainly not a right to the sultan's mind? As the censorship court, can it grant me the free expression of opinion as a right, since the sultan doesn't want to hear anything about this right of mine? What do I seek from this court? I'm seeking sultanic right, not my right. I'm seeking alien right. As long as this alien right agrees with mine, to be sure, I will find the right in it too. The state does not allow you to clash man to man, it opposes the duel. Even a scuffle, though neither of the fighters calls for the police, will be punished, except when it is not an I thrashing a you but, say, a head of the family thrashing a child. The family is entitled to this, and in its name the father. I as unique am not. The Vossische Zeitung presents to us the state of rights. There everything is supposed to be decided by the judge and a court. The Supreme Court of Censorship counts for it as a court, where right gets dispensed. What sort of right? The right of censorship. To recognize the judgments of that court as right, one must regard censorship as right. But people still believe that this court offers a protection. Yes, protection against an individual censor's error. It only protects the censorship legislator against the wrong interpretation of his will, but makes his law firmer against writers through the sacred power of right. Whether I am in the right or not, there is no judge other than myself. About that others can only judge whether they agree with my right, and whether it exists for them as a right too. Now let's take the matter yet another way. I am supposed to revere sultanic right in the sultanate, the people's rights in the republic, canonical right in Catholic parishes, etc. I am supposed to subordinate myself to these rights. I am supposed to regard them as sacred. A sense of right and legal mind are so firmly planted in people's heads that the most revolutionary people of our times want to subject us to a new sacred right, the right of society, the social group, the right of humanity, the right of all, and so on. The right of all is supposed to go before my right. As a right of all, however, it would also be my right, as I am included in all, but that it is at the same time a right of others, or even of all others, doesn't move me to maintain it. I will not defend it as a right of all, but as my right, and everyone else may see to it how he maintains it for himself as well. The right of all, for example the right to eat, is a right of each individual. Let each keep this right unimpaired for himself, then all practice it spontaneously. But let him not take care of all. Let him not get all worked up over it as a right of all. But social reformers preach to us a right of society. There the individual becomes society's slave, and is right only when society grants that he is right, i.e., when he lives according to society's laws, and so is loyal. Whether I am loyal in a despotic regime or in a society à la Weitling, it is the same lack of rights, insofar as in both cases I don't have my right but alien right. With rights one always asks, what or who gives me the right? Answer: God, love, reason, nature, humanity, etc. No, only your power, your strength, gives you the right. Your reason, for example, may give it to you. Communism, which assumes that human beings have equal rights by nature, refutes its own propositions, to the point that human beings have no rights at all by nature. Because it doesn't want to recognize, for example, that parents have rights by nature against their children, or the children against their parents, it abolishes the family. Nature gives parents, siblings, etc., no rights at all. Anyway, this whole revolutionary or Baboovist principle rests on a religious, i.e., false viewpoint. Who can ask for rights if he is not himself coming from a religious standpoint? Isn't the right a religious concept, i.e., something sacred? Equality of rights, as the revolution put it forward, is only another form of Christian equality. The equality of brethren, of God's children, of Christians, etc. In short, fraternité. Each and every inquiry after rights deserves to be lashed by Schiller's words. Many a year I've used my nose to smell the onion and the rose. Is there any proof that shows that I've a right to the same nose? When the revolution stamped equality as a right, it fled into the religious sphere, the region of the sacred, of the ideal. Thus, since then, the fight for sacred, inalienable human rights against eternal human rights, the well-earned rights of the existing order, are asserted quite naturally and with equal right. Right against right, where of course one is denounced by the other as wrong. This has been the contest of rights since the revolution. You want to be in the right against the rest. You can't do this. Against them you remain forever in the wrong, since indeed, they wouldn't be your opponents if they weren't in their right too. They will always make you out to be in the wrong. But your right against the rest is a higher, greater, more powerful right, is it not? Not at all. Your right is not more powerful if you are not more powerful. Do Chinese subjects have a right to freedom? Just grant it to them then, and see how great a mistake you've made in this. Because they don't know how to use freedom, they have no right to it, or, more clearly, because they don't have freedom, they don't have the right to it. Children have no right to majority because they are immature, i.e., because they are children. Peoples who let themselves be kept in immaturity have no right to majority. Only when they cease to be immature would they have the right to majority. This means nothing else than, what you have the power to be, you have the right to. I derive all right and authorization from myself. I am entitled to everything that I have the power for. I am entitled to overthrow Zeus, Jehovah, God, etc. if I can. If I can't do it, these gods will always remain in the right and in power against me. But I will be afraid of their right and power in impotent fear of God, will keep their commandments and believe I do right in everything I do for their right, just as the Russian border guards consider themselves authorized to shoot escaping suspects dead, because they murder on a higher authority, i.e., rightly. But I am authorized by myself to murder, if I do not forbid it to myself, if I am not myself afraid of murder as a wrong. This view forms the basis of Chamiso's poem Das Mortal, where the grey-haired Indian murderer gains the respect of the white man whose brothers he murdered. The only thing I am not authorized to do is what I don't do with free courage, i.e., what I do not authorize myself to do. I decide whether it is the right in me. Outside me there is no right. If it is right for me, then it is right. Possibly, this won't make it right for others. That's their problem, not mine. They may defend themselves. And if something wasn't right for the whole world, but was right for me, i.e., I wanted it, then I would ask nothing about the whole world. This is what everyone does who knows how to value himself, everyone to the degree that he is an egoist, because power goes before right, and that, quite rightly, because I am by nature a human being, Babeuf says, I have an equal right to the enjoyment of all goods. Shouldn't he also say, because I am by nature a firstborn prince, I have a right to the throne? Human rights and well-earned rights come to the same thing, namely, to nature, which gives me a right, i.e., to birth, and further, inheritance, etc. I am born as a human being, is equal to, I am born as a king's son. The natural human being only has a natural right, by reason of power and natural claims. He has birthright and birth claims. But nature cannot entitle me, i.e., enable me, or make me powerful, to that to which only my act entitles me. That the king's child puts himself above other children, even that is his act, which assures to him the privilege, and that the other children approve and recognize this act, that is their act, that makes them worthy to be subjects. Whether nature, or God, or the people's choice gives me a right, it is all the same alien right, it is a right I did not give or take to myself. So the communists say, equal work entitles people to equal enjoyment. Formerly, people raised the question of whether the virtuous shouldn't be happy on earth. The Jews actually concluded that it may go well with you on earth. No, equal work doesn't entitle you to it, but rather equal enjoyment alone entitles you to equal enjoyment. Enjoy, then you are entitled to enjoyment. If you have worked and let enjoyment be taken away from you, then it serves you right. If you take enjoyment, it is your right. If, on the contrary, you only yearn for it without helping yourself to it, it still remains, as before, a well-earned right of those who are privileged for enjoyment. It is their right, as by helping yourself it would become your right. The dispute over property rights staggers in vehement agitation. The communists state, the earth rightfully belongs to those who till it, and the products of the same to those who produce them. I think it belongs to the one who knows how to take it, or who doesn't let it be taken from him, doesn't let himself be deprived of it. If he appropriates it, then not only the earth, but also the right to it belongs to him. This is egoistic right, i.e., it is right for me, therefore it is right. Otherwise right simply has a wax nose. The tiger that attacks me has the right, and I, who strike him down, also have the right. I defend not my right against him but rather myself. Since human rights are always something given, it always comes down to the rights which people give, i.e., grant, to each other. If one grants the right of existence to newborn children, then they have the right. If one doesn't grant it to them, as was the case among the Spartans and the ancient Romans, then they do not have it. Because only society can give or concede it to them. They themselves cannot take it or give it to themselves. Someone will object. The children still had the right to exist by nature. Only the Spartans refused recognition to this right. But then they simply had no right to this recognition, no more than they had to the recognition of their lives by the wild animals to which they were thrown. People talk so much about birthright, and complain. It is, alas, not a question of the rights that were born us. So what sort of right would be born with me? The right to be first-born heir, to inherit the throne, to enjoy a princely or noble education, or again, since poor parents bore me, to get free schooling, to be clothed through charitable contributions, and finally to earn my bread and herring in the coal mines or the weaver's chair. Aren't these my birthrights, rights that have come down to me from my parents through birth? You think, no, you think, these are rights improperly so-called. These are just the rights that you strive to abolish through real birthright. To establish this, you go back to the simplest thing, and state that everyone by birth is equal to the other, namely a human being. I will grant you that everyone is born as a human being, therefore the newborn are equal to each other in this. Why are they? Only because they appear and act as nothing other than mere human children, naked little human beings. But they are therefore immediately different from those who have already made something of themselves, and are no longer mere human children, but rather children of their own creation. The latter possess more than just birthrights, they have won rights. What a contrast! What a battlefield! The old battle between inborn human rights and well-won rights. Go on invoking your birthrights. People will not fail to oppose you with their well-won rights. Both stand on the ground of rights, because each of the two has a right against the other, the one the inborn or natural right, the other the won or well-won right. If you remain on the ground of rights, you remain in arrogance. The other cannot give you your right. He cannot do right by you. Whoever has power has right. If you don't have the former, you don't have the latter either. Is this wisdom so hard to attain? Just look at the powerful and their doings. Of course we are talking here only of China and Japan. Just try it once, you Chinese and Japanese, to make them out to be in the wrong, and learn from experience how they throw you into prison. Only don't confuse this with the well-meaning advice which, in China and Japan, are permitted, because they don't hinder the powerful, but possibly aid him. For anyone who wants to make them out to be in the wrong, only one way would be open for doing that of power. If he deprives them of their power, then he has really made them out to be in the wrong, deprived them of their right. In any other case, he can only make a little fist in his pocket, or fall victim as an impertinent fool. In short, if you Chinese and Japanese didn't ask after rights, if you didn't ask, in particular, after the rights that were born with you, then you'd have no need at all to ask after the well-won rights either. You shrink back from others, because you believe you see next to them the ghost of right, which, as in Homeric battles, seems to fight like a goddess at their side, helping them. What do? Do you throw the spear? No, you sneak around to win the phantasm for yourself, so that it fights on your side. You court the ghost for its favor. Another would simply ask this: do I want what my enemy wants? No. Now then, though 1,000 devils or gods may fight for him, I'll still strike out at him. The rights-based state, as the Vossische Zeitung among others supports it, demands should only be removable by the judge, not by the administration. Vain illusion. If it were determined by law that an official who is seen drunk once should lose his office, the judge would have to sentence him on the word of the witnesses, etc. In short, the legislator would only have to give all possible reasons which entail the loss of office, however laughable they might be. For example, one who laughs in his superior's faces, one who does not go to church every Sunday, one who does not take communion every 4 weeks, one who runs up debts, one who involves himself in dirty dealings, one who shows no determination, etc., should be removed. The legislator might think to establish these things, for example, through a court of honor. Then the judge would merely have to investigate whether the defendant was guilty of those offenses, and after the presentation of evidence against him, by right, pronounce the sentence of removal. The judge is lost when he stops being mechanical, when the rules of evidence abandon him. Then he has only an opinion, like everyone else, and if he decides according to this opinion, then this is no longer an official action. As judge, he must decide only according to law. I prefer the old French parliaments, that wanted to examine for themselves what should be a matter of right, and only wanted to register it after their own consent. They at least judged according to their own right, and weren't willing to stoop to being machines of the legislature, although of course as judges, they had to become their own machines. People say that the penalty is the criminal's right, but impunity is his right as well. If he succeeds in his undertaking, it serves him right, and if he does not succeed, it also serves him right. You make your bed and lie in it. If someone goes recklessly into dangers and dies in them, we'd probably say, it serves him right, he wanted nothing better. But if he overcame the dangers, i.e., his power was victorious, he would also be in the right. If a child plays with a knife and cuts himself, it serves him right. But if he doesn't cut himself, this also serves him right. Thus, right doubtless befalls the criminal when he suffers what he risked. Also, we ask why he risked it, since he knew the possible consequences. But the penalty that we inflict upon him is only our right, not his. Our right reacts against his, and he is in the wrong, because we get the upper hand. But what is right, what is a rightful thing in a society, also comes down to words, in the law. Whatever the law may be, it must be respected by the loyal citizen. Thus the legal mind of Old England is praised. This corresponds completely to that Euripidean proverb, Orestes, 412. We serve the gods, whatever the gods are. Laws in general, gods in general, that's how far we are today. People try to distinguish law from arbitrary command, from ordinance. The former comes from a rightful authority, but a law over human action, ethical law, state law, etc., is always a declaration of will, and so a command. Yes, even if I gave myself the law, it would only be my command, which I can refuse to obey at the next moment. One may surely declare what one is willing to put up with, and thus, through a law, refuse to tolerate the opposite. Otherwise he would treat the transgressor as his enemy. But no one has command over my actions, to prescribe them for me, or make laws for me about them. I must put up with him treating me as his enemy, but never with him treating me as his creature, or with him making his reason, or even unreason, my guideline. States last only so long as there is a ruling will, and this ruling will is considered synonymous with one's own will. The Lord's will is law. What good are your laws to you when no one follows them? What good your commands, when no one lets himself be commanded? The state cannot give up its claim to determine the individual's will, to speculate and count on this. For the state it is absolutely necessary that no one have a will of his own. If someone had one, the state would have to exclude, imprison, banish, etc., this one. If everyone had one, they would do away with the state. The state is not thinkable without domination and slavery, subjection, because the state must will to be the lord of all that it contains, and this will is called the will of the state. Whoever has to count on the lack of will in others in order to exist is a shoddy product of these others, as the master is a shoddy product of the slave. If civility ceased, it would be all over for lordship. My own will is the destroyer of the state. The latter therefore denounces it as self-will. Own will and the state are powers in deadly hostility, between which no perpetual peace is possible. As long as the state holds its ground, it portrays own will, its ever-hostile opponent, as irrational, evil, etc. And the latter lets itself be talked into this, that indeed it really is so, merely because it still lets itself be talked into this. It has not yet come to itself and to the awareness of its dignity, and so is still incomplete and easily persuaded. Every state is a despotism, whether the despot be one or many, or, as some like to imagine, a republic, all be lords, i.e., play the despot over each other. This is the case every time, when a given law, the will expressed perhaps in the opinion of a popular assembly, should be from then on law for the individual, to which he owes obedience, or towards which he has the duty of obedience. Even if one were to imagine the case where every individual in the people had expressed the same will, and through this a complete collective will came into being, the matter would still be the same. Wouldn't I be bound today and henceforth by my will of yesterday? My will in this case would be frozen. Tiresome stability. My creation, namely a particular expression of will, would have become my commander. But I in my will, I the creator, would be hampered in my flow and my dissolution. Because I was a fool yesterday, I must remain one the rest of my life. So in state life, I am in the best case, I might as well say the worst case, a slave to myself. Because I was a willer yesterday, today I am willless, yesterday voluntary, today involuntary. How to change? Only by recognizing no duty, i.e., by not binding myself or allowing myself to be bound. If I have no duty, then I also know no law. But they will bind me, no one can bind my will, and my unwillingness remains free. Why, everything would have to go topsy-turvy, if everyone could do what he wanted. Well, who says that everyone can do everything? What are you there for then, you who don't need to put up with everything? Defend yourself, and no one will do anything to you. Anyone who wants to break your will is dealing with you, and is your enemy. Act against him as such. If a few million stand behind you for your protection, then you are an imposing power, and will have an easy victory. But even if you impress your opponent as a power, still you are not therefore a sacred authority. He must then be a thief. He does not owe you respect or esteem, so long as he looks out for your power. We are accustomed to classifying states according to the different ways in which the supreme power is distributed. If one individual has it, monarchy; if all, democracy, etc. So the supreme power, power against whom? Against the individual and his self-will. The state practices violence. The individual should not do this. State behavior is an act of violence, and it calls its violence legal right. That of the individual, crime. Crime, so the violence of the individual is called. And he overcomes state violence only through crime, when he is of the opinion that the state is not above him, but that he is above the state. Now if I wanted to act ridiculously, as a well-meaning person, I could admonish you to make no laws that impair my self-development, self-activity, self-creation. I don't give this advice, because if you followed it you would be unwise, and I would be cheated out of my entire profit. I demand nothing of you, because no matter what I ask for, you would still be domineering legislators, and it has to be so because a raven can't sing, and a robber can't live without robbery. Rather, I ask those who want to be egoists what they think is more egoistic, allowing you to give them laws, and respecting those given, or to practice unruliness, yes, complete disobedience. Good-hearted people think the laws should only prescribe what is deemed just and proper in the feeling of the people. But of what concern is it to me what is deemed valid in and by the people? The people will perhaps be against the blasphemer, thus a law against blasphemy. Should I therefore not blaspheme? Should this law be more to me than a command? I question it. Only from the principle that all right and all power belong to the collectivity of the people do all governments arise. Because none of them lacks this appeal to the collectivity, and the despot, as well as the president or any aristocracy, etc., acts and commands in the name of the state. They are in possession of state power. And it wouldn't matter at all whether, if it were possible, the people as a collectivity of all individuals exercise this state power, or only the representatives of this collectivity, be there many of them, as in aristocracies, or one, as in monarchies. Always the collectivity is above the individual, and has a power which is called rightful, i.e., which is right. As opposed to the sacredness of the state, the individual is only a vessel of dishonor, in which all that is left are exuberance, malice, compulsive mockery and disparagement, frivolity, etc. Once he doesn't find the sacred shrine, the state, worthy of acknowledgement. The spiritual arrogance of the servants and subjects of the state has exquisite penalties against unspiritual exuberance. When the government declares all mental play against the state punishable, then the moderate liberals come and say, whimsy, satire, wit, humor, etc., must still gush forth, and genius must enjoy freedom. So indeed not the individual human being, but genius should still be free. Completely in its right, here the state, or in its name the government says, he who is not with me is against me. Whimsy, wit, etc., in short, making a farce of state essence, has always undermined the state. It isn't innocent. And furthermore, what boundaries should be drawn between guilty and innocent wit, etc.? The moderates are greatly perplexed by this question, and it is all reduced to the request that the state, the government, might not be so sensitive, so ticklish, that it might not immediately sniff out malice in harmless things, and might be generally a little more tolerant. Exaggerated sensitivity is certainly a weakness. Its avoidance may be a praiseworthy virtue. But in times of war, one cannot be gentle, and what may be allowed under peaceful conditions ceases to be permitted once a state of siege is declared. Because the well-meaning liberals most likely feel this, they are quick to explain that indeed, due to the devotion of the people, there is no danger to be feared. But the government will be wiser, and not let itself be talked into such a thing. It knows too well how people feed one fine words, and will not let itself be satisfied with these dishes for display. But they want to have their playground, because they are children, and can't settle down like an old man. Boys will be boys. They bargain only for this playground, only for a few hours of merrily jumping about. They only ask the state not to be too grumpy, like a grouchy papa. It should permit some processions of the ass and some fools' plays, as the Church allowed them in the Middle Ages. But the times when it could grant this without danger are past. Children who now come into the open once, and spend an hour without the rod, are not willing to be kept cloistered. For the open is now no longer a supplement to the monk's cell, not a refreshing recreation, but its opposite, an either-or. In short, the state must either no longer put up with anything, or put up with everything and go to ruin. It must either be utterly sensitive, or as insensitive as one who's died. Tolerance is finished. If the state just holds out a finger, they'll immediately take the whole hand. There is no more to joke about, and all joking, like whimsy, wit, humor, etc., turns to bitter earnest. The outcry of the liberals for freedom of the press runs counter to their own principle, their real will. They will what they do not will, i.e., they wish, they would like. Therefore, they also easily fall away, once so-called freedom of the press appears. Then, they want censorship. Quite naturally. The state is also sacred to them, as is morality, etc. They merely behave like naughty brats toward it, like clever children who try to use the weaknesses of their parents. Papa State should allow them to say much that doesn't please it, but Papa has the right to put a censor's line through their impudent twaddle, with a stern look. If they recognize it as their Papa, then they have to put up with the censorship of speech in its presence, like any child. If you let another make you out in the right, you must no less let him make you out in the wrong. If justification and reward come to you from him, expect his prosecution and punishment as well. Alongside right goes wrong, alongside legality crime. What are you? You're a criminal. The criminal is the state's most characteristic crime, Bettina says. One can accept these words, even if not exactly as Bettina herself understands them. In the state, the unrestrained I, as I belong to myself alone, is not capable of coming to my fulfillment and realization. Every I is from birth already a criminal against the people, the state. Thus, it also actually keeps watch over all. It sees in everyone an egoist, and it is afraid of the egoist. It assumes the worst about everyone, and it pays attention, police attention, that no harm comes to the state. Ne quid republica detrimenti capiet. The unrestrained I, and this we originally are, and always remain in our secret inner self, is the never-ending criminal in the state. The person who is guided by his courage, his will, his ruthlessness and fearlessness, is surrounded by spies from the state, from the people. I say, from the people. The people, you good-hearted folks, consider what you have in it a wonder. The people is full of police attitude through and through. Only the one who denies his I, who practices self-denial, is agreeable to the people. Throughout the book cited, Bettina is good-natured enough to regard the state as only sick, and to hope for its recovery, a recovery which she would like to bring about through the demagogues. But it's not sick. It is rather in its full strength, when it rejects the demagogues who want to get something for individuals, for all. In its believers, it is equipped with the best demagogues, leaders of the people. According to Bettina, the state should develop humanity's seed of freedom, otherwise it is a raven mother, and provides raven fodder. It can't do anything else because precisely as it cares for humanity, which by the way would already have to be the humane or free state, the individual is raven fodder for it. On the other hand, how rightly the burgomaster speaks. What? Does the state have no other duty than to merely be the caretaker for the hopelessly ill? That doesn't work. From time immemorial, the healthy state has discarded diseased material, and not mingled with it. It doesn't need to be so economical with its juices. Cut off the robber, branches without hesitation, so that the others may bloom. You don't tremble at the state's harshness, its morality, its politics and religion, instruct it on this. You accuse it of no callousness. Its sympathy resists this, but its experience finds well-being only in this severity. There are diseases in which only drastic measures help. The physician who recognizes the disease as such, but tentatively turns to palliatives, will never get rid of the disease, but will probably make the patient succumb after a shorter or longer illness. Frau Rath's question, if you apply death as a drastic measure, how is the cure to happen, doesn't work. The state doesn't apply death against itself, but against an irritating limb. It tears out an eye that irritates it, etc. For the diseased state, the only road to recovery is to let human beings prosper in it. If, like Bettina, you here understand the human being as the concept human being, she is right. The diseased state recovers through the prosperity of human beings, because the more infatuated individuals are with the human being, the better it is for the state. But if you refer it to individuals to all, and the author also does this half and half, because she is still caught up in vagueness about the human being, then it sounds somewhat like the following. For a diseased band of robbers, the only road to recovery is to let the loyal bourgeois flourish in it. In this way, the band of robbers would simply go to ruin as a band of robbers, and since it perceives this, it therefore prefers to shoot anyone who has a leaning toward becoming a respectable fellow. In this book, Bettina is a patriot, or what's little more, a philanthropist, a benefactor of humankind. She is dissatisfied with the existing order in much the same way that the ghost of her book's title is, along with all who would like to bring back the good, old faith, and what goes with it. Only she thinks contrarily, that the politicians, civil servants and diplomats corrupted the state, while these same ones pushed the malicious, the demagogues, into these shoes. What else is the common criminal but one who has committed the fatal mistake of striving after what is the people's instead of seeking for what is his own? He has sought despicable alien goods, has done what believers do, seeking after what is God's. What does the priest who admonishes the criminal do? He sets before him the great wrong of having desecrated by his act what was made sacred by the state, its property, in which of course the life of those who belong to the state must be included. Instead of this he could reproach him for having soiled himself by not despising the alien thing, but considering it worth stealing. He could if he weren't a priest. Talk with the so-called criminal, as with an egoist, and he will be ashamed, not that he transgressed against your laws and goods, but for considering your laws worth evading, and your goods worth desiring. He will be ashamed that he did not despise your goods along with you, that he was too little an egoist. But you cannot talk egoistically to him, because you are not as great as a criminal, you commit no crimes at all. You do not know that a self-owning I cannot desist from being a criminal, that crime is his life. And yet you should know it, since you believe that we are altogether sinners, but you think to finagle your way around sin you don't understand, because you're devil-fearing, that guilt is the value of a human being. Oh, if you were guilty, but you are righteous, well, make everything nicely right for your Lord. When Christian consciousness or the Christian person writes a criminal code, what else can the concept of crime there be but simply heartlessness? Every cutting off and offending of a heartfelt relation, every heartless behavior toward a sacred essence is a crime. The more heartfelt the relationship should be, the more flagrant is the mocking of it, and the more culpable the crime. Everyone should love the Lord to whom he is subject. To deny this love is a high treason worthy of death. Adultery is a culpable heartlessness. One has no heart, no enthusiasm, no strong feeling for the sacredness of marriage. So long as the heart or soul dictates laws, only the heartful or soulful person enjoys the protection of the law. That the soulful person makes laws actually only means that the moral person makes them. What is contrary to the moral feeling of these people, they prohibit. How should unfaithfulness, dropping away, oath-breaking, in short, all radical breaking off, all tearing to pieces of time-honored bonds, not be unholy and criminal in their eyes? Anyone who breaks these demands of the soul has all moral, all soulful human beings as enemies. Only Crummacher and his crew are the right people to consistently set up a penal code of the heart, as a certain bill proves only too well. The consistent legislation of the Christian state must be placed wholly in the hands of the priests, and will not be pure and consistent so long as it is worked out only by priests, servants, who are always only half-priests. Only then will all soullessness, all heartlessness, be declared an unpardonable crime. Only then will all agitation of the soul, every objection of criticism and doubt be anathematized as damnable. Only then is the self-owned human being before the Christian consciousness a convicted criminal from the start. The men of the Revolution often spoke of the people's just revenge as its right. Revenge and right coincide here. Is this behavior of an eye to an eye? The people cries that the opposing party has committed crimes against it. Can I assume that someone commits a crime against me, without presuming that he must act as I see fit? And this action I call right, good, etc. The deviating one a crime. Thus I think others must go toward the same goal with me, i.e., I don't treat them as unique ones who carry their law in themselves and live by it, but as essences that should obey some rational law. I establish what the human being is and what acting in a truly human way means, and demand of everyone that this law become norm and ideal for him, failing which he will reveal himself as a sinner and criminal, but the guilty are hit by the penalty of the law. One sees here again how it is the human being that brings about the concepts of crime, sin, and with them, that of right. A human being in whom I don't recognize the human being is a sinner, a guilty person. Only against a sacred thing are there criminals. You can never be a criminal against me, but only an opponent. But not hating someone who violates a sacred thing is already a crime. As Saint Just cries out against Danton, are you not a criminal and answerable for having not hated the enemies of the fatherland? If, as in the Revolution, The human being is understood as good citizen. Then from this concept of the human being come the well-known political offenses and crimes. In all this, the individual human being is regarded as scum, and contrarily, the universal human being, the human being, is honored. According to how this ghost gets named, as Christian, Jew, Muslim, good citizen, loyal subject, freeman, patriot, etc., just so do those who want put forward a different concept of the human being, as well as those who want to put forward themselves, fall before the victorious human being, and with whose anointing the slaughter is carried out in the name of the law, of the sovereign people of God, etc. Now if the persecuted cunningly conceal and protect themselves from the stern sanctimonious judges, people berate them as hypocrites, as Saint Just, for example, does those whom he accuses in the speech against Danton. One is supposed to be a fool, and deliver himself up to their Moloch. Crimes arise from fixed ideas. The sacredness of marriage is a fixed idea. From the sacredness it follows that infidelity is a crime, and therefore a certain marriage law imposes a shorter or longer penalty upon it. But for those who proclaim freedom as sacred, this penalty must be regarded as a crime against freedom, and only in this sense has public opinion also branded the marriage law. Indeed, society would have everyone come into his right, but still only to that which society sanctions, to the right of society, not really to his right. But I give or take the right for myself out of my own complete power, and against every higher power, I am the most unrepentant criminal. Owner and creator of my right, I recognize no other source of right than me, neither God, nor state, nor nature, nor even the human being itself, with its eternal human rights, neither divine nor human right. Right, in and for itself, so, without relation to me. Absolute right, so, apart from me, a thing existing in and for itself. An absolute, an eternal right, like an eternal truth. According to the liberal way of thinking, right is to be obligatory for me, because it is set up this way by human reason, against which my reason is unreason. People used to rail in the name of divine reason against weak human reason. Now in the name of strong human reason, they rail against egoistic reason, which they reject as unreason. And yet nothing else is actual except this very unreason. Neither divine nor human reason, but only your and my reason at any given time, is actual, as and because you and I are actual. The idea of right is originally my idea, or it has its origin in me. But if it has sprung out of me, when the word is out, then it has become flesh, a fixed idea. Now I no longer get away from the idea. Whichever way I turn, it stands before me. So human beings have not again become masters of the idea right, which they themselves created. The creature is running away with them. This is absolute right, that gets past or detaches from me. While we revere it as absolute, we cannot consume it again, and it deprives us of the creative power. The creation is more than the creator, it is in and for itself. Once you no longer let right run around freely, once you bring it back into its origin, into you, it is your right. And right is what is right for you. Right has had to experience an attack from within itself, i.e., from the standpoint of right, because a war has been declared by liberalism against privilege. Privileged and endowed with equal rights, a stubborn battle revolves around these two concepts. Excluded or authorized would mean the same thing. But where would there be a power, whether imaginary like God, law, or actual like you, before which all would not be endowed with equal rights, i.e., no respect of persons would not hold. Everyone is equally dear to God, if they adore him, equally acceptable to the law, if they are law-abiding. Whether the lover of God or the law is hunchbacked or lame, whether he is rich or poor, etc., amounts to nothing for God and the law. In the same way, when you are about to drown, a Negro as a rescuer is as dear to you as the most excellent Caucasian. Indeed, in this situation, a dog is no less to you than a human being. But for whom, on the contrary, wouldn't everyone also be a more preferred, or a more neglected person? God punishes the wicked with his wrath, the law flogs the lawless. You'll let one speak with you at any time, and show the other the door. Equality of rights is just a phantom, because right is nothing more nor less than authorization, a matter of grace, which, by the way, you can also acquire through your merit. for merit and grace don't contradict each other, in that grace also wants to be earned, and our gracious smile only falls on those who know how to force it from us. So people dream that all citizens of the state should stand side by side, with equal rights. As citizens of the state, they are certainly all equal for the state. But it will nonetheless divide them, advance them or set them aside, according to its special purposes. Still more, it must distinguish them from one another as good and bad citizens. Bruno Bauer settled the Jewish question from the standpoint that privilege is not justifiable. Because Jew and Christian each have some point of advantage over the other, and are each exclusive in this point of advantage, they therefore disintegrate into nullity before the critic's gaze. With them the state lies under equal blame, since it justifies their having advantages, and stamps it as privilege or prerogative, but in this way, it stunts its calling to become a free state. But now everyone has some point of advantage over the other, namely himself, or his uniqueness. In this everyone remains exclusive. And again, before a third party, everyone asserts his peculiarity as well as possible, and if he wants to win him over, strives to make it appear attractive to him. Now, is the third party supposed to be insensitive to the difference of the one from the other? Does one ask this of the free state, or of humanity? Then these would have to be virtually without self-interest, and incapable of expressing any concern for anyone. People didn't imagine either God, who divides his own from the wicked, or the state, which knows how to separate good from bad citizens, as so indifferent. But people look for this very third party that no longer grants privilege. Then perhaps it is called the free state, or humanity, or whatever else. Since Christian and Jew are ranked low by Bruno Bauer, because they claim privileges, they must be able to and have to free themselves from their narrow standpoint, through self-denial and unselfishness. If they cast off their egoism, the mutual wrong would cease, and with it, Christian and Jewish religiousness in general. It would only require that neither of them would any longer want to be something distinctive. But if they gave up this exclusiveness, the ground on which their hostilities were truly waged would still not be left behind through this. At best, they would find a third thing in which they could unite. A universal religion, a religion of humanity, etc. In short, an equalization that needn't be any better than that which would take place if all Jews became Christians, through which likewise the privilege of the one before the other would come to an end. Indeed, the tension would be removed, but the essence of the two did not consist in this, but rather only their proximity. When they are distinguished from each other they must necessarily tense up, and the dissimilarity will always remain. It is truly not a defect in you that you tense yourself against me and assert your distinctness or peculiarity. You don't need to give way or deny yourself. People understand the significance of the conflicts too formally and weakly. If they only want to dissolve them in order to make room for a unifying third thing, the conflict deserves rather to be intensified. As Jew and Christian you are in too slight a conflict, and are only arguing about religion. About the emperor's beard, as it were. About a trifle. In religion, indeed, enemies, but in everything else you remain good friends, and for example as human beings, are equal to each other. Nevertheless, everything else is also unlike in each, and you will only come to no longer conceal your conflict when you fully recognize it, and everyone asserts himself from head to toe as unique. Then the earlier conflict will certainly be dissolved, but only because a stronger one has taken it up into itself. Our weakness does not consist in this, that we are in conflict with others, but rather in this, that we are not fully so, i.e., that we are not entirely divorced from them, or that we are looking for community, a bond, that in community we have an ideal. One faith, one God, one ideal, one hat for all. If all were brought under one hat, certainly no one would still have to remove his hat before another. The last and most resolute conflict, that of unique against unique, is at bottom beyond what is called conflict, but without having sunk back into unity and consensus. As unique you no longer have anything in common with the other, and therefore also nothing divisive or hostile. You don't seek to be in the right against him before a third party, and stand with him neither on the ground of right, nor any other common ground. The conflict disappears in complete divergence or uniqueness. This could indeed be considered the new common feature or parity, only the parity here consists precisely of the disparity, and is itself nothing but disparity, being on par in disparity, and that only for one who makes a comparison. The polemic against privilege is a trait of liberalism, which knocks privilege because it itself appeals to right. It can't take this further than knocking it, because privileges do not fall before rights fall, as they are only forms of right. But right disintegrates into its nothingness when it is devoured by the form, i.e., when one realizes what this means, power goes before right. So all right is explained as privilege, and privilege itself as power, as superior power. But doesn't the battle of the powerful against a superior power have to show quite a different face from the modest battle against privilege, which is to be fought out before a primary judge, right, according to the judge's sense? Now to conclude, I must still take back the halfway mode of expression, which I wanted to use only so long as I was still digging through the entrails of right, and at least let the word pass. But, in fact, with the concept, the word also loses its meaning. What I called my right is no longer a right at all, because right can only be granted by a spirit, whether it is the spirit of nature, or that of the species, of humanity, the spirit of God, or that of his sacredness, or his highness, etc. What I have without an authorizing spirit, I have without right. I have it solely and alone through my power. I demand no right, so I also don't need to recognize any. What I am able to get by force, I get by force, and I have no right to what I don't get by force, and I don't boast of or console myself with my inalienable rights. With absolute right, right itself dies. The rule of the concept of right is wiped out at the same time. For it is not to be forgotten that up to now concepts, ideas, or principles have ruled us, and that among these rulers, the concept of right, or of justice, played one of the most important roles. Authorized or unauthorized, it doesn't matter to me. If only I am powerful, then I am empowered by myself, and need no other authorization or permission. Right is a bat in the belfry, place there be a phantasm. Power, that I am myself, I am the powerful one and the owner of power. Right is above me, an absolute, and exists in a higher being, flowing to me as its grace. Right is a gift of grace from the judge. Power and force exist only in me, the powerful and the forceful. 2.2.2 My intercourse. In society, in the social group, at most the human requirement can be satisfied, while the egoistic must always come up short, because it can hardly escape anyone that the present shows such a living interest for no other question, as for the social question, so a person has to direct his attention particularly upon society. Indeed, if the interest taken in it were less passionate and blind, then when dealing with society, people would not so often lose sight of the individuals in it, and would recognize that a society cannot become new so long as those who form and constitute it remain old. If there should arise, for example, in the Jewish people a society that spread a new faith over the earth, these apostles would really have to not remain Pharisees. As you are, so you present yourself, so you behave toward people, a hypocrite as a hypocrite, a Christian as a Christian. Therefore, the character of a society is determined by the character of its members. They are its creators. You would have to recognize this much at least, even if you did not want to examine the concept society itself. Always far from letting themselves come to their full development and value, human beings have not yet been able to base their societies on themselves, or rather, they have only been able to found societies and to live in societies. These societies were always persons, powerful persons, so-called moral persons, i.e., ghosts, before which the individual had the appropriate bat in his belfry, the fear of ghosts. As such ghosts, they can most properly be called by the respective names people and tribe, the people of the patriarchs, the people of the Hellenes, etc. Finally, the human people, humanity. Anacharsis Clootz raved about the nation of humanity. Then every subdivision of this people, which could and must have its particular societies, the Spanish, the French people, etc. Within these as well, the estates, the cities, in short, all kinds of corporations. Last, instead of saying that the person haunting all societies up to now has been the people, hence also the two extremes could be named, namely either humanity or the family, the two most natural units. We choose the word people, because its origin has been brought together with the Greek polloi, the many or the mass, but more so because national aspirations are at present the order of the day, and also because even the latest rebel has not yet shaken off this deceptive person. Although, on the other hand, the latter consideration would have to give the advantage to the term humanity, because on all sides people are starting to rave over humanity. So the people, humanity or the family, have up to now, as it seems, played at history. No egoistic interest was supposed to arise in these societies, but only universal, national or popular interests, class interests, family interests, and universal human interests. But who has brought the peoples, whose ruin history relates, to their downfall? Who else but the egoist who sought his own satisfaction? Once an egoistic interest crept in, the society was spoiled and headed towards its disintegration, as for example the Roman world proves with its highly developed system of private rights, or Christianity, with the inexorably gushing, rational self-determination, self-consciousness, the autonomy of the spirit, etc. The Christian people have produced two societies, whose duration will keep equal measure with the continuing existence of those people. These are the societies, state and church. Can they be called a union of egoists? Do we pursue in them an egoistic personal own interest, or do we pursue a popular, traditional, i.e. in the Christian people, namely a state and church interest? Can and may I be myself in them? May I think and act as I will? May I reveal, realize, act as myself? Aren't I supposed to leave the majesty of the state, the sanctity of the church, untouched? Well, I am not permitted to do as I will. But will I find in any society such an unmeasured freedom of permissions? Of course not. Consequently, we could maybe be satisfied. Not at all. It is a different thing whether I bounce off an I or off a people, a universal. In the former I am the evenly matched enemy of my enemy, in the latter a despised, controlled enemy, treated like a child. In the former I stand man against man, in the latter I'm a schoolboy who can't do anything against his schoolmate, because the latter called his father and mother to help, and hid under the apron, while I am scolded as a naughty boy, and am not permitted to grumble. In the former I fight against a bodily enemy, in the latter against humanity, against a universal, against a majesty, against a phantasm. But to me, no majesty, nothing sacred, is a limit, nothing that I know how to overcome. Only that which I can't overcome still limits my power, and I of limited power am temporarily a limited I, not limited by the power outside me, but limited by my own still inadequate power, by my own powerlessness. Only the guard dies but doesn't surrender. Above all, only a bodily enemy. I brave each combatant, whom I can look on, fixing eye to eye, who, full himself of courage, kindles courage in me too, etc. Many privileges have indeed been destroyed over time, but only for the sake of the common good, of the state and the state's welfare, by no means for the strengthening of mine. Hereditary serfdom, for example, was abolished only so that a single lord of the manor, the lord of the people, the monarchical power, would be strengthened. Serfdom under the one became even stricter thereby. Only in favor of the monarch, whether he is called prince or law, have privileges ever fallen. In France the citizens are indeed not the serfs of the king, but rather the serfs of the law, the charter. Subordination was maintained, only the Christian state recognized that a person cannot serve two masters, the landlords and the princes, etc. Therefore one received all the privileges, now he can again place one above another, he can make highly placed people. But what do I care for the common good? The common good is not my good, but merely outermost extremity of self-denial. The common good can loudly cheer while I must knuckle under, the state gleaming while I starve. In what lies the stupidity of political liberals, if not in their opposing the people to the government, and talking about people's rights? So there the people should come of age, etc. As if one who has no mouth could be of age. Only the individual is able to be of age. Thus the whole question of freedom of the press is turned on its head when it is taken up as a people's right. It is only a right, or better the power, of individuals. If a people has freedom of the press, then, even in the midst of this people, I do not. A freedom of the people is not my freedom, and freedom of the press as a freedom of the people must have at its side a press law directed against me. This must ever be asserted against the present-day efforts for freedom. Freedom of the people is not my freedom. Let's allow these categories. Freedom of the people and right of the people. For example, the right of the people that everyone may bear arms. Doesn't one forfeit such a right? One cannot forfeit one's own right, but I may well forfeit a right that does not belong to me but to the people. I can be locked up for the sake of the freedom of the people, and as prisoner lose the right to bear arms. Liberalism appears to be the last attempt of the creation of the freedom of the people, a freedom of the community, of society, of the universal, of humanity, the dream of a humanity, a people, a community, a society that has come of age. A people cannot be free except at the expense of the individual, because the individual is not the main point of this freedom, but rather the people. The freer the people, the more bound the individual. The people of Athens, precisely at its freest time, created ostracism, banished atheists, poisoned the most honest thinker. How they do praise Socrates for his conscientiousness, which allows him to resist the advice to escape from the dungeon. He is a fool for granting the Athenians the right to condemn him. That's why it certainly serves him right. So why does he remain on the same ground with the Athenians? Why doesn't he break with them? Had he known, and been able to know, what he was, he would have granted such judges no claim, no right. That he did not escape was precisely his weakness, his delusion of still having something in common with the Athenians, or the opinion that he was a mere member of this people. But he was rather this people itself in person, and could only be his own judge. There was no judge over him, as he himself had passed a public sentence on himself, and judged himself worthy of the Prytaneum. He should have stuck with this, and since he hadn't uttered a death sentence against himself, should have despised that of the Athenians, and escaped. But he subordinated himself, and recognized the people as his judge. He seemed small to himself before the majesty of the people, that he subjected himself to power, to which he could only lose, as to a right, was self-betrayal. It was virtue. The narrators ascribed the same scrupulousness to Christ, who supposedly abstained from using the power over his heavenly legions. Luther acted very well and wisely in having the safety of his journey to Worms guaranteed to him in writing, and Socrates should have known that the Athenians were his enemies, he alone his judge. The self-deception of a legal position, laws, etc., should have given way to the understanding that the relation was a relation of power. With quibbling and intrigues, Greek freedom ended. Why? Because the ordinary Greeks were much less able to reach the conclusion which even their hero of thought, Socrates, wasn't able to draw. What then is quibbling but a way of using an existing thing without doing away with it? I might add for one's own benefit, but indeed that lies in using. Theologians are such quibblers, wrangling and twisting God's word. What would they have to twist if there wasn't the existing word of God? So those liberals who only rattle and twist the existing order, they are all distorters, like those distorters of the law. Socrates recognized right, law. The Greeks constantly maintained the authority of right and law. If, in this recognition, they still wanted to maintain their advantage, each his own, then they had to seek it in the distortion of the law, or intrigue. Alcibiades, a brilliant intriguer, introduces the period of Athenian decay. The Spartan Lysander and others show that intrigue became universally Greek. Greek rights, on which the Greek state rested, had to be distorted and undermined by the egoists within these states, and the states perished so that the individuals could become free. The Greek people fell, because individuals cared less for this people than for themselves. Actually, all states, constitutions, churches, etc., have gone under through the escape of individuals, because the individual is the irreconcilable enemy of every universality, every tie, i.e., every fetter. Yet people imagine to this day that the human being needs sacred ties. He, the mortal enemy of every tie. World history shows that no tie has yet been left unbroken, that the human being defends himself tirelessly against ties of every sort, and yet blinded people think up new ties again and again, and believe that they have achieved the right one. For example, when they put on the tie of a so-called free constitution, a beautiful constitutional tie. True enough, school ties, the ties of trust between, seem to have gotten practically rather worn out, but people have gone no further than from apron strings to belts and neckties. Everything sacred is a tie, a fetter. Everything sacred is and must be distorted by the distorters of the law. Therefore our present time has loads of such distorters in every sphere. They're preparing for the violation of the law, for lawlessness. Poor Athenians, who are accused of quibbling and sophistry. Poor Alcibiades, who is accused of intrigue. That was just your best point, your first step in freedom. Your Aeschylus, Herodotus, etc. only wanted to have a free Greek people. You were the first to hint at your freedom. A people suppresses those who tower up above its majesty, by ostracism against the powerful citizens, by the Inquisition against the heretics of the Church, by the Inquisition against traitors in the state. Because all that matters to the people is its self-assertion, it demands patriotic sacrifice from everyone. Consequently, for it everyone in himself is indifferent, a nothing, and it cannot do, nor even allow, what the individual and he alone must do, namely, realize himself. Every people, every state, is injurious to the individual. As long as even one institution exists which the individual may not dismantle, my ownness and self-possession are still very far away. How can I be free, when I must bind myself under oath to a constitution, a charter, a law, devote myself body and soul to my people? How can I be my own when my abilities are only allowed to develop so far as they do not disturb the harmony of society? Whiteling. The downfall of peoples and humanity will invite me to my rise. Listen, even as I write this, the bells begin to ring for tomorrow, jingling in the celebration of the 1,000 years of existence of our dear Germany. Ring out its funeral dirge. You certainly sound solemn enough, as if your tongue were acting on the suspicion that it was escorting a corpse. The German nation and German peoples have a 1,000-year history behind them. What a long life! Then go rest in peace, never to rise again, so that all will be free whom you have kept in chains so long. The people is dead. Long live me! O you, my much tormented German people, what was your torment? It was the torture of a thought which can't create a body for itself, the torment of a haunted spirit that melts away into nothing before every cockcrow and yet yearns for deliverance and fulfillment. You have also lived in me a long time, you dear thought, you dear phantasm. I almost imagined I had found the word of your deliverance, discovered flesh and bone for the wandering spirit. Then I hear them ringing, the bells that lay you to eternal rest. Then the last hope fades away. Then the last love fizzles out. Then I depart from the desolate house of the dead, and call in on the living. For only one who is living is right. Farewell, you dream of so many millions. Farewell, you 1,000-year tyrant over your children. Tomorrow they carry you to your grave. Soon your sisters, the peoples, will follow you. But when they have all followed, then humanity is buried, and I am my own. I am the laughing heir. The word Gesellschaft, society, has its origins in the word Saal, hall, room. If many people are shut up in a room, the room causes them to be in society. They are in society, and at most form a salon society, to speak in traditional salon clichés. When it comes to actual intercourse, this is to be regarded as independent of society. It may arise or be absent without altering the nature of what is called society. Those who are in the room are in society even as mute persons, or when they put each other off with mere words of courtesy. Intercourse is mutuality, it is the action, the commercium of individuals. Society is only the commonality of the room, and even the statues in a museum room are in society. They are grouped. People customarily say, they hold the room in common, but it's rather the case that the room holds us, or has us in it. That's as far as the natural meaning of the word society goes. It comes out from this that society is not generated by me and you, but by a third factor, which makes us both into associates, and that it is precisely this third factor that is the creative thing, the thing that establishes society. It's very like a prison society or prison collective, those who enjoy the same prison. Here we get into a third factor, even richer than the merely local one, the room was. Prison no longer just means a space, but a space with express reference to its residents. It is indeed only a prison, because it is intended for prisoners, without whom it would be a mere building. What gives a common stamp to the collectivity in it? Obviously the prison, since they are prisoners only by means of the prison. So what determines the way of life of prison society? The prison. What determines their intercourse? Perhaps also the prison. Of course, they can only carry on intercourse as prisoners, i.e., only as far as prison laws allow it. But that they themselves hold intercourse, I with you, this the prison cannot bring about. On the contrary, it must take care to prevent such egoistic, purely personal intercourse, and only as such is it actual intercourse between you and me. That we collectively perform a task, operate a machine, set something in motion, a prison will provide well for this, but that I forget that I am a prisoner, and enter into intercourse with you who equally disregard it, that puts the prison at risk, and not only cannot be brought about by it, but furthermore must not be permitted. For this reason, the saintly and morally minded French chamber decides to introduce solitary confinement, and other saints will do the same in order to cut off demoralizing intercourse. Imprisonment is the established and sacred condition against which no attempt to injure is allowed. The slightest challenge of this sort is punishable, like any rebellion against a sacred thing by which the human being is supposed to be inhibited and imprisoned. Like the room, the prison forms a society, a collective, a community, e.g., a community of labor, but no intercourse, no mutuality, no association. On the contrary, every association in prison carries within itself the dangerous seed of a plot, which could, under favorable circumstances, sprout and bear fruit. But one doesn't usually enter the prison voluntarily, and seldom voluntarily remains in it, but rather nurtures the egoistic desire for liberty. Thus, it's more easily understood here that personal intercourse acts with hostility against prison society, and tends towards the dissolution of this society, this common imprisonment. So let's look around for communities of the sort that we, as it seems, gladly and voluntarily remain in, without wanting to endanger them by our egoistic desires. The family presents itself as a community of the required sort at first. Parents, spouses, children, siblings present a whole or make up a family, for whose further extension side relatives may also serve if drawn close. The family is only an actual community when the law of the family, family piety or family love, is observed by its members. A son to whom parents and siblings have become indifferent used to be a son, because, since the sonship shows itself to be no longer operative, it has no greater significance than the long-past connection of mother and child through the umbilical cord. That one once lived in this bodily connection is a done thing that cannot be undone, and to this extent one remains the son of this mother and the brother of her other children. But it would only come to a lasting connection through lasting family piety, this family spirit. Individuals are only members of the family in the full sense when they make the survival of the family their task. Only as conservatives do they keep away from doubting their basis, the family. One thing must be firm and sacred for every family member, namely the family itself, or more eloquently, family piety. That the family must survive remains an unassailable truth for its member, so long as he remains free from egoism that is hostile to the family. In a word, if the family is sacred, then nobody who belongs to it can renounce it, otherwise, he becomes a criminal against the family. He should never pursue an interest hostile to the family, e.g., enter into a misalliance. One who does this has dishonored the family, brought it to shame, etc. Now, if the egoistic desire in an individual doesn't have enough force, then he submits, and enters into a marriage which suits family requirements, takes a profession which harmonizes with its position, and the like. In short, he does the family honor. However, if the egoistic blood flows with enough fire through his veins, he prefers to become a criminal against the family and evade its laws. Which of the two is closer to my heart, the welfare of the family, or my own welfare? In many cases the two go peacefully together, and the benefit of the family is equally mine and vice versa. Then it can be hard to decide whether I am thinking selfishly, or for the general benefit, and perhaps, well pleased, I flatter myself with my unselfishness. But a day comes when an either-or decision makes me tremble, when I have it in mind to dishonor the family tree, to offend parents, siblings, relatives. What then? Now it will appear how I am inclined at the bottom of my heart. Now it will be obvious whether family piety ever stood higher than egoism for me. Now the self-interested one will no longer be able to hide behind the appearance of unselfishness. A wish rises in my soul, and growing from hour to hour, becomes a passion. Who thinks immediately that even the least thought that may leak out against the family spirit, family piety, carries within it an offense against this, indeed? Who then is immediately, in the moment, fully aware of the thing? That's how it goes for Juliet in Romeo and Juliet. The unbridled passion can finally no longer be tamed, and it undermines the edifice of family piety. Of course, you will say, from self-will the family casts out from its bosom those stubborn ones, who give more of a hearing to their passions than to family piety. The good Protestants used the same excuse against the Catholics with much success, and even believed in it. But it's just an excuse to shift the blame from oneself and nothing more. The Catholics adhered to the common church bond, and thrust those heretics from themselves, only because the latter didn't hold so much to the church bond as to sacrifice their convictions to it. The former held so firmly to the bond, because the bond, the Catholic, that is, the common and united church, was sacred to them. The latter, on the other hand, disregarded the bond. Similarly for those without family piety. They are not expelled, but expel themselves, because they hold their passion, their self-will, in higher regard than the family bond. Now, however, a wish sometimes glimmers in a less passionate and willful heart than Juliet's. The compliant girl brings herself as a sacrifice to the peace of the family. One could say self-interest also prevails here, because the decision comes from the feeling that the compliant girl feels more satisfied by family unity than by the fulfillment of her wish. That might be. But how, when a sure sign remains that the egoism was sacrificed to family piety? How, when even after the wish that was directed against the peace of the family was sacrificed, it remained at least in the remembrance of a sacrifice brought to a sacred tie? How, when the compliant girl is aware of having left her self-will unsatisfied and humbly subjected herself to a higher power? Subjected and sacrificed because the superstition of family piety exercised its dominance over her. In the former egoism wins, in the latter family piety wins and the egoistic heart bleeds. In the former egoism was strong, in the latter it was weak. But the weak, as we have long known, are the unselfish. The family cares for them, for these its weak members, because they belong to the family, are relatives, don't belong to and care for themselves. Hegel, for example, praises this weakness, when he wants to know that the choice is left to the parents in the marriage games of their children. As a sacred community to which the individual also owes obedience, the judicial function also belongs to the family, as such a family court is described in Cabanis by Willibald Alexis. There the father, in the name of the family council, puts the insubordinate son among the soldiers, and thrusts him out of the family, in order to cleanse the stained family by means of this punishing act. The most consistent formation of family responsibility is contained in Chinese law, according to which the whole family must atone for the guilt of the individual. Today, however, the arm of family power rarely extends far enough to seriously carry out the punishment of renegades. In most cases, the state even protects against disinheritance. The criminal against the family criminal, flees into the realm of the state and is free, like the state criminal who escapes to America and is no longer reached by the punishments of his state. He who has disgraced his family, the wayward son, is protected from the family's punishment, because the state, this protector, deprives the family punishment of its sacredness, and profanes it, by decreeing that it was only revenge. It prevents this punishment, this sacred family right, because before it's the state's sacredness, the subordinate sacredness of the family always pales and is profaned, as soon as it comes into conflict with this higher sacredness. Without conflict, the state leaves the lesser sacredness of the family in force, but in the opposite case, it even commands crime against the family, charging the son, for example, to refuse obedience, as soon as they want to seduce him to a crime against the state. Now the egoist has broken the ties of the family, and found in the state a patron against the deeply offended family spirit. But where has he gotten to now? Straight into a new society, in which the same snares and traps that his egoism just escaped await it. For the state is also a society, not an association. It is the extended family, father of his country, mother of her country, children of their country. What one calls a state is a web and network of dependence and devotion. It is a togetherness, a sticking together, in which those ordered together acquiesce to each other, or in short, depend on each other. It is the order of this dependence. Suppose the king, whose authority lends authority to all down to the bailiff, disappeared. Still, all in whom the sense of order was awake would maintain order against the disorder of bestiality. If disorder triumphed, the state would come to an end. But is this thought of love, acquiescing to each other, sticking with each other, and depending on each other, actually able to win us? According to this, the state would be love realized, the being for each other, and living for each other of all. Doesn't self-will get lost due to this sense of order? Won't people be content when power provides for order, i.e., make sure that no one treads too close to another, thus when the herd is sensibly deployed or ordered? Indeed, then everything is in the best order, and this best order is simply called the state. Our societies and states are without our making them, are combined without our combining, are predestined and exist, or have an independent existence of their own, are the imperishable established order against us egoists. Today's global battle is, as they say, directed against the established order. Still, people are in the habit of misunderstanding this, as if the present established order should only be exchanged for another, better established order. But war might rather be declared against the established order itself, i.e., the state, status, not a particular state, nor for instance only the current condition of the state. People aren't aiming for another state, say a people's state, but at their association, their combination, this ever-fluid combination of all that exists. A state exists even without my assistance. I am born and raised in it, placed under an obligation to it, and have to pay homage. It takes me up into its favor, and I live by its grace. So the independent existence of the state establishes my lack of independence. Its naturalness, its organism, demands that my nature doesn't grow freely, but is cut to fit it. So that it can develop naturally, it applies the shears of civilization to me. It gives me an education and culture suitable to it, not me, and teaches me, for example, to respect the law, to abstain from the violation of state property, i.e. private property, to revere a divine and earthly sovereignty, etc. In short, it teaches me to not be culpable, by which I mean to sacrifice my ownness to sacredness. Everything possible is sacred, for example property, the lives of others, etc. This is the sort of civilization and culture the state is able to give me. It teaches me to be a useful tool, a useful member of society. Every state must do this, the people's state, as well as the absolute or constitutional states. It must do this so long as we remain stuck in the error that it is an I, which it attributes to itself in the name of a moral, mystical or state person. I, who really am I, must pull off this lion's skin of the I, from the strutting thistle-eater. What manifold robbery have I not put up with in the history of the world? There I allowed sun, moon and stars, cats and crocodiles, to have the honor of being considered as I. Then Jehovah, Allah and our Father came, and they were presented with the I. Then families, tribes, nations, and finally, even humanity came, and were honored as is. Then the state, the church came with the pretension of being I, and I watched it all quietly. No wonder if then there was also, always an actual I, that stepped up there, and asserted to my face, that it was not my you but my own I. The Son of Man had done the same par excellence. Why shouldn't a Son of Man do it too? So I always looked for my I above and outside myself and could never actually come to myself. I never believed in me, I never believed in my present, I saw myself only in the future. The boy believes that he'll only become a proper I, a proper guy, when he becomes a man. The man thinks that only in the afterlife will he be something proper. And for us to come nearer to actuality immediately, even the best are still today telling each other the tale that one has to take up into himself, the state, his people, humanity, and who knows what all, in order to be an actual I, a free state citizen, a free or true man. They also see my truth and actuality in the acceptance of an alien I and devotion to it. And what sort of an I? An I that is neither an I nor a you, an imaginary I, a phantasm. During the Middle Ages, the Church could well tolerate many states living united in it, Likewise, after the Reformation, and especially after the 30 Years' War, states learned to tolerate many churches, denominations, being gathered under one crown. But all states are religious, and as the case may be, are often Christian states, and set themselves the task of forcing the ungovernable, the egoists, under the bond of the unnatural, i.e., to Christianize them. All institutions of the Christian state have the objective of Christianizing the people. Thus the court has the objective of forcing people to justice, the school that of forcing them to spiritual culture. In short, the objective of protecting those who act in a Christian manner from those who act in an unchristian manner, of bringing Christian action to dominance, of making it powerful. Among these means of coercion, the state also counted the church. It required a particular religion from everybody. Dupin recently said against the clergy, instruction and education belong to the state. Certainly, all that concerns the principle of morality is a state matter. Thus, the Chinese state meddles so much in family affairs, and one is nothing, if one is not, above all, a good child to his parents. With us as well, family affairs are thoroughly state affairs. It's just that our state places trust in the families without anxious supervision. It keeps the family bound through the ties of marriage, and these ties cannot be broken without it. But that the state makes me responsible for my principles, and demands certain ones from me, could lead me to ask, what does the bat in my belfry principle have to do with it? Very much, because the state is the ruling principle. People suppose that in matters of divorce, in marriage law in general, it's a question of the proportion of rights between church and state. Rather, it's a question of whether something sacred should rule over human beings, whether it is called faith, or moral law, morality. The state, as a ruler, behaves the same way the church did. The latter is based on devoutness, the former on morality. People talk of tolerance, of leaving opposing tendencies free, and the like, traits by which civilized states are distinguished. Indeed, some are strong enough to sit back and watch even the most unconstrained meetings, while others charge their minions to hunt down tobacco pipes. Only for one state as for the other, the play of individuals with each other, their buzzing back and forth, their everyday life, is a contingency that it must no doubt leave to the individuals themselves, because it can do nothing about them. Many, admittedly, still strain at gnats and swallow camels, while others are more clever. In the latter, individuals are freer, because they're less bullied. But I am free in no state. The state's lauded tolerance is simply a tolerance of the inoffensive, the innocuous. It is only an elevation above small-mindedness, only a more respectable, more magnificent, prouder despotism. For a time, a certain state seemed to want to be quite elevated above literary battles, which could be carried on with all heat. England is elevated above the popular mob and tobacco smoking. But woe to the literature that attacks the state itself, woe to the mobs that endanger the state. In that certain state they dream of a free science, in England, of a free life of the people. Undoubtedly, the state lets individuals play as freely as possible, only they must not act in earnest, they must not forget the state. The person must not interact in a carefree way with other people, not without higher supervision and mediation. I must not do all that I am capable of doing, but only as much as the state allows. I must not make use of my own thoughts, nor my own work, nor in general anything of mine. The state always has the sole purpose of limiting, taming, subordinating the individual, of making him subservient to some universality or other. It lasts only so long as individuals are not all in all, and is only the clearly marked limitation of me, my restriction, my slavery. Thus the state has never aimed to bring about the free activity of individuals, but always that bound to the state purpose. Nor through the state does anything in common come to be, as little as you can call a fabric, the common work of all the individual parts of a machine. It is rather the work of the whole machine as a unit, machine work. In the same way, too, everything is done by the state machine, because it moves the cogs of the individual minds, none of which follow their own impulses. The state seeks to inhibit all free activity through its censorship, its supervision, its police, and considers this inhibition its duty, because in reality it is the duty of self-preservation. The state wants to make something out of human beings, and so only made human beings live in it, everyone who wants to be himself is its enemy and is nothing. He is nothing means as much as the state doesn't use him, doesn't grant him any position, office, trade, and the like. Edgar Bauer still dreams in Die liberalen Bestrebungen of a government which, arising from the people, could never stand in opposition to it. It's true, he himself takes back the word government. In the Republic no government at all is in force, but rather only an executive authority. An authority that arises purely and solely from the people, which has no independent power, no independent principles, no independent officials over against the people, but which rather has its basis, the source of its power and its principles, in the sole, supreme authority of the state, the people. The concept of government does not at all fit into the people's state. But the thing remains the same. That which, quote, arose, was based, had its source, becomes something independent, and, like a child delivered from the womb, immediately enters into opposition. Government, if it were nothing independent and opposing, would be nothing at all. In the free state there is no government, etc. This actually implies that the people, when it is the sovereign, doesn't let itself be led by a higher authority. Is it somehow different in the absolute monarchy? Is there perhaps a government there for the sovereign standing over him? Over the sovereign, whether he is called prince or people, there is never a government standing that is understood in itself, but there will be a government standing over me in every state, in the absolute as well as in the republican or free. I am as bad off in one as in the other. The republic is nothing else but absolute monarchy, because it makes no difference whether the monarch is called prince or people, since both are a majesty. Constitutionalism itself shows that no one is willing and able to be only a tool. The ministers dominate over their master the prince, and the representatives dominate over their master the people. Well, here at least the parties are already free, namely, the party of officials, the so-called People's Party. The prince must submit to the will of the ministers, the people must dance to the pipe of the chambers. Constitutionalism is further along than the republic, because it is the state in the process of disintegration. Edgar Bauer denies that the people is a personality in the constitutional state, by contrast then to the republic. Well, in a constitutional state, the people is a party, and a party is surely a personality, once one wants to talk of a state as a moral person at all. The thing is that a moral person, whether it is called a people's party, or the people, or even the Lord, is in no way a person, but a phantasm. Furthermore, Edgar Bauer goes on, paternalism is the characteristic of government. Indeed, it's even more that of a people and a people's government. It is the characteristic of all rule, a people's state which unites all absolute power within itself. The absolute master can't let me become powerful. And what a chimera, to no longer be willing to call the people's officials servants, tools, because they carry out the free rational law will of the people. He says, only when all official circles subordinate themselves to the government's views can unity be brought to the state. But his people's state is also supposed to have unity. How would the lack of subordination be allowed there? Subordination to the people's will. In the constitutional state, it is the ruler, and his basic attitude, that the whole government structure rests on in the end. How would that be different in the people's state? Wouldn't I be governed there by the people's basic attitude? And does it make any difference for me, whether I see myself kept in dependence by the prince's attitude, or by the people's attitude, so-called public opinions, if dependence means basically a religious relationship, as Edgar Bauer rightly puts forward, then in the people's state, the people remain for me the higher power, the majesty, for God and the prince have their real essence in majesty, to which I stand in religious relations. Like the sovereign ruler, the sovereign people would also be out of reach of any law. Edgar Bauer's entire attempt amounts to a change of masters. Instead of wanting to free the people, he should have been concerned with the sole realizable freedom, his own. In the constitutional state, absolutism has finally come into conflict with itself, because it has broken into a duality. The government wants to be absolute, and the people wants to be absolute. These two absolutes will annihilate each other. Edgar Bauer rails against the rulers being determined by birth, by chance. But when the people will have become the sole power in the state, don't we then have in it a master by chance? What then is the people? The people has always only been the body of the government. It is many under one prince's hat, or many under one constitution. And the constitution is the prince. Princes and peoples will persist as long as they don't both fall together. If there are many peoples under one constitution, as for example in the Persian monarchy and today, then these peoples only rank as provinces. For me, anyway, the people is an accidental power, a force of nature, an enemy that I must conquer. What is one to imagine as an organized people? A people that has no more government, that governs itself, in which, therefore, no I stands out. A people organized by ostracism. The banishment of I's ostracism makes the people into an autocrat. If you speak of the people, you must speak of the prince, for if the people is supposed to be a subject and make history, it must, like all acting beings, have a head, its supreme head. Weitling sets this out in his trio, and Proudhon declares, Une société, pour ainsi dire acéphale, ne peut vivre. The vox populi is now always held up to us, and public opinion is supposed to rule over our princes. Certainly the vox populi is the same as the vox dei, but aren't both rather useless, and isn't the vox principis also vox dei? One may be reminded here of the nationals. To require the 38 states of Germany to act as one nation can only be placed beside the senseless desire that 38 swarms of bees, led by 38 queens, should unite into one swarm. Bees they all remain, but it is not bees as bees that belong together and can unite with each other, but rather only the subservient bees are connected with the ruling queen bees. Bees and peoples are without will, and the instinct of their queens leads them. If one were to refer the bees to their beehood, in which they are in any case all equal to each other, one would be doing the same as they are now so stormily doing in referring the Germans to their Germanhood. Germanhood is exactly like beehood in this, that it bears in itself the necessity for divisions and separations, but without advancing as far as the last separation, where with the full implementation of separating its end appears. I mean the separation of human being from human being. Germanhood indeed divides itself into different peoples and tribes, i.e., beehives, but the individual who has the quality of being German is still as powerless as the isolated bee. And yet only individuals can enter into association with each other, and all people's alliances and leagues are and remain mechanical compositions, because those assembled, at least insofar as peoples are seen as the ones assembled, are without will. Only with the last separation does separation itself end and change into association. Now the nationals are endeavoring to establish the abstract lifeless unity of beehood, but the self-owned will fight for self-willed unity, for association. Here is the feature of all reactionary desires, that they want to set up something universal, abstract, an empty, lifeless concept, whereas the self-owned strive to unburden the sturdy, lively particular from the tangled mass of generalities. The reactionaries would be glad to pound a people, a nation, forth from the earth. The self-owned have only themselves in mind. Essentially, the two efforts that are on the agenda today, namely, the restoration of provincial rights, the old tribal divisions, Franks, Bavarians, etc., Lausitz, etc., and the restoration of the whole nationality, come together as one. The Germans will only come into agreement, i.e., unite themselves, if they knock over their beehood as well as all beehives. In other words, when they are more than German. Only then can they form a German association. They have to not want to go back into their nationality, into the womb, to be born again, but rather let each one come into himself. How laughably sentimental, when one German grasps another's right hand and squeezes it with a sacred shiver, because he too is a German. With this, he has some claim. But that will certainly be considered touching so long as people go into raptures over brotherhood, i.e., as long as they have a family attitude. From the superstition of filial piety, from brotherhood or childlikeness, or however else the soft-hearted phrases of piety read, the nationals, who want a big family of Germans, aren't able to free themselves from the family spirit. In any case, the so-called nationals would only have to understand themselves correctly to rise above their connection with the good-natured Germanhood fanatics. Because the association for material ends and interests which they demand of the Germans really amounts to nothing more than a voluntary association. Carrier enthusiastically cries out, "Railroads are to the more penetrating eye the way into a people's life, as it has appeared nowhere with such significance." Quite right, it will be a people's life that has appeared nowhere, because it is not a people's life. So Carrier contests himself. Pure humanity or humankind cannot be better represented than by a people fulfilling its mission. Indeed, only national identity is represented. The vague generality is lower than the self-contained form, which is itself a whole, and lives as a living part of the truly universal, the organized. The people is precisely this vague generality, and it is only a person that is the self-contained form. The impersonality of what one calls people, nation, is clear also from the fact that a people which wants to manifest its I to the best of its power puts the ruler without will at its head. It is situated in the alternative, either to be subjected to a prince who only realizes himself, his individual pleasures, then it doesn't recognize in the absolute master its own will, the so-called people's will, or to put a prince on the throne who asserts no will of his own. Then it has a prince without will, whose place might be filled as well by some well-calculated clockwork. Therefore, the understanding need only go one step further. It follows of itself that the people's I is an impersonal, spiritual power, the law. It follows from this that the I of the people is a phantasm, not an I. I am only I because I make myself, i.e., because no one else makes me, but rather I must be my own work. But how is it with that people's I? Chance plays it into the people's hand. Chance gives it this or that lord by birth. Contingencies provide it with the chosen one. He is not the sovereign people's product, as I am my product. Think about this. Someone tries to convince you that you're not your own I, but rather Hans or Kunz is your I. But that's how it goes for the people, and rightly so for it, because the people has no more of an I than the 11 planets reckoned together have, even though they revolve around a common center. Bailey's statement is typical of the slave mentality that persons have before the sovereign people, as before the prince. I no longer have, he says, any extra reason when the general reason has been pronounced. My first law was the nation's will. As soon as it had assembled, I knew nothing more than its sovereign will. He doesn't want to have any extra reason, and yet this extra reason alone accomplishes everything. Similarly, Mirabeau rails in the words, "No power on earth has the right to say to the nation's representatives, 'It is my will.'" As with the Greeks, people would now like to make the human being a zoon politikon, a citizen of the state or a political person. Thus he was regarded for a long time as a citizen of heaven, but the Greek was degraded along with his state. The citizen of heaven becomes so along with his heaven. We, on the other hand, aren't willing to go down with the people, the nation and nationality, aren't willing to be mere political persons or politicians. Since the revolution they've striven for the people's happiness, and insofar as they make the people happy, great, etc., they make us unhappy. The people's happiness is my unhappiness. One readily sees again what empty gossip the political liberals utter with emphatic decorum in Nachwuchs über die Teilnahme am Staate. There the author complains about those who are indifferent and don't participate, those who aren't citizens in the full sense, and talks as if one could not be human at all if one did not participate fervently in state system, i.e., if one were not a politician. He's right about that, because if the state is considered the guardian of everything human, then we can have nothing human without taking part in it. But what does this say against the egoist? Nothing at all, because the egoist himself is the guardian of humanity for himself, and says only these words to the state, "Get out of my son." Only when the state comes in contact with his ownness does the egoist take an active interest in it. If the condition of the state doesn't weigh down on the armchair scholar, is he to deal with it because it is his most sacred duty? As long as the state treats him as he wishes, what need does he have to look up from his studies? Let those who from their own interest want different conditions, deal with them. Not now, nor ever, will sacred duty bring people to consider the state, as little as they become disciples of science, artists, etc., from sacred duty. Egoism alone can drive them to it, and so it will be as soon as it gets much worse. If you showed people that their egoism required consideration of the state system, then you wouldn't have to call on them for long. But if you appealed to their love of the fatherland and the like, then you'd be preaching about this service of love to deaf hearts for a long time. Of course, in your sense, egoists would not participate in state affairs at all. Nauvak utters a genuine liberal phrase. The person fulfills his calling completely only when he feels and knows himself as a member of humanity, and is active as such. The individual cannot realize the idea of humanness if he does not base himself on the whole of humanity, if he doesn't draw his strength from it like Antaeus. In the same place, he says, the person's relation to the res publica is degraded by the theological perspective to a purely private matter, and is thus done away with by denial. As if the political perspective did otherwise with religion. Their religion is a private matter. If, instead of sacred duty, human destiny, the calling to full humanness and similar commandments, one would hold up to people that their self-interest will waste away if they let everything go on as it's going in the state, then one would address them, without tirades, as one would have to address them at the decisive moment if he wants to achieve his aim. Instead, the theology-hating author says, if at any time the state laid a claim on all its own, ours is such a time. The thinking person sees participation in the theory and practice of the state as a duty, one of the most sacred duties that falls to him, and then brings the unconditional necessity that everyone participate in the state closer into view. Anyone in whose head or heart or both the state sits, anyone possessed by the state, or the believer in the state, is a politician, and remains so forever. The state is the most necessary means for the complete development of humanity. It certainly has been so long as we wanted to develop humanity, but if we want to develop ourselves, it can only be a means of hindering us. Can one still reform and improve the state and the people now? As little as the nobility, the clergy, the church, etc., one can dissolve, destroy, annihilate them, not reform them. Can I transform something nonsensical into sense through reform, or must I drop it outright? From now on, what there is to be done is no longer about the state constitution, etc., but about me. With this, all questions about royal power, the constitution and so on, sink into their true abyss and their true nothingness. I, this nothing, will bring forth my creations from myself. The party, whose praises some have recently sung, also belongs to the chapter of society. In the state, the party counts. Party, who shouldn't join one? But the individual is unique, not a party member. He unites freely, and freely separates again. The party is nothing but a state within the state, and in this smaller B-state peace will also rule, just as in the larger. The very ones who cry most loudly that there must be an opposition in the state rail against any disagreement in the party, a proof that they too just want a state. All parties shatter not against the state, but against the unique. One hears nothing more frequently now than the admonition to remain faithful to his party. Party people despise nothing so much as a factionalist. One must go with his party through thick and thin and unconditionally endorse and represent its main principles. Indeed, it isn't quite as bad here as with closed societies, because these bind their members with fixed laws or statutes, for example the orders, the Society of Jesus, etc. But, nonetheless, the party stops being an association at the same moment in which it makes certain principles binding and wants to know that they are safe against attack, but this moment is precisely the act of birth of the party. Already as a party it is a born society, a dead association, and an idea that has become fixed. As a party of absolutism, it cannot want its members to doubt the irrefutable truth of this principle. They could only entertain this doubt if they were egoistic enough to want to be something else outside their parties, i.e., non-partisan. They cannot be non-partisan as party people, but only as egoists. If you are a Protestant and belong to this party, then you can only justify Protestantism, at most purify it, not reject it. If you are a Christian and belong among the people of the Christian party, then you cannot go beyond this as a member of the party, but only when your egoism, your non-partisanship, impels you to do it. What efforts the Christians, down to Hegel and the communists, have put out to make their party strong. They stick with it, that Christianity must contain the eternal truth, and one only needs to find it out, establish it, and justify it. In short, the party cannot tolerate non-partisanship, and precisely in this egoism appears. What does the party matter to me? I'll still find enough to associate with me, without having to swear to my flag. Anyone who goes over from one party to another is upbraided as a turncoat. Certainly morality demands that one stick to his party, and to desert it means to stain oneself with the stigma of unfaithfulness. But ownness knows no commandment of faithfulness, devotion, etc. Ownness allows everything, even desertion, defection. Unconsciously, even the moral let themselves be guided by this principle, when they're dealing with judging one who defects to their party. Indeed, they're likely to make proselytes. Only at the same time they should gain an awareness of the fact that one must act immorally to act on one's own. Here, that one must break faith, yes, even his oath, in order to determine himself rather than being determined by moral considerations. In the eyes of people of strict moral judgment, an apostate always shimmers in equivocal colors, and won't easily earn their trust. Indeed, the taint of unfaithfulness, i.e., of an immorality, sticks to him. Among base men this view is almost universally found. As always, the enlightened get into uncertainty and confusion here as well, and the contradiction that inevitably results from the principle of morality doesn't come clearly into their awareness because of the confusion of their concepts. They don't dare to call the apostate immoral straight out, because they themselves are tempted to apostasy, to conversion from one religion to another, etc., and they also can't yet give up the standpoint of morality. And yet here was the opportunity to be seized for stepping outside of morality. Are the own or unique perhaps a party? How could they be own if they were those who belong to a party? Or should one not deal with any party? Just by associating with them and entering into their circle, one forms an association with them that lasts just so long as the party and I have one and the same goal. But today I still share the party's tendency, and by tomorrow I can no longer do so, and I become unfaithful to it. The party has nothing binding, obligatory for me, and I don't respect it. If I no longer like it, I become its enemy. In every party that upholds itself and its existence, the members are unfree, or better unown, to the degree that they lack egoism, that they serve the desire of the party. The independence of the party requires the lack of independence of the party members. A party, of whatever sort it may be, can never do without a confession of faith, because those who belong to the party must believe in its principles. They must not doubt or question it. It must be what is certain, what is unquestionable for the party member. This means, one must belong to a party body and soul, otherwise one is not truly a party man, but rather more or less an egoist. Entertain any doubt of Christianity and you are already no longer a true Christian. You have lifted yourself to the audacity of raising a question about it and hauling it before your egoistic judgment seat. You have sinned against Christianity, this party cause, because it is certainly not a cause, for example, for the Jews, another party. But good for you if you don't let yourself be frightened. Your audacity helps you to ownness. So then, can an egoist ever seize onto or take up with a party? Yes, only he can't let the party seize onto or take him. The party remains at all times nothing but a game for him. He is in the game. He takes part. The best state would clearly be the one which has the most loyal citizens, and the more the devoted sense of legality is lost, the more the state, this system of morality, this moral life itself, becomes diminished in force and quality. With the good citizens, the good state also degenerates and dissolves into anarchy and lawlessness. Respect for the law. The state as a whole is held together by this cement. The law is sacred, and anyone who transgresses it is a criminal. Without crime, no state. The moral world, and that is the state, is stuffed full of rogues, swindlers, liars, thieves, etc. Since the state is the rule of law, its hierarchy, therefore the egoist, in all cases where his advantage runs up against the state, can only satisfy himself through crime. The state cannot give up the claim that its laws and regulations are sacred. With this, the individual is considered precisely as the unholy, barbarian natural human being, egoist, since he is against the state, which is precisely how the Church once viewed him. For the individual, the state takes on the halo of a saint. So it adopts a law against dueling. Two people who both agree that they want to stake their life for a cause, no matter which one, must not be allowed to do so, because the state won't have it. It sets a penalty for it. So where is the freedom of self-determination? It's altogether another thing when, as in North America for example, society determines to let the duelists bear certain negative consequences of their act, such as withdrawal of the credit previously enjoyed. To refuse credit is everyone's affair, and if a society wants to withdraw it for this or that reason, the person affected can't therefore complain about an infringement of his freedom. The society is just asserting its own freedom. This is no penalty for sin, no penalty for a crime. There the duel is no crime, but only an action against which society will take countermeasures, will set a defense. The state, however, stamps the duel as a crime, i.e., a violation of its sacred laws. It makes it a criminal case. If society leaves it to the decision of the individual, whether he wants to draw negative consequences and inconveniences to himself by his actions, and in this way recognizes his free decision, then the state does just the opposite, denying all rights to the individual's decision, and confers the only right to its own decision, state law, so that anyone who goes against the state's commandment will be looked upon as if he had gone against God's commandment, a view which the Church also once maintained. Here God is the sacred one in and of himself, and the commandments of the Church, like those of the state, are the commandments of this sacred one, which he delivers to the world, through his anointed and rulers by the grace of God. As the Church had mortal sins, so the state has capital crimes. As the one had heretics, so the other has traitors. The one had ecclesiastical penalties, the other has criminal penalties. The one had inquisitorial trials, the other has fiscal trials. In short, their sins, here crimes, their sinners, here criminals, their inquisition, and here inquisition. Won't the sanctity of the state fall, like that of the Church? The awe of its laws, the reverence of its sovereignty, the humility of its subjects, will this last? Will the sacred face not be disfigured? What a folly to demand of state power that it should enter into an honest fight with the individual, and, as one expresses himself with freedom of the press, share sun and wind equally. If the state, this concept, is to be an effective power, it must simply be a higher power against the individual. The state is sacred and should not expose itself to the impudent attacks of individuals. If the state is sacred, then there must be censorship. The political liberals acknowledge the former and deny the consequence. But in any case, they concede repressive penalties to it, because they insist that the state is more than the individual and practices a justified revenge, called punishment. Punishment only has a meaning when it is to grant atonement for the violation of a sacred thing. If something is sacred to someone, then if he treats it with hostility, he certainly deserves punishment. A person who allows a human life to continue to exist because it is sacred to him and he has a dread of infringing on it is simply a religious person. Weitling lays the blame for crime on social disorder and lives in the expectation that under communist institutions crimes will become impossible because the temptations to them, such as money, will be removed. But since his organized society is also extolled as sacred and inviolable, he miscalculates in that kind-hearted opinion. Those who declared their support with their mouth for the communist society, but worked underhandedly for its ruin, would not be lacking. Besides, Weitling has to continue with remedies against the natural remainder of human diseases and weaknesses, and remedies always announce at the start that one considers individuals to be called to a certain well-being, and will consequently treat them in accordance with this human calling. The remedy or cure is only the reverse side of punishment. The theory of cure runs parallel with the theory of punishment. If the latter sees in an action a sin against right, the former takes it for a sin against himself, as a wasting of his health. But the appropriate thing is for me to look at it as an action that suits me or that doesn't suit me, as hostile or friendly to me, i.e., that I treat it as my property, which I cultivate or destroy. Neither crime nor disease is an egoist view of the matter, i.e., a judgment coming from me, but from something else, namely, whether it violates the right, generally, or the health in part of the individual, the sick one, and in part of the universal society. Crime is treated implacably, disease with loving kindness, compassion, and the like. Punishment follows crime. If crime falls because the sacred disappears, punishment must no less be dragged into its fall, because it too only has meaning in relation to something sacred. They have abolished ecclesiastical punishments. Why? because how someone behaves toward the holy God is his own affair. But as this one punishment, ecclesiastical punishment, has fallen, so all punishments must fall. As sin against the so-called God is a person's own affair, so is that against every sort of so-called sacred thing. According to our theories of penal law, with whose timely improvement people are struggling in vain, they want to punish people for this or that inhumanity, and make the foolishness of these theories especially clear by their consequences, in that they hang the little thieves, and let the big ones go. For violation of property, you have the penitentiary, while for forced thought, suppression of natural human rights, only presentations and petitions. The criminal code has continued existence only through the sacred, and falls to pieces by itself if they give up punishment. Now everywhere they want to create a new penal law without having reservations about punishment. But it is precisely punishment that must give way to satisfaction, which again cannot aim at satisfying right or justice, but at procuring a satisfactory outcome for us. If one does to us something we won't put up with, we break his power and bring our own to bear. We satisfy ourselves on him and don't fall into the folly of trying to satisfy right, the phantasm. The sacred isn't to defend itself against human beings, but rather the human being is to defend himself against human beings. As of course God too no longer defends himself against human beings. That God to whom once and in part indeed even now all God's servants offered their hands to punish the blasphemer, as still to this very day they offer their hands to the sacred, that to devotion to the sacred also brings it about that without any lively interest of one's own, one only delivers malefactors into the hands of the police and the courts, an apathetic giving over to the authorities, who will of course best administer sacred things. The people goes utterly nuts, sending the police against everything that seems immoral, or even only unseemly to it, and this popular rage for the moral protects the police institution more than the mere government could possibly protect it. In crime, the egoist has up to now asserted himself and mocked the sacred. The breaking with the sacred, or rather of the sacred, can become general. A revolution never returns, but an immense, reckless, shameless, conscienceless, proud crime. Doesn't it rumble in the distant thunder, and don't you see how the sky grows ominously silent and gloomy? The person who refuses to use his powers for such restricted societies as family, party, nation, still always longs for a worthier society, and thinks that he may have found the true object of love in human society, or humanity, and to sacrifice himself to it constitutes his honor. From now on, he lives for and serves humanity. People is the name of the body, state the name of the spirit, of that ruling person that has suppressed me up to now. Some have wanted to transfigure peoples and states by expanding them to humanity and universal reason, but enslavement would only become still more intense through this expansion, and philanthropists and humanitarians are as absolute masters as politicians and diplomats. Modern critics rail against religion because it sets God, the divine, the moral, etc. outside the human being, or makes them something objective, against which these critics simply move these same subjects into the human being instead. But these critics fall no less into the error of religion, giving the human being a destiny, in that they also want to know him as divine, human, and the like. Morality, freedom and humanity, etc., are his essence. And like religion, politics also wanted to educate the human being, to bring him to the realization of his essence, his destiny, to make something out of him, namely a true human being, the one in the form of the true believer, the other in the form of the true bourgeois citizen or subject. In fact, it comes to the same thing whether you call the destiny the divine, or the human. Under religion and politics, the human being is situated at the standpoint of should. He should become this or that, he should be so and so. Everyone brings this postulate, this commandment, not only up before others, but also before himself. Those critics say, you should be a whole, a free human being. So they are also tempted to proclaim a new religion, to set up a new absolute, an ideal, namely, freedom. Human beings should be free. Then, missionaries of freedom might even arise, as Christianity sent missionaries of the faith in the conviction that everyone was actually meant to become Christians. Freedom would then establish itself as a new community, as up to now faith has a church, morality has a state, and carry on a similar propaganda from that. Indeed, there can be no objection raised against assembling together, but so much the more must one oppose any renewal of the old care for our welfare, education toward an end, in short, the principle of making something out of us, no matter whether it's Christians, subjects, or free people and human beings. One may well say with Feuerbach and others that religion has removed the human from human beings, and has transferred it into a hereafter, that, unattainable there, it led its existence as a personal being for itself, as a god. But the error of religion is in no way exhausted with this. One could very well drop the personality of the otherworldly human, could transform God into the divine, and one would still remain religious. Because the religious consists in discontent with present-day human beings, in setting up a perfection for which to strive, in the human being struggling for his completion. You therefore should be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. Matthew chapter 5 verse 48. It consists in the fixation of an ideal, an absolute. Perfection is the highest good, the finis bonorum. The ideal for everyone is the perfect human being, the true, the free human being, etc. The efforts of modern times aim to set up the ideal of the free human being. If one can find it, there's a new religion, because there's a new ideal, there's a new yearning, a new struggling, a new devotion, a new deity, a new contrition. With the ideal of absolute freedom, someone's up to the same tricks as with everything absolute, and according to Hess, for example, it's supposed to be realizable in the absolute human society. Indeed, immediately afterward this realization is called a calling, just as he then defines freedom as morality. The kingdom of justice, i.e., equality, and morality, i.e., freedom, is supposed to begin. One is ridiculous if, when the fellows of his tribe, family, nation count for much, he is nothing but puffed up over the merit of his fellows, but the one who only wants to be human is also blinded. None of them puts his worth in exclusiveness, but rather in connectedness, or the tie, which joins him together with others, in ties of blood, nationality, humanity. Today's nationals have again stirred up the dispute between those who think they have only human blood and human blood ties, and the others, who insist upon their special blood and special blood ties. If we disregard the fact that pride might reveal an overestimation, and take it solely for awareness, then we find an immense gap between the pride of belonging to a nation, and thus being its property, and the pride in calling a nationality one's property. Nationality is my characteristic, but the nation is my owner and mistress. If you have bodily strength, then you can apply it at a suitable place, and have a sense of self, or pride from it. If, however, your strong body has you, then it gives you the itch everywhere, and in the most unsuitable places, to show its strength. You can't shake anyone's hand without having to squeeze it. The insight that one is more than a family member, more than a tribesman, more than an individual specimen of the people, has finally led to people saying that one is more than all this because one is a human being, or the human being is more than the Jew, the German, etc. Therefore let everyone be wholly and solely human. Couldn't one rather say, since we are more than what's been stated, we will therefore be this as well as that more. Thus, human and German, human and Guelph, etc. The nationals are right, one cannot deny his nationality, and the humanitarians are right, one must not remain in the bigotry of the national. The contradiction is resolved in uniqueness, the national is my characteristic. But I am not absorbed into my characteristic, as the human is also my characteristic, but I first give existence to the human being, through my uniqueness. History seeks for the human being, but it is I, you, we. Sought as a mysterious essence, as the divine, first as God, then as the human being, humanity, humaneness, humankind. It is found as the individual, the finite, the unique. I am the owner of humanity, am humanity, and do nothing for the welfare of another humanity. Fool, you who are a unique humanity, that you put on airs about wanting to live for another than you yourself are. The relationship considered up to now of me to the human world offers such a wealth of phenomena that it will have to be taken up again and again on other occasions. But here, where it is only to be broadly illustrated, it has to be broken off to make room for a perception of two other sides from which it radiates. Because since I find myself in relation not only with human beings insofar as they show themselves in the concept human being, or are human children, children of humanity in the way one speaks of children of God, but also with what they have of the human and call their own, and as I therefore relate not only to what they are through the human, but also to their human possessions, so in addition to the human world, the world of the senses and that of ideas are to be brought into the circle of our discussion, and something said about what human beings call their own in sensuous as well as depending on how a person had developed the concept of the human and made it imaginable. He gave it to us as this or that person in authority to respect, and finally from the broadest understanding of this concept arose the command, respect the human being in everyone. But if I respect the human being, then my respect must likewise extend to human things, or to what is the human beings. Human beings have something of their own, and I am supposed to recognize this own, and hold it sacred. Their own consists partly in outer, and partly in inner possessions. The former are things, the latter intellectual matters, thoughts, convictions, noble feelings, etc. But I am always only supposed to respect rightful or human possessions. The wrongful and inhuman I need not spare, because only the human being's own is the real own of human beings. Religion, for example, is an inner possession of this kind, because religion is free, i.e. is the human being's. I am not allowed to infringe upon it. Honor is also an inner possession. It is free, and I am not allowed to infringe upon it. Action for insults, caricatures, etc. Religion and honor are spiritual property. In material property, the person stands at the top. My person is my first property. Therefore, freedom of the person, but only the rightful or human person is free, the other is locked up. Your life is your property, but it is sacred to human beings only if it is not that of an inhuman monster. What material goods the human being as such cannot hold on to, we may take from them. This is the meaning of competition, of freedom of trade. What he can't hold on to in spiritual goods is likewise forfeited to us. So far goes the freedom of discussion, of science, of criticism. But sanctified goods are inviolable. Sanctified and guaranteed by whom? Initially by the state, society, but ultimately by the human being, or the concept of the thing, because the concept of sanctified goods is this, that they are truly human, or that the holder possesses them as a human being, and not as an inhuman monster. On the spiritual side, a person's faith is such a good, as are his honor, his moral feeling, and indeed even his feeling of decency, of shame, etc. Acts, speeches, writings, that insult honor are punishable. Attacks against the basis of all religion, attacks against political beliefs, in short, attacks against everything that a human being has, by right. How far critical liberalism would extend the sacredness of goods, on this, it has as yet made no statement, and probably also wrongly believes itself to be averse to all sacredness. But, as it fights against egoism, it must set limits on it, and must not let the inhuman monster attack human things. If it came to power, to its theoretical disdain for the mass, there would have to correspond a practical repudiation, what extension the concept human being gets, and what comes to the individual human being through it, thus what the human being and the human thing are. The various grades of liberalism differ on this, and the political, the social, the humane human being, each always lay claim to more than the other, for the human being. The one who has best grasped this concept knows best what is the human being's. The state still grasps this concept within political limitations, society within social limitations. Humanity, so it's said, is the first to wholly grasp it, or the history of humanity develops it. But if the human being is discovered, then we also know the human being's own, the property of the human being, the human thing. But let the individual human being lay claim to ever so many rights because the human being, or the concept human being, i.e., because his being a human being, gives him the right to them. What do I care for his right and his claim? If he only has his right from the human being and doesn't have it from me, then for me he has no right. His life, for example, counts to me only for what it is worth to me. I respect neither his so-called property rights, or his right to material goods, nor even his right to the sanctuary of his inner being, or his right to have his spiritual goods and divinities, his gods, remain unharmed. His goods, the sensual as well as the spiritual, are mine, and I deal with them as property owner to the extent of my power. There's a broader meaning hidden in the property question than its narrow formulation allows one to bring out. Referred solely to what people call our possessions, it is capable of no solution. The determination is to be found only in the one from whom we have everything. Property depends on the owner. The revolution directed its weapons against everything that came by God's grace, for example against divine right, in whose place the human was reinforced. To that granted by the God's grace is opposed that which is derived from the human essence. Now, just as the relationship of human beings to each other, as opposed to religious dogma which commands a love for one another for God's sake, had to get its human position through a love for one another for the sake of the human being, so the revolutionary teaching could do nothing else, as to what concerns the relation of human beings to the things of this world, than to establish that the world, which had up to now been arranged by God's order, henceforth belongs to the human being. The world belongs to the human being, and should be respected by me as its property. Property is what is mine. Property in the bourgeois sense means sacred property, such that I have to respect your property. Respect for property. Therefore the politicians would like everyone to possess their little piece of property, and have partly brought about an incredible parceling out through this effort. Everyone must have their bone on which to find something to chew. The matter goes differently in the egoist sense. I don't shyly step back from your property, but see it always as my property in which I need to respect nothing. Just do the same with what you call my property. With this view, we will most easily come to an understanding with each other. The political liberals see to it that if possible, all servitudes get removed, and everyone is a free lord on his ground, even if this ground only has so much soil that one person's manure would sufficiently saturate it. That farmer married even in his old age, that he might profit from his wife's crap, be it ever so small, if one only has his own, namely a respected property. The more such owners, such crap holders, the more free people and food patriots the state has. Political liberalism, like everything religious, counts on respect, humanity, the loving virtues. That's why it lives in endless annoyance. Because in practice people respect nothing. And every day the small possessions get bought up again by the bigger owners, and the free people become day laborers. If, against this, the small owners had kept in mind that the large property was also theirs, they wouldn't have respectfully excluded themselves from it, and wouldn't have been excluded. Property as bourgeois liberals understand it deserves the attack of the communists, and Proudhon. It is intolerable, because the bourgeois property owner is really nothing but a propertyless person, one who is everywhere excluded. Instead of owning the world as he might, he doesn't even own the paltry point on which he turns round. Proudhon doesn't want the propriétaire, but the possesseur, or usufruitier. What does that mean? He doesn't want the land to belong to anyone, but the benefit of it. And even if one is entitled to only the 100th part of this benefit, this fruit is nonetheless his property which he can deal with as he sees fit. One who only has the benefit of an acre is assuredly not its property owner, still less the one who, as Proudhon wants it, must give up as much of the benefit as is not required for his needs, but he is the property owner of the share that is left to him. So Proudhon denies only this or that property, not property as such. If we no longer want to leave the land to the landowners, but want to appropriate it for ourselves, then we associate ourselves for this purpose, form an association, a société, that makes itself the property owner. If we succeed, then those others cease to be landowners. And as we drive them from the land, so we can drive them out from many other properties still, to make it our property, the property of the conquerors. The conquerors form a society, which you can think of as so large, that it gradually embraces all humanity, but so-called humanity as such, is also just a thought, phantasm. The individuals are its actuality. And these individuals as a collective mass, would treat soil and land, no less arbitrarily, than an isolated individual, or a so-called propriétaire. Even so, therefore property remains, and that as exclusive too, in that humanity, that great society, excludes the individual from its property, perhaps only leases him a piece of it, grants it to him in fief, as it, in any case, excludes everything that is not humanity. For example, It doesn't allow the animal world to come into property. So will it also remain and become. That in which all want to have a share will be taken away from the individual who wants to have it for himself alone. It is made common property. As a common property, each one has his share in it, and this share is his property. So indeed, even in our old relations, a house, which belongs to 5 heirs, is their common property. But a 5th part of the revenue is each one's property. Proudhon could save his extensive pathos, if he said, "There are some things that belong only to a few, and on which the rest of us will from now on lay claim or siege. Let's take them, since it's through taking that one comes into property, and the property that is for now still kept away from us likewise came to the owners only by taking. It will be put to better use if it is in all of our hands than if the few are in charge of it. Let us therefore associate ourselves for the purpose of this robbery volume." Instead, he tells us the lie that society is the original possessor and the sole owner of inalienable rights. Against it, so-called property owners have become thieves. La propriété c'est le volume. Now if it takes the property away from the present owner, it robs him of nothing, because it is just asserting its inalienable right. So far one comes with the phantasm of society as a moral person. On the contrary, what the human being can get belongs to him. The world belongs to me. Are you saying anything else with the opposite proposition? The world belongs to all. All are I and I again, etc. But you make a phantasm out of the all, and make it sacred, so that then all become the awful masters of the individual. Then the ghost of right stands at their side. Proudhon, like the communists, fights against egoism. That is why they are continuations and consequences of the Christian principle, the principle of love, of sacrifice, for something universal, something alien. They complete, for example, in property, only what has long existed in the matter, namely the propertylessness of individuals. When the law says, ad regis potestas omnium pertinet, ad singulos proprietas, omnia rex imperio possidet, singuli dominio, it means this: the king is the property owner, because he alone can dispose of and deal with everything. He has potestas and imperium over it. The communists make this clearer, in that they transfer that imperium to the society of all. So, since they're enemies of egoism, they are therefore Christians, or more generally, religious people, believers in ghosts, dependents, servants of whatever universal, God, society, etc. Proudhon is also like the Christians in this, in that he attributes to God what he denies to human beings. He calls him the propriétaire of the earth. With this he proves that he can't think away the property owner as such. He comes at last to a property owner but transfers him to the other world. The property owner is neither God nor the human being, human society, but the individual. Proudhon, also Weitling, believes he is saying the worst about property when he calls it theft, volume. Completely leaving aside the embarrassing question of what well-founded objection one could make against theft, we only ask, is the concept of theft at all possible, unless one lets the concept of property count? How can one steal if property doesn't yet exist? What belongs to no one cannot be stolen. You don't steal the water that you draw from the sea. Consequently, property is not theft, but a theft becomes possible only through property. Weitling also has to come to this, since he indeed regards everything as the property of all. If something is the property of all, then indeed, the individual who appropriates it to himself steals. Private property lives only by the grace of the law. Only in law does it have its guarantee. Indeed, possession is not yet property, it is only mine by consent of the law. It isn't a fact, un fait as Proudhon says, but a fiction, a thought. This is legal property, legitimate property, guaranteed property. It is mine not by me, but by law. Still, property is the expression for unlimited control over something, thing, animal, human being, of which I can dispose of as I see fit. According to Roman law, indeed, usutendi et abutendi re sua, quatenus iuris ratio patitur, an exclusive and unlimited right, but property is brought about by power. What I have in my power, that is my own. As long as I assert myself as holder, I am the property owner of the thing. If it gets away from me again, no matter by what power, for example, through my recognition of another's entitlement to the thing, then the property is extinguished. So property and possession come together as one. No right lying outside my power legitimizes me, but only my power. If I no longer have this, then the thing disappears from me. When the Romans had no more power against the Germanic peoples, the Roman world empire belonged to the latter, and it would sound ridiculous for one to insist that the Romans still remained the real owners. To whoever knows how to take and hold the thing, it belongs, until someone takes it away from him, as freedom belongs to the one who takes it. Only power decides about property, and since the state, whether the state of the bourgeoisie or of paupers or of human beings as such, is the only powerful one, it alone is property owner. I, the unique, have nothing, and am only enfeoffed, am a vassal, and as such a servant. Under the rule of the state, there is no property of mine. If I want to increase the value of my own, the value of ownness, should I reduce property? As I have not been respected up to now, because the people, humankind, and 1,000 other generalities were placed higher, so also to this day property has not been recognized in its full value. Also property was only the property of a ghost, e.g. the people's property. My whole existence belonged to the fatherland. I belong to the fatherland, the people, the state, and so all that I called my own did too. Some demand of states that they should eliminate pauperism. It seems to me that this is asking the state to cut off its own head and lay it at its feet. As long as the state is the I, the individual, I must be a poor devil, a non-I. The state has only one interest, to be rich itself. Whether Michael is rich and Peter is poor is all the same to it. Peter could also be rich and Michael poor. It looks on indifferently as one grows poor and the other gets rich, unconcerned about this interplay. As individuals they are really equal before its face. In this it is just, before it they are both nothing, as we are altogether sinners before God. However, it has a very strong interest in this, that those individuals who make it their I should have a share in its wealth. It makes them participants in its property. Through property, with which it rewards the individuals, it tames them, but this remains its property, and everyone has the usufruct of it only so long as he carries in himself the I of the state, or is a loyal member of society. In the opposite case, the property would be confiscated or made to melt away through embarrassing legal trials. Consequently, property is and remains state property, and not property of the I. That the state doesn't arbitrarily take away from the individual what he has from the state is just the same as this, that the state doesn't rob itself. Anyone who is a state I, i.e., a good bourgeois citizen or subject, as such an I, not as an own I, holds his fief undisturbed. The code puts it like this: property is what I call mine, by virtue of God and law. But it is mine by virtue of God and law only so long as the state has nothing against it. In expropriations, the confiscation of weapons and the like, as when, for example, the treasury takes away inheritances if the heirs don't come forward early enough. Indeed, the otherwise concealed principle that only the people, the state, is a property owner, while the individual is a vassal, leaps to the eyes. The state, I wanted to say, cannot intend that anyone would have property for his own sake, or actually be rich, or indeed even just well-to-do. It can bestow nothing, allow nothing to come, grant nothing, to me as me. The state cannot control pauperism, because the poverty of possession is the poverty of my own. Anyone who is nothing but what chance or another, namely the state, makes of him quite rightly, has nothing but what another gives him. And this other will only give him what he deserves, what he is worth, through serving. He doesn't make use of himself, but rather the state makes use of him. Political economy deals a lot with this subject. It goes, however, far beyond the political, and goes beyond the concepts and horizon of the state, which only knows state property and can distribute only this. Thus it ties the possession of property to conditions, as it ties everything to them, for example marriage, in that it allows marriage sanctioned by it to count, and snatches this from my power. But property is only my property, when I hold it unconditionally. Only I, as unconditional I, have property, enter into a love relationship, carry on free trade. The state doesn't care about me and mine, but about itself and its. I count for something to it only as its child, as a child of the country. As I am nothing at all to it. What happens to me as I is, for the state's understanding, something accidental, my wealth, as well as my impoverishment. But if I, with all that is mine, am an accident for it, this proves that it cannot conceive of me. I go beyond its conceptions, or its understanding is too limited to conceive of me. Therefore it can't do anything for me either. Pauperism is my lack of worth, the phenomenon that I can't make use of myself. Therefore state and pauperism are one and the same. The state doesn't let me come to my worth, and exists only through my worthlessness. It always presumes to draw benefit from me, i.e., to exploit, to deplete, to consume me, even if this consumption only consists in my supplying a proletariat. It wants me to be its creation. Then pauperism can only be removed when as I make use of myself, when I give myself worth, and make my own price myself. I have to rise up in revolt to rise in the world. What I create, flour, canvas or iron and coal, which I laboriously win from the earth, is my work that I want to make worthwhile for me. But I can complain a long time that I am not paid for my work according to its worth. The payer will not listen to me, and the state will likewise react apathetically so long as it doesn't believe it has to appease me, so that I don't break out with my dreaded might. But this appeasement is the end of the matter, and if it occurs to me to demand more, then the state will turn on me with all the force of its lion's paws and eagle's claws, because it is the king of beasts, the lion and the eagle. If I refuse to be satisfied with the price it sets for my goods and labor, if instead I strive to determine the price of my goods myself, i.e., to pay myself, then, first of all, I get into a conflict with the buyers of the goods. If this is resolved by an agreement on both sides, the state would not easily make objections, because how individuals deal with each other is of little concern to it, so long as, in doing this, they don't get in its way. Its harm and its danger begin only when they don't get along with each other, but rather, because no arrangement is made, grab each other by the head. The state cannot tolerate that human beings stand in direct relationship to human being. It has to come between as mediator, has to intervene. What Christ, the saints, the church were, the state has become, namely, mediator. It tears human being from human being, to place itself in the middle, as spirit. The workers who demand higher wages are treated as criminals, as soon as they want to force it. What should they do? Without force they don't get it, and in force the state sees a self-help, a determination of price by myself, a genuine, free utilization of one's property, that it can't allow. What then should the workers do? Stick to themselves and ask nothing from the state. But, as things stand with my physical work, so it is also with my intellectual work. The state allows me to utilize all my thoughts and to bring them to everyone. Indeed, I already utilize them, for example, through this, that they bring honor to me from the listeners and the like, but only so long as my thoughts are its thoughts. On the other hand, if I harbor thoughts of which it doesn't approve, i.e., which it can't make its own, then it doesn't allow me to utilize them at all, to bring them into exchange, into intercourse. My thoughts are free only when they are granted to me by the state's grace, i.e., if they are the state's thoughts. It allows me to philosophize freely only insofar as I prove myself as a state philosopher. Though I am not allowed to philosophize against the state, it also looks upon it gladly when I help it out of its deficiencies, advancing it. Therefore, since I am only allowed to act as I myself as the state graciously permits, with its certificate of legitimacy and police pass, so too it is not allowed to me to utilize what is mine, unless this is shown to be its, which I hold as a fief from it. My ways must be its ways, or it will seize me. My thoughts, its thoughts, or else it stops my mouth. The state has nothing to be more afraid of than my worth, and there is nothing that it must try more carefully to prevent than every opportunity that may come to me to make a worthwhile use of myself. I am the mortal enemy of the state, which always hovers between the alternatives, it or I. Therefore it pays strict attention not only to not letting me count, but also to thwarting what is mine. In the state, there is no property, i.e., no property of the individual, but only state property. I have what I have only through the state, as I am what I am only through it. My private property is only what the state leaves to me of its own, in that it cuts off other state members from it, makes it private. It is state property. But, in opposition to the state, I feel more and more clearly that a great power is still left to me, power over myself, i.e., over everything that is suitable only to me, and that only is, in being my own. What do I do if my ways are no longer its ways, my thoughts no longer its thoughts? I look to myself and ask nothing of it. In my thoughts, which I get sanctioned by no assent, no permission, no grace, I have my actual property, a property with which I can carry on trade. Because as mine they are my creations, and I am in a position to give them away in return for other thoughts. I give them up, and in exchange for them take others, which are then my newly bought property. What then is my property? Nothing but what is in my power. To what property am I entitled? To any to which I empower myself. I give myself property rights by taking property to myself, or giving myself the property owner's power, full power, empowerment. That over which I have power that others cannot snatch from me, remains my property. Well then, let power decide upon property, and I will expect everything from my power. Alien power, power that I leave to another, makes me a bondsman, so may my own power make me an owner. May I then pull back the power that I have conceded to others, out of ignorance about the strength of my own power? May I say to myself, where my power reaches, that is my property, and may I lay claim to everything as property that I feel myself strong enough to attain, and may I get my actual property to extend as far as I authorize, i.e., empower myself to take. Here egoism, selfishness must decide, not the principle of love, not love motives like compassion, charity, kindness, or even justice and fairness, because iostisha too is a phenomenon of love, a love product. Love recognizes only sacrifices, and calls for self-sacrifice. Egoism has no intention of sacrificing anything, of giving up anything. It simply decides, what I need I must have and will get for myself. All attempts to provide rational laws of property, leaked out of the bosom of love, into a desolate sea of regulations. One can't even exclude socialism and communism from this. Everyone is supposed to be supplied with sufficient means, for which it matters little whether one still finds them socialistically in a personal property, or communistically ladles them from the community of goods. The individual's sense remains the same in this. It remains a sense of dependence. The distributive board of equity lets me get only what the sense of equity, its loving care for all, dictates. For me, the individual, there lies no less of an offense in collective wealth than in that of individual others. Neither the former nor the latter is mine. Whether the wealth belongs to the collectivity which allows part of it to flow to me, or to individual possessors, is for me the same constraint, as I can decide nothing about either. On the contrary, communism pushes me back even more, through the abolition of all personal property, into dependence on another, namely the generality or collectivity, and as loudly as it always attacks the state, what it intends is itself a state, a status, a state of affairs, that restrains my free movement, a supreme lordship over me. Communism rightly rebels against the pressure that I experience from individual property owners. But still more horrifying is the power that it puts in the hands of the collectivity. Egoism takes a different route for eradicating the propertyless rabble. It doesn't say, wait and see what the Board of Equity will give you in the name of the collectivity, because such a gift has always taken place in states, each receiving according to desert, and so according to the measure to which each was able to deserve it, to earn it by service, but rather, seize and take what you need. Thus, the war of all against all is declared. I alone decide what I will have. Now, this is really no new wisdom, because self-seekers have held to it at all times. It's not at all necessary that the thing be new, if only the awareness of it is existing. But this latter couldn't claim great age, unless perhaps one includes Egyptian and Spartan law here, because how little it is known is clear from the allegation above, which speaks contemptuously of self-seekers. One should only know this, that the method of seizing is not contemptible, but manifests the clear action which some egoists agree together to take. Only when I expect neither from individuals nor from a collectivity what I can give myself, only then do I escape the bonds of love. The rabble stops being rabble only when it seizes. Only the fear of seizing, and the corresponding punishment make it a rabble. Only that seizing is sin, crime, only this definition creates a rabble, and it is to blame that it remains what it is, because it lets this rule be in force, as are more especially those who self-seekingly, to give them back their favored word, demand that this rule be respected. In short, the lack of awareness of the new wisdom, the old consciousness of sin, alone bears the blame. If people reach the point where they lose respect for property, then everyone will have property, as all slaves become free people as soon as they no longer respect the master as master. Associations will then, in this matter as well, multiply the individual's means, and secure his contested property. In the opinion of the communists, the community should be the property owner. On the contrary, I am the property owner, and I only come to an agreement with others about my property. If the community doesn't do what suits me, I rise up against it and defend my property. I am the property owner, but property is not sacred. Am I merely to be the possessor? No. Up to now one was only a possessor, secured in the possession of a parcel of land by leaving others in possession of a parcel of land. But now everything belongs to me. I am the owner of everything that I need and can get hold of. If one socialistically says, society gives me what I need, then the egoist says, I take what I need. If the communists conduct themselves like paupers, the egoist behaves as a property owner. All attempts to make the rabble happy, and all swan brotherhoods, which arise from the principle of love, must fail. Only from egoism can the rabble get help, and it must provide this help to itself, and will provide it to itself. If it doesn't let itself be forced to fear, it is a power. People would lose all respect, if I did not force them to fear, says Bugbear Law in Der Gestifelte. Thus, property should not and cannot be done away with. It must rather be snatched from ghostly hands and become my property. Then the false awareness, that I cannot entitle myself to as much as I need, will vanish. But what could the human being not need? Well, whoever needs much and knows how to get it has at all times gotten it, as Napoleon got the continent and the French got Algiers. Therefore it simply depends on this, that the respectful rabble finally learns to get what it needs. If it reaches out too far for you, well then, defend yourselves. You have no need to good-heartedly bestow anything on it, and when it gets to know itself, or rather whoever from the rabble gets to know himself, he casts off the vulgarity of the rabble, by saying no thanks to your charity. But it remains ridiculous that you declare the rabble sinful and criminal, if it doesn't like living off your good deeds, because it can do something good for itself. What you bestow cheats it and strings it along. Defend your property, and then you will be strong. If, on the other hand, you want to preserve your ability to bestow, and possibly even have more political rights, the more charity, poor rate, you can give, this will work just as long as the recipients let you work it. In short, the property question can't be solved as amicably as the socialists, indeed even the communists, dream. It will only be solved in the war of all against all. The poor only become free, and property owners, when they rebel, rise up. However much one bestows on them, they will still always want more, because they want nothing less than that finally. Nothing more gets bestowed. One will ask, but how will it be then, when the have-nots take courage? What sort of compensation is there to be then? One might as well ask that I cast a child's birth chart. To know what a slave will do once he has broken his chains, one must await. In Kaiser's pamphlet, The Personality of the Property Owner in reference to socialism and communism, etc., worthless for its lack of form as well as substance, he hopes from the state that it will bring about an equalization of property. Always the state. The great papa. As the church was proclaimed and looked upon as the mother of believers, so the state completely has the face of the provident father. Competition shows itself to be most precisely connected with the principle of the bourgeois way of life. Is it anything other than equality? Égalité. And isn't equality just a product of the same revolution that was brought forth by the bourgeoisie, the middle classes, as no one is kept from competing with everyone in the state, except the prince, because he represents the state itself, and working his way up to their height, indeed overthrowing them or exploiting them to his own advantage, surpassing them and by greater effort getting hold of their wealth? This serves as clear evidence that before the tribunal of the state, everyone has only the value of a mere person, and should not expect any preferential treatment. Overrun and outbid as much as you like and can, that won't concern me, the state. With each other you are free in competing, you are competitors. That is your social position. But before me, the state, you are nothing more than mere persons. What was put forward in the form of principle or theory, as the equality of all, has simply found its realization and practical carrying out in competition, because égalité is free competition. Before the state, all are mere persons, in society, or in relation to others, competitors. I need be nothing more than a mere person to be able to compete with everyone else, except for the prince and his family, a freedom which was formerly impossible, in that only through one's corporation, and within it, did one enjoy any freedom of effort. In the guild and feudalism, the state acts in an intolerant and fussy manner, granting privileges. In competition and liberalism, it acts in a tolerant and permissive manner, only granting patents, documents assuring the applicant that the profession stands open under patent to him, or licenses. Now, since the state has left everything to the applicants, it must come into conflict with all, because each and all are eligible to apply. It will be stormed, and will go down in this storm. Is free competition then actually free? Is it indeed actually a competition, namely, one of persons, as it claims to be, because it bases its right on that title? It originated, in fact, in persons getting free from personal rule. Is a competition free, which the state, this ruler in bourgeois principle, restricts with 1,000 barriers? There a rich manufacturer does splendid business, and I want to compete with him. At any rate, says the state, I have no objection to make to your person as competitor. Yes, I reply, but for that, I need a space for buildings, I need money. That's bad, but if you have no money, you can't compete. You aren't allowed to take anything from anyone, because I protect and privilege property. Free competition is not free, because I lack the things for competition. Against my person there can be no objection, but because I don't have the things, my person must also withdraw. And who has the necessary things? Perhaps that manufacturer? Well then, I could take them away from him. No, the state has them as property, the manufacturer only as fief, as possession. But since it won't work with the manufacturer, I'll compete with the professor of jurisprudence. The man is a dimwit, and I, who know 100 times more than he, would make his lecture room empty. Have you studied and graduated, friend? No, but what of that? I amply understand what is necessary for teaching the subject. I'm sorry, but competition isn't free here. There is nothing to say against your person, but you lack the thing, the doctoral degree. And this degree, I, the state, require. First ask me for it respectfully, then we will see what's to be done. This then is the freedom of competition. The state, my master, first qualifies me to compete. But do persons actually compete? No. Again, only things, money in the first place, etc. In rivalry, one will always be left behind the other, for example, a poetaster behind a poet. But it makes a difference whether the unlucky competitor's lack of means is personal or material, and also whether the material means can be won by personal force, or are to be obtained only by grace, only as a gift, as for example, when the poorer man has to leave, i.e. present, to the rich man his riches. But if I have to wait at all for state approval to receive or use the means, for example, in receiving a doctorate, then I have the means by the grace of the state. So free competition has only the following meaning. To the state all count as its equal children, and everyone can run hurry-scurry to earn the state's goods and largesse. Therefore all chase after belongings, credit, possessions, be it money or positions, titles of honor, etc., after the thing. In the mind of the bourgeoisie, everyone is a possessor, or property owner. Why is it now that most people still have next to nothing? Here's why. Because most people are already glad over being possessors at all, even if it's just of some rags, as children are glad about their first long pants, or even the first penny given to them. More precisely, however, the matter is to be grasped as follows. Liberalism came up right away with the declaration that it belongs to the human essence not to be property but property owner. Since it was in this case about the human being, not the individual, the how much, which directly made up the special interest of the individual, was left to him. Thus, the individual's egoism retained the freest leeway in this how much, and carried on a tireless competition. However, the lucky egoism had to become a fence for the less fortunate, and the latter, still basing themselves on the principle of humanity, posed the question of the how much of possession, and responded by saying that the human being should have as much as he needs. Would my egoism be able to let itself be satisfied with that? What the human being needs by no means serves as a standard for me and my needs, because I could have use for more or less. I must rather have as much as I am capable of appropriating. Competition suffers from the disadvantage that the means for competing are not at everyone's command, because they aren't gathered from personality, but from chance circumstance. Most are without means, and therefore without goods. That's why the socialists demand means for all, and aim for a society that provides means. We no longer recognize your cash value, they say, as your capacity. You must show a different capacity, namely your labor power, in the possession of some belongings or as a holder. The human being certainly shows himself as a human being. This is why we also let the property holder, whom we called property owner, remain valid for so long. Still you possess the things only so long as you don't get kicked off this property. The property holder is capable, but only so far as others are incapable. Since your product forms your capability only so long as you are capable of keeping hold of it, i.e., so long as we are incapable of doing anything with it, look about you for another capability, because now, through our power, we surpass your alleged capability. An exceptionally large gain was made when being considered a property holder was achieved. With that, bondage was abolished, and everyone who had up to then been bound to a master's service, and had more or less been his property, now became a master. Only from this time on your credit and your belongings are no longer enough, and will no longer be recognized. On the contrary, your working and your work rise in value. We now respect your mastery of things as we formerly did your holding them. Your work is your capability. You are only a master or property holder of what comes by work, not by inheritance. But since nowadays, everything has come by inheritance, and every penny that you possess bears not a labor stamp but an inheritance stamp, everything must be melted down again. Is my work then actually my sole capability, as the communists suppose, or isn't it rather everything of which I am capable? And doesn't the workers' society itself have to admit this, since it also supports, for example, sick people, children, the elderly, in short, those unable to work? These are still capable of many things, for example preserving their life, instead of taking it. If they are capable of making you desire their continued existence, then they have a power over you. To one who exercised no power at all over you, you would grant nothing. He could perish. So, what you are capable of is your capability. If you are capable of giving pleasure to thousands, then thousands will reward you, for it is indeed in your power not to do it, so they have to purchase your deed. If you aren't capable of winning anyone over, you may just starve. Now am I, who am capable of much, perhaps to have nothing over the less capable. We all sit in the midst of abundance. Am I not supposed to help myself as well as I can, but rather just wait and see how much is left for me through equal division? Against competition, the principle of pauper society rises up, partition. The individual cannot bear to be considered a mere part, a part of society, because he is more. His uniqueness fends off this limited view. Therefore, he doesn't expect his capability to be allocated by others, and even in the workers' society the concern arises that an equal allocation will cause the strong to be exploited by the weak. He rather expects to draw his capability from himself, and now says, "My capability is what I am capable of having." Doesn't the child possess quite a capability in its smiling, its playing, its screaming, in short, in its mere existence? Are you able to resist its desire, or don't you, as its mother, hold out your breast to it, as its father, as much of your belongings as it needs? It compels you, and therefore, it possesses what you call yours. If your person matters to me, then you pay me with your very existence. If I only care about one of your qualities, then your compliance perhaps, or your aid, has a value, a cash value for me, and I purchase it. If you don't know how to give yourself anything more than a cash value, in my estimation, this a situation we learn from history, in which German natives were sold to America, could repeat itself. Should those who let themselves be bartered away be worth more to the seller? He preferred hard cash to this living merchandise, which didn't know how to make itself precious to him. That he found nothing more valuable in it was, however, a defect in his capabilities, but only a scoundrel gives more than he has. How was he supposed to show respect, when he didn't have it, indeed, hardly could have it for such a pack? You behave egoistically when you respect each other neither as holders nor as paupers or workers, but as a part of your capability, as useful entities. Then you will neither give anything to the holder, property owner, for his possessions, nor to the one who works, but only to the one who you need. The North Americans ask themselves, do we need a king? And answer, he and his work aren't worth a cent to us. If one says that competition throws everything open to all, the expression is not accurate, and one would express it better like this: it makes everything purchasable. Since competition surrenders it all to them, it leaves it all to their appraisal, or their estimation, and demands a price for it. But those who want to buy usually lack the means to make themselves buyers. They have no money. Indeed, the purchasable things are to be had for money. Everything is to be had for money, but money is precisely what's lacking. But where is one to get money, this viable or circulating property? No then. You have as much money as you have power, because you count for as much value as you get hold of for yourself. One doesn't pay with money, of which there can come to be a lack, but with one's capability, through which alone we are capable, because one is a property owner only so far as the arm of one's power reaches. Whiteling thought up a new means of payment, work, but the real means of payment remains, as always, capability. With what you have in your capability you pay. Therefore think about the expansion of your capabilities. In saying this, one is still right there again with the slogan, to each according to his capability. Who's supposed to give to me according to my capability? Society? Then I would have to put up with its estimation of me. Rather, I will take according to my capability. Everything belongs to everyone. This proposition comes from the same empty theory. To each belongs only what he is capable of. If I say, the world belongs to me, that too is actually empty talk, which has meaning only insofar as I respect no alien property, but to me belongs only as much as I am capable of, or have the capability for. A person isn't worthy of having what he allows to be taken from him out of weakness. He isn't worthy of it, because he isn't capable of it. People have raised a tremendous uproar over the 1,000-year wrong that the rich are committing against the poor, as if the rich were to blame for poverty, and the poor were not equally to blame for riches. Is there another difference between the two than that of capability and incapability, of the capable and the incapable? Of what, then, does the crime of the rich consist? Of their hard-heartedness. But who then has supported the poor, who has provided their nourishment when they were no longer able to work, who has given alms, those alms that even have their name from kind-heartedness? Alimosine. Haven't the rich always been kind-hearted? Aren't they charitable to this day, as poor taxes, hospitals, foundations of all sorts, etc. prove? But all that is not enough for you. They are undoubtedly then supposed to share with the poor. Here you demand that they should abolish poverty. Aside from the fact that hardly anyone among you would act this way, and that this one would be a fool, just ask yourselves, why should the rich suffer badly and give up themselves, when such an action would be much more useful to the poor? You, who have your thaler a day, are richer than thousands who live on 4 groschen. Is it in your interest to share with the thousands, or isn't it rather in theirs? The intention connected with competition is less that of doing the thing the best, than that of doing it as profitably, as productively, as possible. People study to get a position, study to be a good breadwinner, study groveling and flattery, routine and business sense, work for appearances and cash. So while it's apparently about doing good service, in truth a person is only looking out for a good business and money-making. He supposedly does the thing only for the sake of the thing, but in fact, because of the profit it yields. Indeed, he would prefer not to be censor, but he wants to be promoted. He would like to judge, administer, etc., according to his best convictions, but he fears transfer or even dismissal. Above all things, a person has to live. So this hustle and bustle is a fight for dear life, and in a step-by-step progression, for more or less, good living. And yet, all their toil and trouble brings most of them nothing but bitter life, and bitter poverty. All the bitter earnestness for this ceaseless self-promotion doesn't let us take a breath, to come to a peaceful enjoyment. We don't take pleasure in our possessions, but the organization of work affects only such work as others can do for us, butchering, tillage, etc. The rest remain egoistic, because no one can, for example, produce your musical compositions, carry out your painting projects, etc., in your place. Nobody can replace Raphael's works. The latter are the works of a unique individual, which only he is capable of achieving, whereas the former deserve to be called human, because what is one's own in them is of little importance, and just about any human being can be trained for them. Since now society can take into consideration only work for the public good or human work, so one who does something unique remains without its care. Indeed, he might find himself disturbed by its intervention. The unique one will no doubt work his way out from society, but society brings forth no one who is unique. It is therefore always helpful that we reach an agreement about human works, so that they don't take up all our time and effort, as they do under competition. To this extent, communism will bear its fruits. Before the rule of the bourgeoisie, even that of which all human beings are capable, or could become capable, was tied to a few, and withdrawn from the rest. It was a privilege. To the bourgeoisie, it seemed fair to put back into play everything that appeared to be there for every human being. But because it was put back into play, it was still given to no one, but rather left to each to grab by his human powers. By this the mind was turned toward the acquisition of the human, which from then on beckoned to everyone, and there emerged a tendency which one hears so loudly complained about under the name of materialism. Communism seeks to block its course by spreading the faith that what's human isn't worth so much trouble, and with a sensible arrangement, could be gained without the great expenditure of time and energy that seemed necessary up to now. But for whom is time to be gained? Why does a human being need more time than is necessary to refresh his weary labor power? Here communism is silent. Why? To take pleasure in himself as unique, after he has done his part as a human being. In the first joy at being allowed to stretch out their hands toward everything human, people forgot to want anything else, and competed boldly for it, as if the possession of the human were the goal of all our desires. They've run themselves to exhaustion, and are gradually realizing that possession doesn't bring happiness, so they're thinking of getting what they need by an easier bargain, and spending only as much time and effort on it as its indispensability requires. Wealth declines in price, and a contented poverty, the carefree pauper, becomes the seductive ideal. Should those human activities of which everyone thinks himself capable be highly paid, and sought with great effort and the expenditure of life forces? Even in the everyday expression, "If only I were the minister," or even then it would go quite differently. That confidence is expressed that one holds himself capable of playing the role of such a dignitary. One no doubt senses that to things like that uniqueness doesn't belong, but only in education which is attainable, if still not exactly to all, at any rate to many, i.e., that for something like this one need only be an ordinary human being. If we suppose that, as order belongs to the essence of the state, so too subordination is based in its nature, then we see that the subordinates or the favored disproportionately overcharge and overreach those who are pushed down. But the latter take courage, first from socialist perspectives, but later certainly with egoistic awareness, of which we will therefore immediately give their speech some coloring for the question, "By what is your property secured then, you favored ones?" And give themselves the answer, "By this that we refrain from encroachments." And so, by our protection. And what do you give us for it? Kicks and disdain are what you give to the common people. Police surveillance and a catechism with the main clause. Respect what is not yours, what belongs to others. Respect others and especially your superiors. But we reply, if you want our respect, then buy it for a price agreeable to us. We will leave you your property, if you give proper compensation for this leaving. Well then, what compensation does the general give in times of peace, for the many thousands of his yearly income? What does another give for his sheer hundreds of thousands and millions each year? What compensation do you give for our chewing potatoes and looking on quietly while you slurp oysters? Just buy the oysters from us as dearly as we have to buy the potatoes from you, then you'll be allowed to go on eating them. Or do you think the oysters don't belong as much to us as to you? You'll cry out about violence if we help ourselves and consume them too, and you are right. Without violence we don't get them, as you no less have them by doing violence to us. But just take the oysters already, and leave us to consider our nearer property, labor, because the other is only possession. We slave away 12 hours a day in the sweat of our brow, and you offer us a few pennies for it. Then take the same for your labor too. Don't you like that? You imagine that our labor is richly paid with that wage, while yours, on the other hand, is worth a wage of many thousands. If you didn't make yours so high, and let us make better use of ours, we would no doubt, where circumstance required it, bring about even more important things than you for the many thousands of dollars. And if you were only given wages like ours, you would soon be more diligent to get more. But if you do something that seems to us 10 and 100 times more valuable than our own labor, well then you'll also get 100 times more for it. On the other hand, we also think to produce things for you, for which you will employ us at higher than the usual daily wage. We will come to terms with each other when we are agreed on this, that neither any longer needs to donate to the other. Then we'll probably even go so far as to actually pay the cripple, the sick and the elderly an appropriate price, so that they do not depart from us through hunger and want. Since we want them to live, it also behooves us to purchase the fulfillment of our will. I say purchase, and therefore don't mean any wretched alms, for their life is still the property of those who cannot work. If we desire, no matter for what reason, that they not withdraw their life from us, we are able to bring this about only through purchase. Indeed, perhaps we will even want a life of luxury for them, maybe, because we like having friendly faces around us. In short, we want nothing donated by you, but we will also donate nothing to you. For centuries, we have handed you alms out of good-hearted stupidity, have doled out the mite of the poor, and given the masters what isn't the masters. Now just open up your money bags. From now on our product rises quite enormously in price. We wish to take nothing at all from you, only you are to pay more for what you want to have. Well, what do you have? I have an estate of 1,000 acres, and I am your ploughman, and from now on will only work your fields for $1 a day in wages. Then I'll take another. You won't find any, because we ploughmen no longer do otherwise, and if one comes forward who'll take less, then he'd better beware of us. There is the housemaid who now also demands as much, and you'll no longer find any below this price. Well, then I'll go to ruin. Not so fast. You'll probably take in as much as we do, and if that isn't so, then we'll give up so much that you have enough to live like us. But I'm accustomed to living better. We have nothing against that, but it's not our problem. If you have more to spare, it's all the same. Are we supposed to hire out below rates, so that you can live in luxury? The rich man always puts off the poor man with the words, "What is your need to me? See to it, how you make your way through the world. That's your affair, not mine." Well now, let's let it be our affair then, and not let the rich pilfer from us the means that we have for utilizing ourselves. But you uneducated people really don't need as much. Now, we're taking a bit more so that we can get the education that perhaps we do need. But if you bring the rich down in this way, who then will still support the arts and sciences? Oh well, the crowd must do it. If we come together, that gives a nice little sum. And anyway, you rich now only buy the most insipid books and maudlin pictures of the Mother of God, or a pair of nimble dancers' legs. Oh ill-fated equality. No, my dear old man, we care nothing for equality. We only want to count for what we are worth. If you're worth more, then you will, after all, also count for more. We only want our money's worth, and think to show ourselves worthy of what you will pay. Can the state perhaps awaken such confident courage, and such strong self-esteem in the servant? Can it make a human being feel himself? Can it even just allow itself to set this goal for itself? Can it want the individual to recognize his worth, and to utilize it? Let's keep the two parts of the double question separate, and see first whether the state could bring such a thing about. Since the unanimity of the ploughman is required, only this unanimity can bring it about, and a state law would be bypassed in 1,000 ways, through competition and in secret. But can the state tolerate it? The state can't possibly tolerate people suffering coercion from any other than itself. It therefore couldn't concede the self-help of the unanimous ploughman against those who wanted to hire themselves out for lower wages. Let's suppose, however, that the state made the law, and all the ploughmen were in agreement with it. Could the state then tolerate it? In isolated cases, yes, but the isolated case is more than that. It is a matter of principle. It is, furthermore, about the full embodiment of self-utilization of the I, and so also of his self-esteem against the state. The communists go along this far, but as self-utilization necessarily directs itself against the state, it does so also against society, and thus reaches out beyond the commune and the communistic. From egoism. Communism makes the principle of the bourgeoisie, that everyone is a holder, property owner, into an irrefutable truth, into an actuality, in that now the worry about acquiring ceases, and everyone has what he needs from the start. In his labor power he has his capacity, and if he doesn't make any use of it, that's his fault. The snatching and hustling comes to an end, and no competition remains, as happens so often now, without success, because with every stirring of labor, a sufficient supply of what's needed is brought into the house. Only now is a person an actual holder, because what he has in his labor is a power that can no longer escape from him, as it threatened to slip away at any moment under the economy of competition. He is a carefree and secure holder. And he is precisely this, because he no longer looks for his capacity in a product, but in his own labor, in his capacity for labor, thus because he is a pauper, a person of only ideal wealth. I, however, cannot be satisfied with the little I can afford through my capability for labor, because my capability doesn't consist merely of my labor. Through labor, I can perform the official functions of a president, a minister, etc. These positions require only a general education, namely, the kind of education that is generally attainable, because general education isn't merely that which everyone has attained, but broadly that which everyone can attain, thus all specialized education, such as medical, military, philological education, which no educated person believes to be beyond his powers, or broadly, only a skill possible to all. But even if everyone can hold these offices, still only the individual's unique force, which is solely his own, gives them, so to speak, life and meaning. That he doesn't administer his office like an ordinary person, but adds the capabilities of his uniqueness, he is not yet paid for this, when he is generally only paid as an official or a minister. If he's done this to get your thanks, and you want to preserve this thanks-worthy force of the unique, you can't pay him as a mere human being who performed only human things, but as one who accomplishes the unique. Do the same with your labor. It isn't possible to determine a universal valuation of my uniqueness, as it is for what I do as a human being. Only for the latter can a valuation be determined. Go on then, and set a general estimation for human labors, but don't rob your uniqueness of its deserts. Human or universal needs can be satisfied through society. For the satisfaction of unique needs, you have to do some searching. Society can't provide you with a friend, and some friendly service, or even an individual service. And yet, in any moment, you will be in need of such service, and on the slightest occasions, need someone who is helpful to you. Therefore, you don't rely on society, but see to it that you have the means to purchase the fulfillment of your wishes. Should money be maintained among egoists? An inherited possession is attached to the old stamp. If you no longer let yourself be paid with it, then it's ruined. If you do nothing for this money, then it loses all power. Write off the inheritance, and you've broken off the executor's court seal. Now, indeed, everything is an inheritance, whether it is already inherited or still waits for its heir. If it is yours, why do you let it be sealed up from you? Why do you respect the seal? But why shouldn't you create new money? Do you abolish the product by taking away its hereditary stamp? Now, money is a product, and an essential means or capability, because it protects against the ossification of wealth, keeps it in flux, and brings about its turnover. If you know a better medium of exchange, well, all right, but it will again be a money. It's not the money that does you harm, but your inability to take it. Let your capability take effect, pull yourself together, and there'll be no lack of money. Your money, money of your stamp, But I don't call working letting your capability take effect. Those who are only looking for work, or are willing to work hard, prepare for themselves the inevitable lack of work. Fortune and misfortune depend upon money. It is therefore a power in the bourgeois period, because it is only wooed like a girl who is indissolubly wedded by nobody. All the romance and chivalry of wooing a dear object come to life again in competition. The knights of industry run off with money, an object of desire. The lucky one brings the bride home. The pauper is lucky. He brings her into his household, society, and destroys the virgin. In his house she is no longer bride, but wife, and with her virginity her family name is also lost. As a housewife, the maiden money is called labor, because labor is her husband's name. To bring this image to an end, the child of labor and money is again a girl, an unmarried one, and therefore money, but with a certain lineage from labor, her father. The shape of the face, the image, bears a different stamp. Finally, once again concerning competition, it has a continued existence precisely through this, that not all look after their own affair and come to an understanding with each other over it. Bread, for example, is a need of all the inhabitants of a city, therefore they could easily agree to set up a public bakery. Instead, they leave the provision of what's needed to competing bakers. In the same way, meat to the butchers, wine to the winemakers, etc. Abolishing competition is not the same thing as favoring the guild. The difference is this. In the guild, baking is the affair of the guild brothers. In competition, the affair of random rivals. In the association, of those who need baked goods. And therefore my affair, your affair, not the affair either of guild or licensed bakers, but the affair of the associates. If I don't concern myself with my affair, then I have to be content with what it pleases others to grant me. Having bread is my affair, my wish and my desire, and yet people leave it to the bakers, and hope at most through their wrangling, their jockeying for position, their rivalry, in short their competition, to gain an advantage which one could not count on with the guild brothers who were completely and solely in ownership of the baking franchise. What everyone needs, everyone should also take part in procuring and producing. It is his affair, his property, not the property of the guild or concession master. Let's look back again. The world belongs to the children of this world, human children. It is no longer God's world, but the human world. As much as each human being can get of it, let him call his own. But the true human being, the state, human society or humanity, will see to it that each makes nothing else his own except what he appropriates as a human being, i.e., in a human way. In human appropriation is that which human beings don't allow, i.e., it is a criminal appropriation, just as human appropriation is conversely a lawful one acquired in the legal way. So people speak since the revolution. But my property is not a thing, as this has an existence independent of me. Only my power is my own, not this tree, but my power over it or my capability to dispose of it, is what is mine. Now, how does one express this power in a wrong way? People say I have a right to this tree, or it is my rightful property. So I've gained it through power. That the power must persist so that the tree may also be held, or better, that the power is not a thing existing in itself, but has existence only in the powerful I, in me, the powerful one, is forgotten. Power, like my other characteristics, such as humanity, majesty, etc., is elevated to something existing in itself, so that it still exists, long after it has ceased to be my power. Thus turned into a ghost, power is right. This immortalized power doesn't even expire with my death, but rather is transferred, or bequeathed. Things now actually don't belong to me, but to right. On the other hand, this is nothing more than a delusion, because the individual's power becomes permanent, and a right only by others combining their power with his. The delusion lies in their believing that they can't withdraw their power again. Again, the same phenomenon. That the power is separated from me. I can't take back the power that I have given to the possessor. One has invested power, has given away his power, has renounced thinking better of it. A property owner can give up his power and his right to a thing, by giving it away, squandering it and the like. And couldn't we likewise let go of the power that we lend to him? The upright person, the righteous person, desires to call nothing his own that he does not have by right, or have the right to, thus only rightful property. Who is to be the judge, and grant him his right? In the end really, the human being, who grants him human rights. Then he can say, in an infinitely broader sense than Terence, humani nihil a me alienum puto, i.e., the human is my property. Do what he will, from this standpoint, he won't get away from a judge, and in our time the various judges that had been chosen have set themselves against each other in two persons who are mortal enemies, namely in God and humanity. The one appeals to divine right, the other to human right, or the rights of humanity. This much is clear, that in neither case does the individual entitle himself. Seek out for me an action that today would not be a violation of right. At every moment the one side tramples human rights underfoot, while the opposing side can't open its mouth without bringing forth a blasphemy against divine right. Give alms, then you mock human rights, because the relationship between the beggar and the benefactor is an inhuman one. Utter a doubt, then you sin against divine right. Eat dry bread with satisfaction, then you violate human rights with your equanimity. Eat it with dissatisfaction, then you revile divine right with your reluctance. There's not one among you who doesn't commit a crime at every moment. Your speeches are crimes, and every inhibition of your freedom of speech is no less a crime. You are altogether criminals. But you are so only because you all stand on the ground of right, i.e., because you don't even know and understand how to value the fact that you are criminals. Inviolable or sacred property has grown on this very ground. It is a legal concept. A dog sees the bone in another's power and stands off only if it feels too weak, but the human being respects the other's right to his bone. The latter action is thus considered as human, the former as brutal or egoistic. And as here, so generally it is called human, when one sees something spiritual in everything, here the right, i.e., makes everything into a ghost, and acts toward it as toward a ghost, which one can indeed scare away at its appearance, but cannot kill. It is human to look at what is individual not as individual but as universal. In nature, as such, I no longer respect anything, but know that I am entitled to everything against it. On the other hand, in the tree in that garden, I must respect alienness. One-sidedly, people say property. I must keep my hands off it. That comes to an end only when I can indeed leave that tree to another, as I leave my stick, etc., to another, but don't regard it, from the beginning, as alien to me, i.e., sacred. In fact, I don't make it a crime for myself to fell it if I want to, and it remains my property, however long I relinquish it to others. It is, and remains mine. In the banker's wealth, I as little see anything alien as Napoleon did in the territories of the kings. We have no fear of conquering it, and look about us for the means for doing so. Thus, we strip from it the spirit of alienness, of which we had been afraid. Therefore, it is necessary that I no longer lay claim to anything as human being, but to everything as I, this I. Therefore, to nothing human, but rather to mine. That is, nothing that comes to me as a human being, but what I want and because I want it. The rightful, or legitimate property of another will only be that which you consider it right to be his property. If it stops being right to you, then it has lost its legitimacy for you, and you will laugh at the absolute right to it. In addition to the previously discussed property in the narrow sense, another property is held up to our reverent minds, a property against which we should sin much less. This property consists in spiritual goods, in the sanctuary of the inner being. What a person holds sacred, no one else should poke fun at, because, however false it may be, and however fervently you may seek in a loving and modest way to convince the one who holds to it and believes in it of a true sacred thing, still the sacred itself is always to be honored in his error. The erring one still believes in the sacred, even though in an incorrect sense, and so one must at least respect his belief in the sacred. In ruder times than our own, people used to cultivate a particular faith and require devotion to a particular sacred thing, and they didn't go easy on those of a different faith. However, since freedom of belief became more and more widespread, the jealous God and sole Lord gradually melted into a fairly universal supreme being. And it satisfied human tolerance, if everyone honored something sacred. Brought to the most human expression, this sacred thing is the human being itself, and what is human. With the deceptive appearance, as if the human were entirely our own and free from all the other worldliness with which the divine is tainted, indeed as if the human being were as valuable as you or I, the proud delusion may arise that the words are no longer about a sacred thing, and that we now feel ourselves at home everywhere, and no longer in the unearthly realm, i.e., in the sacred and in sacred awe. In the raptures over humanity discovered at last, the egoistic cry of pain gets ignored, and the phantasm that had become so But humanus is the saint's name, see Goethe, and the humane is only the most refined sanctity. The egoist says just the opposite. Precisely because you hold something sacred, I poke fun at you, and, even if I respected everything else about you, your sanctuary is precisely what I would not respect. With these opposing views, one must also assume there is a contradictory attitude toward spiritual goods. The egoist insults them, while the religious person, i.e., everyone who places his essence above himself, must consistently protect them. But which kind of spiritual goods are supposed to be protected, and which left unprotected, depends entirely on the concept one forms of the Supreme Being, and the one who reveres God, for example, has more to protect than the one who reveres humanity, the liberal. In spiritual goods we are injured in a spiritual, as distinct from a sensory way, and the sin against them consists in a direct desecration, whereas against a sensory good a theft or alienation takes place. The spiritual goods themselves are devalued and desecrated, not merely taken away. The sacred is immediately threatened. The words irreverence and impudence refer to everything a person can commit as a crime against spiritual goods, i.e., against all that is sacred for us. And mockery, insult, contempt, doubt, and the like, are only different shades of criminal impudence. That desecration can be practiced in the most varied way will be passed over here, and by preference only the desecration which threatens the sacred with danger through an unrestricted press will be mentioned. As long as respect is demanded even for one spiritual essence, speech and the press must be enslaved in the name of this essence, for just so long the egoist could violate it by his comments, a thing which one must prevent him from doing at least through due punishment, if one would rather not take up the more correct remedy against it, preventative police power, such as censorship. What a sighing for freedom of the press! What then is the press supposed to be freed from? Surely from any dependence, adherence, and servitude. But to break oneself free of that is everyone's affair, and it can be assumed with certainty that if you have liberated yourself from servitude, that what you compose and write will also belong to you as your own, instead of having been thought and drawn up in the service of some power. What can a believer in Christ say and have printed, that would be freer from this belief in Christ than he himself is? When I cannot and am not allowed to write something, perhaps the immediate fault lies with me. As little as this seems to hit on the matter, so near nonetheless is the application found. Through a press law I draw a boundary for my publications, or let one be drawn, beyond which wrong and its punishment follow. I myself limit myself. If the press were to be free, nothing would be quite so important as its liberation from any constraints that would be put on it in the name of the law. And, so that it comes to this, I myself would have to have released myself from obedience to the law. Of course, absolute freedom of the press, like every absolute freedom, is absurd. The press can become free of a great many things, but always only from what I am also free from. If we free ourselves from the sacred, if we have become unholy and lawless, our words will also become so. As little as we can be released from every constraint in the world, so little can our writing be withdrawn from them. But as free as we are, so free can we also make it. It must therefore become our own, instead of, as up to now, serving a phantasm. People are still unclear about their call for freedom of the press. What they ostensibly demand is that the state should set the press free, but what they actually want, without knowing it themselves, is for the press to be free from the state, or rid of the state. The former is a petition to the state, the latter is an insurrection against the state. As a request for a right, even as a serious demand for the right to a free press, it presumes the state to be the giver, and can only hope for a gift, an authorization, a top-down enforcement. It's possible, no doubt, that a state would act so senselessly as to grant the demanded gift, but you can bet everything that the recipients won't know how to use the gift, as long as they regard the state as a truth. They will not violate this sacred thing, and will call for a punitive press law against anyone who would dare to do this. In a phrase, the press won't become free from what I am not free from. With this, do I perhaps show myself as an opponent of freedom of the press? On the contrary, I only maintain that you will never get it, if you want only this, freedom of the press, i.e., if you only aim at unrestricted permission. Just go on begging for this permission. You can wait forever for it, since there is no one in the world who can give it to you. So long as you want to get yourself authorized for the use of the press by permission, i.e., freedom of the press, you live in vain hope and complaint. Nonsense. You who harbor such thoughts as stand in your book, can yourself unfortunately bring them to the public only through a lucky accident or by stealth. And still will you rail against one who goes on urging and badgering his own state until it gives the refused permission. But an author addressed in this way would perhaps, since the impudence of such people goes far, answer as follows. Ponder your words carefully. What do I do then to get the freedom of the press for my book? Do I ask for permission, or do I not rather, without any question of legality, look for a favorable opportunity and grasp it with a complete lack of consideration for the state and its needs? The terrifying word must be uttered, I cheat the state. Unaware, you do the same. From your tribunes you persuade it that it must give up its sacredness and inviolability, it must expose itself to the attacks of writers, without needing, for that reason, to fear danger. But you deceive it, because its existence is done for as soon as it loses its remoteness. To you indeed, it might readily allow the freedom of writing, as England has done. You are state believers, and incapable of writing against the state, however much you would like to reform it, and remedy its defects. But what if the opponents of the state made use of free speech and, with relentless reason, attacked church, state, morals and everything sacred? Then, in awful anxiety, you would be the first one to call the September laws into life. Too late, you would then regret the stupidity that earlier made you so ready to sweet-talk and beguile the state or the state regime. But I prove only two things by my act, this for one. That the freedom of the press, always bound to favorable opportunities, will therefore never be an absolute freedom. But secondly this, that whoever wants to enjoy it has to seek out, and perhaps create the favorable opportunity, by which he asserts his own advantage against the state, and deems himself and his will as more than the state and every higher power. Not in the state, but only against it, can freedom of the press be achieved. If it is to be established, it will not be obtained as the result of a request, but as the act of an insurrection. Every request, and every petition for freedom of the press is already an insurrection, be it aware or unaware, which the Philistine half-measure will not and cannot admit to itself, until, with a shrinking shudder, it sees this insurrection clearly and irrefutably in the outcome, since in the beginning the requested freedom of the press certainly has a friendly and benevolent face. It is not inclined in the least to ever let the insolence of the press come out. But gradually its heart hardens, and the implication wheedles its way in that, after all, a freedom is not a freedom if it remains in the service of the state, morality, or the law. Indeed, a freedom from the constraints of censorship is not yet a freedom from the constraints of the law. The press, once seized by the desire for freedom, wants to grow ever freer, until at last the writer says to himself, I am then only wholly free when I ask for nothing. But writing is free only when it is my own, dictated to me by no power, no authority, no belief, no fear. The press must not be free, that is too little, it must be mine. Ownness of the press or property in the press, that is what I will take for myself. Indeed, freedom of the press is only permission of the press, and the state never will and never can willingly permit me to crush it through the press. Now, in conclusion, to improve the language above, which is still hesitant due to the phrase, freedom of the press, let us rather put it like this. Freedom of the press, the liberals' loud demand, is certainly possible in the state. Indeed, it is possible only in the state because it is a permission. Consequently, the permitter, the state, must not be lacking. But as a permission, it has its limits precisely in this state, which justifiably should permit no more than is compatible with itself and its welfare. It stipulates the limits of this freedom as the law of its existence and extension. That one state tolerates more than another is only a quantitative difference, which nonetheless alone lies at the heart of political liberals. They want in Germany, for example, only a more extensive, broader authorization of free speech. The freedom of the press which they seek is an affair of the people, and until the people, the state, possesses it, I am not allowed to make use of it. From the standpoint of property in the press, it goes otherwise. If my people wants to do without freedom of the press, I will seek out a power or a trick in order to print. I get my permission to print only from myself and my strength. If the press is my own, then I need the state's permission to use it as little as I request permission to blow my nose. The press is my property from that moment when, for me, nothing any longer goes above me. Because from this moment on, state, church, people, society and the like cease, because they owe their existence only to the contempt I have for myself, and they come to an end with the disappearance of this contempt. They exist only when they exist above me, only as powers and power holders. Or can you imagine a state whose inhabitants all make nothing of it? It would as surely be a dream, a fictitious existence, like United Germany. The press is my own, as soon as I myself am my own, a self-owned individual. The world belongs to the egoist, because he belongs to no power in the world. With this my press could still be quite unfree, as at this moment. But the world is large, and one helps himself as well as he can. If I were willing to give up the property of my press, I could easily reach the point where I may everywhere get as much printed as my fingers produced. But since I want to assert my property, I necessarily have to pull a fast one on my enemies. Wouldn't you accept their permission if they gave it to you? Certainly, with joy, because their permission would be proof that I've deceived them and set them on the road to ruin. I'm not concerned about their permission, but all the more for their stupidity and their defeat. I don't pursue their permission as if I'd sweet-talked myself, like the political liberals, that we both, they and I, could get along with each other peacefully, side by side, indeed probably even raise and support each other. But rather I pursue it to make them bleed to death, so that the permitters themselves finally cease. I act as a deliberate enemy, outsmarting them and using their imprudence. The press is mine when I acknowledge no judge whatever over its use except myself, i.e., when I no longer write what morality, religion, respect for state laws and the like determine, but what I and my egoism decide. What response do you have for him now, he who gives you such an impudent answer? Perhaps we could pose the question most eloquently as follows. Whose is the press? The people's, states, or mine? The political sorts on their side intend nothing more than to free the press from the personal and arbitrary interferences of those who hold power, without noticing that to be actually open to everybody, it would also have to be free from the laws, i.e., from the will of the people, the will of the state. They want to make it a people's affair. But having become the people's property, it is still far from being mine. Rather it retains for me the subordinate meaning of a permission. The people acts as judge over my thoughts, for which it holds me accountable or responsible. Jurors, when their fixed ideas are attacked, have heads and hearts just as hard as the most bull-headed despots and their slavish officials. In Die liberalen Bestrebung, Edgar Bauer asserts that freedom of the press is impossible in the absolutist and the constitutional state, whereas in the free state, it finds its place. Here the text says, "It is recognized that the individual, since he is no longer an individual but a member of a true and rational universality, has the right to express himself." So not the individual but rather the member has freedom of the press. But if, for the purpose of getting freedom of the press, the individual must first give proof of his belief in the universal, in the people, if he doesn't have it through his own power, then it is a people's freedom, a freedom that is granted to him for the sake of his belief, his membership. On the contrary, it is precisely as an individual that each one can avail himself of the freedom to express himself. But he doesn't have the right. That freedom is certainly not his sacred right. He only has the power, but the power alone makes him the owner. I don't need any license for freedom of the press, don't need the consent of the people for it, don't need the right to it, nor any justification. Freedom of the press, like every other freedom, I also have to take. The people, as the sole judge, cannot give it to me. It can put up with the freedom I take for myself, or fight against it. To give, bestow or grant it, this it cannot do. I exercise it despite the people, purely as an individual. I fight hard for it against the people, my enemy, and get it only when I actually fight the people for it, i.e., take it. But I take it, because it is my property. Sander, against whom E. Bauer speaks, claims freedom of the press, as the right and freedom of citizens of the state. What does E. Bauer do differently? For him also, it is only a right of the free citizen. People also demand freedom of the press in the name of universal human rights. Against this the objection was established. Not every human being knows how to use it properly, because not every individual is truly a human being. No government ever refused it to the human being as such, but the human being writes nothing, because it is a ghost. It refused this freedom always only to individuals, and gave it to others, e.g. its organs. So if one wants to have it for all, then one has to assert outright that it is due to the individual, me, not to the human being or the individual insofar as he is a human being. Anything other than a human being, e.g. a beast, can, in any case, make no use of it. The French government, for example, does not deny freedom of the press as a human right, but demands from the individual a guarantee that he is actually a human being, because it grants freedom of the press not to the individual, but to the human being. Precisely under the pretext that it was not human, they deprived me of what was mine. They left me what was human undiminished. Freedom of the press can bring about only an accountable press. The unaccountable press comes out solely from property in the press. For intercourse with human beings, among all who live religiously, a specific law is placed above all, one whose observance people probably forget at times, but whose value they never dare to deny. This is the law of love, to which even those who seem to fight against its principle and hate its name have not yet been unfaithful. For they also still have love. Indeed, they love more deeply and sublimely. They love the human being and humanity. If we formulate the meaning of this law, it will be something like this. Every man must have a something that is more to him than himself. You're supposed to put your private interest aside, if it is for the welfare of others, the good of the fatherland, the good of society, the common good, the good of humanity, the good cause, and the like. Fatherland, society, humanity, etc., must be more to you than yourself, and facing them, your private interests must step back, because you're not allowed to be an egoist. Love is a far-reaching religious demand, which is not limited, for instance, to the love of God and the human being, but is on top in every respect. Whatever we do, think, want, the reason for it is always supposed to be love. So we may indeed judge, but only with love. The Bible may certainly be criticized, and really quite thoroughly, but above all else the critic must love it and see in it the sacred book. Does this mean anything else than that he isn't allowed to criticize it to death? He must leave it standing, and indeed as a sacred and irrefutable thing. Also in our criticism of human beings, love is to remain the unchanged root. Certainly, judgments that hatred inspires are not our own judgments, but judgments of the hatred that rules us, spiteful judgments. But are judgments that love inspires in us any more our own? They are judgments of the love that rules us, loving, forgiving judgments, not our own, and so not actual judgments at all. The one who burns with love for justice cries fiat justitia, pereat mundus. He can certainly ask and delve into what true justice is or demands, and in what it consists, but not if it is anything. It is quite true, he who abides in love, abides in God, and God in him. God abides in him, he hasn't gotten rid of God, hasn't become godless, and he abides in God, doesn't come to himself and into his own home, abides in the love of God, and hasn't become loveless. God is love. All times and all generations recognize in these words the center of Christianity. God, who is love, is a meddlesome God. He cannot leave the world in peace, but wants to bless it. God became a human being to make human beings divine. He has his hand in play everywhere, and nothing happens without it. Everywhere he has his best intentions, his incomprehensible plans and decrees. Reason, which he himself is, should also be advanced and realized throughout the world. His fatherly care deprives us of all independence. We can do nothing sensible without someone saying God did that, and can draw no misfortune to ourselves without hearing God impose that. We have nothing that we don't have from Him. He gave everything. But as God does, so does the human being. God absolutely wants to bless the world, and the human being wants to make it happy, wants to make all human beings happy. Therefore, every human being wants to awaken the reason, which he considers himself to have, in all. Everything should be absolutely rational. God torments himself with the devil. The philosopher does it with unreason and the accidental. God lets no being go its own way, and the human being likewise wants to let us lead only a human way of life. But whoever is full of sacred, religious, moral, humane love, loves only the phantasm, the true human being, and persecutes with dull relentlessness the individual, the actual human being, under the phlegmatic legal title of proceedings against the inhuman monster. He finds it laudable and indispensable to practice ruthlessness in the harshest measure, because love of the phantasm, or the universal, commands him to hate the unghostly, i.e., the egoist or individual. That is the meaning of the famous love phenomenon that people call justice. The embarrassed defendant can expect no mercy, and no one kindly spreads a cloth over his unhappy nakedness. Without emotion, the strict judge strips the last rags of excuse from the body of the poor accused one. Without compassion, the jailer drags him into his gloomy dwelling. Without forgiveness, when the time of punishment ends, the jailer thrusts the stigmatized one back out among human beings who spit on him with contempt, his good, loyal Christian brethren. Yes, without mercy, a criminal deserving of death is led to the scaffold, and before the eyes of the cheering crowd, the compensated moral law celebrates its sublime revenge. Only one can live, the moral law or the criminal. Where criminals live with impunity, the moral law has gone under, and where the moral law prevails, the criminals must fall. Their enmity is indestructible. The Christian age is precisely that of mercy, love, concern for letting people get what is due to them, indeed for bringing them to where they fulfill their human divine calling. Therefore, for intercourse people have put this first. This is the essence of the human being and consequently his calling, to which either God has called him, or, according to today's concepts, his being human, the species, calls him. From this comes the zeal for proselytizing. That the communists and the humane expect more from human beings than the Christians doesn't take away from this standpoint in the least. The human being should get what is human. If for the pious it was enough that the divine became his part, the humane require that what is human will not wither away in him. Both take a stand against what is egoistic. Of course, because the egoistic cannot be granted or conferred to him, a fief. Rather he must get hold of it for himself. Love grants the former, only I can give myself the latter. Up to now intercourse was based on love, considerate behavior, doing for each other. As a person owed it to himself to make himself blessed, or to take up into himself blessedness, the supreme essence, and bring it to a verité, a truth and actuality, so one owes it to others to help them realize their essence and calling. In both cases, one owed it to the human essence to contribute to its realization. But one owes it neither to himself to make anything out of himself, not to others to make anything out of them, because he owes nothing to his or anyone else's essence. Intercourse based on essence is an intercourse with a phantasm, not with any actual thing. If I hold intercourse with the highest essence, then I don't hold intercourse with myself, and if I hold intercourse with the human essence, then I don't hold intercourse with human beings. The natural human being's love becomes through education a commandment. But as a commandment it belongs to the human being as such, not to me. It is my essence, about which people make so much fuss, not my property. The human being, i.e. humanity, places this requirement on me. Love is required. It is my duty. So instead of actually being gained by me, it is gained by the universal, the human being, as his property or ownness. It behooves the human being, every human being, to love. Love is the human being's duty and calling, etc. Consequently, I must again claim love for myself, and rescue it from the power of the human being. What was originally mine, but by chance, instinctively, was conferred to me as the property of the human being. I became a fief, holder when I loved. I became the vassal of humanity, only a specimen of this species, and in loving acted not as I, but as a human, as a specimen of the human being, i.e. humanly. The whole condition of civilization is the feudal system, property being the human beings, or humanity's, not mine. A vast feudal state was founded, the individual robbed of everything, everything left to the human being. The individual finally had to appear as a sinner through and through. Am I perhaps to have no lively interest in the person of another? Should his joys and his well-being not lie at my heart? Should the enjoyment that I prepare for him not be more to me than other enjoyments of my own? On the contrary, I can sacrifice numberless enjoyments to him with joy. I can deny myself countless things to heighten his pleasure, and I can risk for him what would be dearest to me without him, my life, my welfare, my freedom. Indeed, it forms my pleasure and happiness to feast on his pleasure and happiness. But me, myself, I do not sacrifice to him, but rather remain an egoist and enjoy him. If I sacrifice to him everything I would keep without my love for him, that is very easy, and even more commonplace in life than it seems to be. But it proves nothing more than that this one passion in me is more powerful than all the rest. Christianity also teaches to sacrifice all other passions to this one. But if I sacrifice others to one passion, I still do not for this reason sacrifice myself, and sacrifice nothing through which I truly am myself. I do not sacrifice my particular worth, my ownness. Where this nasty incident occurs, love looks no better than any other passion that I blindly obey. The ambitious person who is swept away by ambition and remains deaf to every warning that a quiet moment engenders in him, has let this passion grow into a tyrant against which he gives up all power of breaking off. He has given up himself, because he cannot break off, and therefore cannot release himself from the passion. He is possessed. I also love human beings, not just a few individuals but every one. But I love them with the awareness of egoism. I love them because love makes me happy. I love because love is natural to me, it pleases me. I know no commandment of love. I have fellow feeling with every feeling being, and their torment torments me. Their refreshment refreshes me too. I can kill, not torture, them. In contrast, the high-minded virtuous Philistine Prince Rudolph in The Mysteries of Paris plots the torture of the wicked because they enrage him. That fellow feeling only proves that the feeling of those who feel is also mine, my property, in contrast to which the relentless practices of the righteous person, for example against the notary Ferrand, resembles the lack of feeling of that robber who cut off or stretched his prisoners' legs to the measure of his bedstead. Rudolph's bedstead, to whose measure he cut human beings, is the concept of the good. The feeling for right, virtue, etc., makes one hard-hearted and intolerant. Rudolph doesn't feel as the notary feels, but contrarily feels that it serves the rascal right. This is not fellow feeling. You love the human being, therefore you torture the individual human being, the egoist. Your love of humanity is the tormenting of human beings. If I see the beloved suffering, I suffer with him, and I find no rest until I've tried everything to comfort and cheer him. If I see him joyful, I too become joyful over his joy. It doesn't follow from this that the same thing causes suffering or joy in me, as that which brings about these effects in him, as any bodily pain sufficiently proves, since I don't feel it as he does. His tooth gives him pain, but his pain gives me pain. But because I cannot bear the sorrowful crease on the beloved forehead, therefore, then for my sake I kiss it away. If I didn't love this person, he could go right on creasing his forehead, that wouldn't trouble me. I'm only driving away my troubles. Now, how does anyone or anything that I do not love have a right to be loved by me? Is my love first, or is his right first? Parents, relatives, fatherland, people, hometown, etc., and finally fellow human beings in general, brothers, brotherhood, claim to have a right to my love, and lay claim to it without further ado. They look upon it as their property, and upon me, if I don't respect it, as a robber who deprives them of what is due to them, and is theirs. I am supposed to love. If love is a commandment and a law, then I must be educated for it, trained in it, and if I violate it, punished. People will therefore exercise the strongest moral influence possible on me to bring me to love. And there's no doubt that one can titillate and seduce human beings to love, as to other passions, for example, to hatred as well. Hatred runs through whole generations, simply because the ancestors of one belong to the Guelphs, those of the other to the Ghibellines. But love is not a commandment, but rather, like each of my feelings, my property. Acquire, i.e., purchase, my property, and then I will give it up to you. I don't need to love a church, a people, a fatherland, a family, etc., that don't know how to acquire my love, and I set the purchase price of my love thoroughly to my pleasure. Selfish love is very far from unselfish, mystical, or romantic love. One can love every possible thing, not just human beings, but any object at all, wine, one's fatherland, etc. Love becomes blind and crazy through a must taking it out of my power, infatuation, romantic through a should entering into it, i.e., through the object becoming sacred to me, or through me becoming bound to it by duty, conscience, oath. Now the object is no longer there for me but I for it. Love is a case of being possessed, not as my feeling. As such I prefer to keep them in my possession as property, but through the alienness of the object. Thus, religious love consists precisely in the commandment to love the sacred one, in the beloved, or to cling to a sacred one. For unselfish love, there are absolutely lovable objects for which my heart is supposed to beat. For example, fellow human beings, or the spouse, relatives, etc. Sacred love loves the sacred in the beloved, and therefore also strives more and more to make the beloved into a sacred being. For example, a human being. The beloved is an object that I should love. He is not an object of my love, on account of, because of, or through my loving him, but is an object of love, in and of himself. I do not make him into an object of love, but rather he is inherently such. Because that he has become so by my choice, as bride, spouse, and the like, doesn't matter here. Since also then, as the one once chosen, he has obtained forever a right of his own to my love. And I, because I have loved him, am obligated to love him for eternity. So he is not an object of my love, but of love in general. An object that should be loved. Love is fitting for him, is due to him, or is his right, but I am obligated to love him. My love, i.e., the love that I pay him as tribute, is in truth his love, which he only collects from me as tribute. Every love to which even the smallest fleck of obligation clings is an unselfish love, and, as far as this fleck reaches, is a case of being possessed. Whoever believes that he owes the object of his love something loves romantically or religiously. For example, family love, as it is usually understood as filial piety, is a religious love. Love of the fatherland, preached as patriotism, likewise. All our romantic love moves in the same pattern. Everywhere the hypocrisy, or rather the self-deception, of an unselfish love. An interest in the object for the object's sake, and not for my sake and mine alone. Religious or romantic love is distinguished from sensual love, certainly by the difference of the object, but not by the dependence of the relationship to it. In the latter respect both are cases of being possessed, but in the former regard, one of the objects is profane, the other sacred. The domination of the objects over me is in both cases the same, except that in one instance it is a sensuous one, in the other instance a spiritual, ghostly one. My love is my own only when it consists altogether in a selfish and egoistic interest, and so the object of my love is actually my object or my property. I owe my property nothing and have no obligation to it, as little as I have an obligation to my eye. If I still tend it with the greatest care, I do so for my sake. Antiquity lacked love as little as the Christian era. The love god is older than the god of love. But the condition of being mystically possessed belongs to the moderns. The condition of being possessed by love lies in the alienation of the object, or in my powerlessness against its alienation and superior power. For the egoist nothing is so high that he would humble himself before it, nothing so independent that he would live for the love of it, nothing so sacred that he would sacrifice himself to it. The egoist's love wells up from selfishness, flows in a bed of selfishness, and empties back into selfishness. Can this still be called love? If you know another word for it, go ahead and choose it. Then the sweet word love may wither with the dead world. For now I at least find none in our Christian language, and therefore stick with the old sound and love my object, my property. Only as one of my feelings do I cherish love, but as a power over me, as a divine power, Feuerbach, as a passion that I should not avoid, as a religious or moral duty, I despise it. As my feeling it is mine, as a principle to which I dedicate and give over my soul, it is a master and divine, just as hatred as a principle is diabolical, the one no better than the other. In short, egoistic love, i.e., my love, is neither holy nor unholy, neither divine nor diabolical. A love that is limited by faith is an untrue love. The sole limitation that does not contradict the essence of love is the self-limitation of love by reason, by intelligence. Love that disdains the rigor, the law of intelligence, is theoretically a false and practically a ruinous love. So love is in its essence rational. So thinks Feuerbach. The believer, on the contrary, thinks that love is in its essence believing. The former rails against irrational, the latter against unbelieving, love. For both, it can at most count as a splendidum vitium. Don't both allow love to exist, even in the form of unreason and unbelief. They dare not say irrational or unbelieving love is nonsense, is not love, as little as they want to say irrational or unbelieving tears are not tears. But if even irrational etc., love must count as love, and if they are nevertheless supposed to be unworthy of the human being, then this simply follows. Love is not the highest thing, but rather reason or faith. Even the unreasonable and the unbelieving person can love. But love only has worth when it is that of a rational or a believing person. It is an illusion when Feuerbach calls love's rationality its self-limitation. The believer could with equal right call faith its self-limitation. Irrational love is neither false nor ruinous, it does its service as love. Toward the world, and especially toward human beings, I am supposed to assume a particular feeling and meet them with love, with the feeling of love, right from the start. Admittedly, in this there is far more caprice and self-determination revealed than when I let the world assail me with all possible feelings, and remain exposed to the most muddled and random impressions. I go to the world rather with a preconceived feeling, a prejudice as it were, and a preconceived opinion. I have determined my behavior toward it in advance, and despite all its challenges, feel and think about it only as I have once determined to feel. I safeguard myself against the world's domination through the principle of love, for, come what may, I love. The ugly, for example, makes a disgusting impression on me, but, determined to love, I master this impression, as with any antipathy. But the feeling to which I have determined and condemned myself from the start is a close-minded feeling, because it is a predestined one, from which I myself cannot get away, or which I cannot renounce. Because it's preconceived, it is a prejudice. I no longer reveal myself in front of the world, but rather my love reveals itself. Indeed, the world does not rule me, but so much the more inevitably the spirit of love rules me. I have overcome the world, to become the slave of this spirit. If earlier I said, I love the world, now I add as well, I don't love it because I annihilate it. As I annihilate myself, I break it up. I don't limit myself to one feeling for human beings, but give free play to all of which I am capable. How should I not dare to express it in all its stridency? Yes, I use the world and human beings. In this way I can keep myself open to every impression, without being torn away from myself by one of them. I can love with all my heart, and let the most consuming glow of passion burn in my heart, without taking the beloved for anything other than nourishment for my passion, on which it always refreshes itself anew. All my care for him counts only for the object of my love, only for him whom my love needs, only for him whom I ardently love. How indifferent he would be to me without this, my love. I only feed my love with him, I use him only for this. I enjoy him. Let's choose another obvious example. I see how people are frightened in dark superstition by a swarm of ghosts. If, in accordance with my strengths, I perhaps allow a bit of daylight to fall on the nocturnal phantasmagoria, is it because love for you inspires this in me? Do I write out of love for human beings? No, I write because I want to give my thoughts and existence in the world. And even if I foresaw that these thoughts would take away your rest and peace, even if I saw the bloodiest wars and the destruction of many generations sprouting from this seed of thought, still, I would scatter it. Do with it what you will and can, that's your affair, and I don't care. You'll perhaps only have sorrow, struggle and death from it. A very few will draw joy from it. If your welfare lay at my heart, then I'd act like the Church did, which withheld the Bible from the laity, or the Christian governments, which make it a sacred duty to protect the common people from bad books. But it's not only not for your sake, but also not for the truth's sake that I express what I think. No. I sing as the bird sings that lives up in the tree. The song that from its throat springs pays well for any fee. I sing because I am a singer, but I use you for it, because I need ears. When the world gets in my way, and it gets in my way everywhere, then I consume it to quiet the hunger of my egoism. You are nothing for me but my food, just as I am also fed upon and consumed by you. We have only one relationship to each other, that of usefulness, usability, advantage. We owe each other nothing, because what I seem to owe to you, I owe at most to myself. If I show you a cheerful expression in order to likewise cheer you up, then your cheerfulness matters to me, and my expression serves my wish. I do not show it to thousands of others, whom I have no intention of cheering up. One must be brought up into the love that is based on the human essence, or in the ecclesiastical and moral period, lies on us as a commandment. In what way moral influence, the main ingredient of our upbringing, seeks to control human intercourse, will be considered here with egoistic eyes in at least one example. Those who bring us up take care early to cure us of lying and to impress on us the principle that one must always tell the truth. If they made self-interest the basis for this rule, then everyone would readily understand how by lying he forfeits the confidence in him that he wants to awaken in others, and how correct the saying proves, no one believes a liar, even when he tells the truth. But at the same time he would also feel that he had to meet with truth only those whom he is authorized to hear the truth. If a spy goes in disguise through the enemy camp and someone asks who he is, the questioners are certainly authorized to ask for his name, but the disguised man does not give them the right to learn the truth from him. He tells them what he wants, but not the correct thing. And yet morality demands, you should not lie. Morality entitles those people to expect the truth, but I do not entitle them to it, and I acknowledge only the right that I grant. The police forced their way into a meeting of revolutionaries and asked the speaker for his name. Everyone knows that the police have the right to do this, but they don't have it from the revolutionary, because he is their enemy. He gives them a false name and lies to them. And the police also don't act so foolishly as to count on the veracity of their enemies. On the contrary, they don't believe without further details, but rather investigate the person questioned if they can. Indeed, the state proceeds everywhere without belief against persons, because in their egoism, it recognizes its natural enemy. It demands without exception an ID card, and those who can't identify themselves fall prey to an investigative inquisition. The state does not believe or trust the individual, and so presents itself to him in the code of behavior of lying. It trusts me only when it has convinced itself of the truth of my statement, for which often no other means remains to it but the oath. How clearly this also proves that the state does not count on our veracity and credibility, but rather on our interest, our selfishness. It relies on our not wanting to have a falling out with God over a perjury. Now imagine a French revolutionary in 1788, who among friends would let fall the well-known phrase, "The world will have no peace until the last king is hanged with the guts of the last priest." At that time the king still had all the power, and when the statement is betrayed by an accident, but without anyone being able to produce witnesses, they demand a confession of the defendant. Should he confess or not? If he denies, he lies, and is left unpunished. If he confesses, he is honest, and gets beheaded. If the truth is above all else for him, well then, he dies. Only a wretched poet could try to make a tragedy out of the end of his life, because what interest is there in seeing how a person succumbs from cowardice? But if he had the courage not to be a slave of truth and honesty, he would ask something like this: why do the judges need to know what I said among friends? If I'd wanted them to know it, then I would have said it to them. as I said it to my friends. I don't want them to know it. They force their way into my confidence, when I haven't called them to it and made them my confidence. They will to learn what I will conceal. Well, come on then, you who will to break my will with your will, and try your arts. You can afflict me with torture, you can threaten me with hell and eternal damnation, you can wear me down so much that I make a false oath, but you shall not squeeze the truth out of me, since I will lie to you, because I have given you no claim and no right to my honesty. Let God, who is truth, look down ever so threateningly upon me, let lying come ever so hard to me, still I have the courage of the lie, and even if I were tired of my life, even if nothing seemed more welcome to me than your executioner's sword, you still would not have the pleasure of finding me a slave of truth, who through your priestly arts you've made a traitor to his will. When I spoke those treasonous words I willed that you would know nothing about them. I hold to the same will now and don't let the curse of the lie frighten me. So Sigismund is not a pathetic wretch because he broke his princely word, but rather he broke his word because he was a wretch. He could have kept his word, and would still have been a wretch, a slave of the priests. Luther, driven by a higher power, was unfaithful to his monastic vow. He became so for God's sake. Both broke their oath as possessed people. Sigismund, because he wanted to appear as an honest adherent of the divine truth, that is of the true, genuinely Catholic faith. Luther, to bear witness to the gospel honestly and with all truth, with body and soul, both perjured themselves to be honest toward a higher truth. It's just that the priests absolved the former, the latter absolved himself. What else did both comply with than what is contained in the apostolic words, "You have not lied to men, but to God"? They lied to human beings, broke their oath in the eyes of the world, in order not to lie to God, but to serve him. So they show us a way that one is supposed to hold to the truth before human beings. To God's glory and for God's sake, a breach of oath, a lie, a prince's word broken. Now how about if we changed things a bit and wrote, perjury, and lying, for my sake? Wouldn't that be to recommend every despicable act? It certainly seems so, but in this it is altogether like the "for God's sake." Because hasn't every despicable act been committed for God's sake, all the scaffolds filled for his sake, all the autos da fe held for his sake, all the dulling of the mind introduced for his sake? And still today, don't they bind the minds of tender children through religious education for God's sake? Didn't they break sacred vows for his sake? And don't missionaries and priests go out every day to get Jews, heathens, Protestants or Catholics to betray the faith of their fathers, for his sake? And that's supposed to be worse with the "for my sake." What then does "on my behalf" mean? Here people immediately think of filthy profit, but the one who acts from love of filthy profit indeed does it on his own behalf, since in any case there is nothing that one does not do for his own sake, among other things, everything done for the glory of God. But because he seeks profit, he is a slave of profit, not beyond profit. He is one who belongs to profit, to the money bag, not to himself. He is not his own. Doesn't a person whom the passion of greed rules follow this master's orders? And if one time a weak good-naturedness creeps over him, doesn't this appear as an exceptional case of precisely the same sort as when devout believers are sometimes abandoned by their Lord's guidance, and beguiled by the wiles of the devil? So a greedy person is not a self-owned person, but a slave, and he can do nothing for his own sake, without at the same time doing it for his master's sake, precisely like the God-fearing person. The breach of oath that Francis I committed against Emperor Charles V is famous. It wasn't later, when he carefully considered his promise, but immediately, when he took the oath, that King Francis took it back in thought, as well as through a secret protestation, documented and signed before his counselors. He uttered a premeditated perjury. Francis showed that he was not averse to buying his release, but the price that Charles set on it seemed too high and unreasonable to him. Although Charles behaved stingily when he sought to extort as much as possible, it was still shabby of Francis to want to barter for his freedom at a lower ransom. And his later actions, among which there occurs a second breaking of his word, sufficiently proves how the haggling spirit kept him enslaved, and made him a shabby swindler. However, what should we say to the reproof of his perjury? In the first place, this again: that it wasn't the perjury, but his sleaziness, that shamed him. That he did not deserve contempt for his perjury, but rather made himself guilty of perjury because he was a contemptible human being. But Francis, perjury, considered in itself, demands another judgment. One could say that Francis did not live up to the trust that Charles put in him by releasing him. But if Charles had really granted him trust, he would have given him the price he considered the release worth, and then would have set Francis free and expected him to pay the ransom sum. Charles harbored no such trust, but believed only in Francis' powerlessness and gullibility, which would not allow him to act against his oath. But Francis deceived only this gullible calculation. When Charles believed himself to be insured by an oath from his enemy, right there he freed him from any obligation. Charles had expected from the king a bit of stupidity, a narrow conscience, and without trust in Francis, reckoned only on his stupidity, i.e. conscientiousness. He released him from the Madrid prison, only to hold him more securely in the prison of conscientiousness, the huge jail cell built around the human mind by religion. He sent him back to France locked tightly in invisible chains. What wonder if Francis sought to escape and sawed off the chains? No human being could have held it against him if he had secretly fled from Madrid, since he was in an enemy's power. But every good Christian cries woe upon him, that he also wanted to loose himself from God's bonds. Only later did the Pope absolve him from his oath. It is contemptible to deceive a trust that we voluntarily elicit, but it is no shame to egoism to let anyone who wants to get us in his power through an oath bleed to death at the failure of his untrusting tricks. If you've wanted to bind me, then learn that I know how to burst your bonds. It all depends on whether I give the truster the right to this trust. When my friend's pursuer asks me where he has fled to, I would certainly put him on a false trail. Why does he ask precisely me, the friend of the pursued man? So as not to be a false, traitorous friend, I prefer to be false to the enemy. I could certainly with courageous conscience answer, I will not tell, so Fiction decides the case. In this way I would vindicate my love of truth and do for my friend pretty much nothing, because if I don't mislead the enemy, he may accidentally take the right road, and my love of truth would have betrayed my friend, because it prevented me from the courage of lying. Anyone who has an idol, a sacred thing, in truth must humble himself before it, may not defy its demands, may not resist courageously. In short, he must renounce the heroism of the lie, because no less courage belongs to the lie than to the truth, a courage that the young are most usually lacking in, since they would rather confess the truth and mount the scaffold for it than confound the enemy's power through the insolence of a lie. For them the truth is sacred, and the sacred always demands blind reverence, submission, and self-sacrifice. If you are not insolent, not mockers of the sacred, you are tame and its servants. If someone puts a grain of truth in the trap for you, you certainly peck at it. They've caught the fools. You don't want to lie, well then, fall as sacrifices to the truth and become martyrs. Martyrs. For what? For yourself. For ownness? No. For your goddess, the truth. You know only two kinds of service, only two kinds of servant, servants of the truth, and servants of the lie. Then in God's name serve the truth. Still others also serve the truth, but they serve in moderation, and make, for example, a great distinction between an ordinary lie and a lie under oath. And still, the whole chapter of the oath coincides with that of the lie, because an oath is, of course, only a strongly assured statement. Do you hold yourself to be entitled to lie, if only you still don't swear to it? A person who takes it seriously must judge and condemn a lie, as harshly as a false oath. But now an ancient controversy in morality has been preserved that is customarily dealt with under the name of the white lie. No one who dares to speak up for this can consistently reject the oath of necessity out of hand. If I justify my lie as a white lie, I shouldn't be so timid as to rob the justified lie of the strongest affirmation. Whatever I do, why shouldn't I do it completely and without reservations? Reservatio mentalis. Once I lie, then why not lie completely with my full awareness and all my strength? As a spy, I would have to swear to each of my false statements at the enemy's demand, determined to lie to him, should I suddenly become cowardly and indecisive when faced with an oath. Then I would have been ruined from the start as a liar and a spy, because I would voluntarily be handing the enemy a means to catch me. The state also fears the oath of necessity, and therefore doesn't give the accused the chance to swear. But you do not justify the state's fear. You lie, but don't swear falsely. If you do someone a favor, without wanting him to know it, but he suspects it and tells you so to your face, you deny it. If he insists, you say, truthfully, I didn't. If it came to swearing, then you would refuse, because, from fear of the sacred, you always stop halfway. You have no will of your own, against the sacred. You lie in moderation, as you are free in moderation, religious in moderation. The clergy aren't supposed to encroach, as now the most insipid of controversies is being waged by the university against the church about this. Monarchically minded in moderation, you want a monarch limited by the constitution, by basic state law. Everything nicely tempered, tepid and dull, half gods, half the devils. There was a university where the prevailing code of conduct was that the students would consider every word of honor that had to be given to the university judge as null and void. To be exact, the students saw in the demand for this nothing but a snare that they couldn't escape except by depriving it of all significance. At that same place, anyone who broke his word of honor to a fellow student was infamous. Anyone who gave it to the university judge was laughed at, along with any other students who were so deluded they imagined that a word has the same worth among friends and among enemies. It was less a correct theory than the necessity of practice that had taught the students there to act this way, since without that resource, they would have been mercilessly driven to betray their comrades. But, as the means proved itself in practice, it also proves itself theoretically. A word of honor, an oath, is only for the one I entitled to receive it. Anyone who forces me receives only a force, i.e., a hostile word, the word of an enemy, whom one has no right to trust, because the enemy doesn't give us that right. Incidentally, state courts don't even recognize the inviolability of an oath, because, if I swore to someone who comes under investigation that I would not testify against him, the court would demand my testimony, despite the oath that binds me, and in the case of refusal, would lock me up until I decided to become an oath-breaker. The court releases me from my oath. How generous! If any power can release me from my oath, I myself am certainly the very first power entitled to do so. As a curiosity, and to remind us of all sorts of customary oaths, one may find a place here for the one that Emperor Paul ordered the captured Poles, Kosciuszko, Potocki, Niemcevich, etc., to take when he released them. We swear not only loyalty and obedience to the emperor but also promise to shed our blood for his glory. We bind ourselves to discovering everything threatening to his person or his empire that we ever learn. We declare finally that in whatever part of the globe we may find ourselves, a single word from the emperor shall be enough to make us leave everything. In one area, the principle of love seems to have been long outstripped by egoism, and to still require only a sure awareness, as it were, victory with a clear conscience. This area is speculation in its dual aspect as thinking and as trade. One thinks without holding back, come what may, and one speculates, however many may suffer under our speculative undertakings. But when it finally comes down to it, when the last bit of religiosity, romance or humanity is to be shrugged off, then the religious conscience strikes, and one at least professes humanity. The greedy speculator throws a few pennies into the poor box and does good. The bold thinker consoles himself with the fact that he is working for the advancement of the human race, and that his devastation brings benefit to humanity, or that he serves the idea. Humanity, the idea, is for him that something about which he must say, for me, it goes above me. Up to now, people have thought and traded for God's sake. Those who were trampling down everything for 6 days through their selfish aims, on the 7th day sacrificed to the Lord, and those who destroyed hundreds of good causes through their reckless thinking, still did so in the service of another good cause, and still had to think of another, besides themselves, to whom their self-gratification gave benefit, of the people, of humanity, etc. But this other is an essence above them, a higher or supreme essence, and this is why I say they are toiling for God's sake. Therefore, I can say that the ultimate basis for their actions is love, however, not a voluntary, not their own love, but rather a tributary love, or the higher essences, i.e., God's, who is love itself, own love. In short, not egoistic, but rather religious love, a love that springs from their delusion that they have to pay a tribute of love, i.e., that they aren't allowed to be egoists. If we want to rid the world of many sorts of bondage, we want it not for the world's sake, but for our own, because, since we are not saviors of the world by profession and out of love, we only want to win it from others. We want to make it our own. It should no longer be in bondage to God, the church, or the law, the state, but rather our own. Therefore we seek to win it, to gain its favor, and thereby bring an end to the violence it uses against us. making this force unnecessary, so that we meet it as it meets us, and as soon as it belongs to us, devote ourselves to it as to ourselves. If the world is ours, it no longer attempts any violence against us, but only with us. My selfishness has an interest in the liberation of the world, so that it will become my property. The original state of the human being is not isolation or being alone, but rather society. Our existence begins with the most intimate connection, since already, before we breathe, we live together with the mother. Then, when we've seen the world's light, we immediately lie again on a human being's breast. Her love cradles us on her bosom, leads us on a leash, and chains us to her person with 1,000 ties. Society is our natural condition. This is why, as we learn to feel ourselves more, the connection that was once most intimate becomes looser, and the breaking up of the original society more obvious. The mother must fetch the child, who once lay beneath her heart, from the street and from the midst of its playmates, to have it once again for herself. It prefers the intercourse that it enters into with its peers, to the society that it did not enter into, but rather was only born in. But the breaking up of society is intercourse or associating. Of course, a society arises from associating, but only as a fixed idea arises from a thought, namely in this way: the energy of the thought, thinking itself, this ceaseless taking back of all solidified thoughts, vanishes from the thought. If an association has crystallized into a society, it has ceased to be a coalition, because coalition is a ceaseless associating with each other. It has become a condition of being associated, come to a standstill, degenerated into a fixity. It is dead as associating. It is the corpse of the association or the coalition. It is society, community. The party provides a striking example of this sort. That a society, for example, state society, diminishes my freedom, doesn't much appall me. I have to let my freedom be limited by all sorts of powers, and by anyone who is stronger, indeed by every fellow human being. And if I were the autocrat of all the I would still not enjoy absolute freedom. But I will not let ownness be taken from me. However, society has its sights precisely on ownness. Precisely this is supposed to be subjected to its power. Indeed, a society to which I adhere takes many a freedom away from me, but grants me other freedoms in return. There's also nothing to say if I myself deprive myself of this or that freedom, for example by any contract. However, I want to jealously hold on to my ownness. Every community has the inclination, stronger or weaker according to the fullness of its power, to become an authority to its members, and to set limits for them. It demands and must demand a limited subject's understanding. It demands that those who belong to it subject themselves to it, be its subjects. It exists only through subjection. It exists only through subjection. In this, a certain tolerance doesn't need to be excluded. On the contrary, the society will welcome improvements, corrections, and reprimands, insofar as these are calculated for its benefit. But the reprimands must be well-intentioned, and are not allowed to be rude and disrespectful. In other words, one must leave the substance of society intact, and hold it sacred. Society demands that those who belong to it don't go beyond it and rise up, but rather remain, within the bounds of legality, i.e., allow themselves only as much as society and its law allows them. It makes a difference whether my freedom or my ownness gets limited by a society. If only the former is the case, it is a coalition, an agreement, an association. But if it threatens ownness with ruin, it is a power for itself, a power over me, a thing inaccessible to me, which I can indeed admire, worship, honor, respect, but cannot conquer and consume, and I cannot do this, because I am resigned. It exists, through my resignation, my self-denial, my faint-heartedness, called humility. My humility makes society's courage, my submission gives it its power to rule. But with respect to freedom, state and associating are subject to no essential difference. The latter can arise or persist, without freedom being limited in all sorts of ways, just as little as the state tolerates unmeasured freedom. Limitation of freedom is inevitable everywhere, because one can't get rid of everything, One can't fly like a bird merely because he would like to fly this way, since he won't get free of his own weight. One can't live underwater like a fish, for any length of time he may like, because he can't do without air and get free of this indispensable need, and so on. As religion, and most resolutely Christianity, torments human beings with the demand to realize the unnatural and the nonsensical, so it is to be regarded as the authentic consequence of that religious extravagance and exuberance, that finally freedom itself, absolute freedom, was elevated to an ideal, and so the nonsense of the impossible had to glaringly come to light. But the association will offer both a greater level of freedom, and in particular, may be considered as a new freedom, because through it one escapes constraints typical of state and social life, but still, it will contain enough unfreedom and compulsoriness, because its purpose is not simply freedom, which on the contrary it sacrifices to ownness, but only ownness. In this respect, the distinction between state and associating is great enough. The former is an enemy and murderer of ownness, the latter its son and assistant. The former is a spirit that wants to be worshipped in spirit and in truth, the latter my act, my product. The state is the lord of my mind, who demands faith and dictates articles of faith to me, the articles of faith of legality. It exerts moral influence, dominates my mind, drives away my I to set itself in its place as my true I. In short, the state is sacred, and as opposed to me the individual human being, the spirit, the ghost. As I don't like being a slave to my maxims, but rather expose them to my continual criticism without any guarantee, and admit no surety of their persistence, so even less will I commit myself to the association for my future, and pledge my soul to it, as they say is done with the devil, and is actually the case with the state and all spiritual authority. But I am and remain more to myself than state, church, God and the like. Consequently, infinitely more than the association too. That society which communism wants to establish seems to be closest to the coalition, because it is supposed to aim for the well-being of all. Oh yes, of all, cries Whiteling, countless times, of all. That actually looks as if no one had to miss out. But what then would this welfare be? Does everyone have one and the same well-being? Are all equally well off with one and the same thing? If so, then it's about true well-being. With this, don't we come to the exact point where religion begins its tyranny? Christianity says, don't look on earthly baubles, but seek your true well-being. Become devout Christians. The Christian life is the true well-being. It is the true well-being of all, because it is the well-being of the human being as such, this phantasm. Now is the well-being of all still also supposed to be your and my well-being? But if you and I don't look upon that well-being as our well-being, will care then be taken for that in which we find well-being? On the contrary, society has decreed one welfare as the true well-being. And if this well-being is called, for example, enjoyment honestly worked for, but you would prefer enjoyable laziness, enjoyment without work, then society, which cares for the well-being of all, would wisely be on guard against caring for that by which you are well off. In proclaiming the well-being of all, communism utterly obliterates the well-being of those who up to now lived on their pensions, and probably found themselves better off in this than in Whiteling's prospect of strict work hours. Therefore, Whiteling asserts that the well-being of millions cannot exist with the well-being of thousands, and the latter will have to give up their special well-being for the sake of the general well-being. No, you don't call people to sacrifice their special well-being for the general, because you won't come through with this Christian demand. They will better understand the opposite exhortation to not let anyone snatch their own well-being from them, but to put it on a lasting foundation. They are then led of themselves to see that they provide best for their well-being when they join together with others for this purpose, i.e., sacrifice a bit of their freedom, but not to the well-being of others, but rather to their own. An appeal to the human being's self-sacrificing attitude and self-denying love should have finally lost its seductive glow, when after thousands of years of activity, it has left nothing behind but the present-day misery. So why go on fruitlessly expecting self-sacrifice to bring us better times? Why not rather hope for them from usurpation? Salvation no longer comes from the givers, the bestowers, the loving ones, but from the takers, the appropriators, usurpers, the owners. Communism and, consciously or unconsciously, egoism cursing humanism, still count on love. If community is a need of the human being, and he finds himself aided by it in his aims, then very quickly, because it has become his principle, it also prescribes its laws to him, the laws of society. The principle of human beings raises itself to a sovereign power over them, becomes their highest essence, their God, and as such, lawgiver. Communism gives this principle the most rigorous consequence, and Christianity is the religion of society, because, as Feuerbach rightly says, although he doesn't mean it rightly, love is the essence of the human being, i.e. the essence of society, or of societary, communistic human beings. All religion is a cult of society, this principle by which the societary, cultivated, human being, is dominated, and no God is exclusively the God of an I, but always a society's or community's God, whether it's of the society, family, la, penates, or of a people, national God, or of all people, he is a father of all people. So a person has a chance of razing religion to the ground only when he makes society, and all that flows from this principle obsolete. But this principle seeks to culminate in communism, since in it everything is to be held in common, for the establishment of equality. If this equality is won, freedom too is not lacking. But whose freedom? Society's. Society is then all in all, and human beings are only for each other. It would be the glory of the love state, but I would rather have to rely on the selfishness of human beings than on their acts of charity, their mercy, their compassion, etc. The former calls for mutuality, as you to me, so I to you, does nothing gratis, and lets itself be won and purchased. But with what shall I acquire charity? It's a matter of luck whether I am dealing at the moment with a loving person. The loving one's services can be gotten only by begging, whether through my utterly lamentable appearance, my neediness, my misery, or my suffering. What can I offer him for his assistance? Nothing. I have to accept it as a gift. Love is beyond payment, or rather, love can most certainly be paid for, but only by loving back. One good turn deserves another. What wretchedness and beggarliness does it not take to accept gifts year after year without any favor in return, as such gifts are regularly collected, for example, from the poor day laborer? What can the receiver do for him and his donated pennies, in which his wealth consists? The day laborer would truly have more enjoyment if the receiver with his laws, his institutions, etc., all of which the day laborer still has to pay for, did not exist at all. And yet, through it all, the poor wretch loves his master. No, community, as the goal of history up to now, is impossible. Let us rather break with every hypocrisy of community, and recognize that, if we are equal as human beings, we are simply not equal because we are not human beings. We are equal only in thoughts, only when we are thought, not as we actually and bodily are. I am I, and you are I, but I am not this thought, of I, but rather this I in which we are all equal is only my thought. I am human, and you are human, but human is only a thought, a generality. Neither you nor I are speakable, we are unutterable, because only thoughts are speakable, and exist in speaking. Let's therefore not strive for community, but for one-sidedness. Let's not seek the broadest commune, human society, but rather let's seek in others only means and organs that we use as our property. As we don't see our equals in trees, in animals, so the assumption that others are our equals arises from a hypocrisy. No one is my equal, but I consider him equally with all other beings as my property. In opposition to this, one tells me that I should be a human being among fellow human beings, I should respect the fellow human being in them. No one is for me a person to be respected, not even the fellow human being, but rather solely an object, like other beings for which I have or don't have concern, an interesting or uninteresting object, a usable or unusable creature. And if I can use him, I surely come to an understanding and reach an agreement with him, to strengthen my power through the agreement, and to accomplish more through combined force than individual force could achieve. In this mutuality I see nothing at all beyond a multiplication of my strength, and I'll keep at it only so long as it is my multiplied strength. But so it is an association. Neither a natural nor a spiritual tie holds the association together, and it is not a natural nor a spiritual alliance. Neither one blood nor one faith spirit brings it about. In a natural alliance, like a family, a tribe, a nation, indeed humanity, individuals only have the value of specimens of the same type of species. In a spiritual alliance, like a parish or a church, The individual only symbolizes a member of the same spirit. What you are as unique must in both cases be suppressed. You can assert yourself as unique only in the association, because the association doesn't possess you. You possess it, or make it of use to you. Property is recognized in the association, and only in the association, because one no longer holds what is his as a fief from any essence. The communists only consistently take farther what had already existed for a long time during religious development, and especially in the state, namely, propertylessness, i.e., the feudal system. The state endeavors to tame the desiring person. In other words, it seeks to direct his desire to itself alone, and to appease this desire with what it offers. To satiate the desire for the desiring person's sake doesn't enter its mind. On the contrary, it rebukes the human being who breathes out unbridled desire for being an egoistic human being, and the egoistic human being is its enemy. He is this to the state, because it lacks the ability to come to terms with him. It simply cannot comprehend the egoist. Since the state has to act only for itself, as nothing else is possible, it does not take care of my needs, but only takes care of how it snuffs me out, i.e., makes out of me a different I, a good citizen. It takes measures for moral improvement. And with what does it win the individual for itself? With itself, i.e., with what is the state's, with state property. It will be constantly acting to make everyone into partakers of its goods, to present to all the good things of civilization. It grants to them its education, opens to them the access to its cultural institutions, and qualifies them by means of industry, to come into property, i.e., into a fief, etc. For all these fiefs, it requires only the fair rent of constant gratitude. But the ungrateful forget to pay this gratitude. Now in essence society cannot act differently from the state. You bring all of your power, your ability into the association, and assert yourself, while in society you are employed with your labor power. In the former you live egoistically, in the latter humanly, i.e. religiously, as a member of this Lord's body. To the society you owe what you have and are obligated to it, are possessed by social obligations. You use the association, and give it up undutifully and unfaithfully, when you don't see any more use for it. If the society is more than you, then to you it is above you. The association is only your tool or the sword with which you intensify and increase your natural force. The association is there for you and through you, while society, on the contrary, lays claim to you for itself, and is still there without you. In short, society is sacred, the association your own. Society consumes you, you consume the association. Nonetheless, people will not hold back with the objection that the agreement that was concluded could again become tiresome to us and limit our freedom. They will say, we too in the end would come to this, that every one must sacrifice a part of his freedom for the sake of the generality. It's just that the sacrifice wouldn't happen for the sake of the generality at all, as little as I made the agreement for the sake of the generality, or even of any other human being. Rather I entered into it for the sake of my own benefit, from selfishness. But as to sacrificing, surely I only sacrifice what is not in my power, that is, I sacrifice nothing at all. To come back to property, the lord is the property owner. Choose then whether you want to be lord, or whether society shall be lord. This will determine whether you will be an owner or a pauper. The egoist is owner, the socially conscious person a pauper, but pauperism or propertylessness is the meaning of feudalism, of the feudal system, which since the last century has only changed feudal lord, putting the human being in the place of God, and accepting as a fief from humanity what had earlier been a fief from the grace of God. That the pauperism of communism is led out through the humane principle to the absolute or shabbiest pauperism has been shown above, but at the same time we have also shown how only in this way can pauperism suddenly turn into ownness. The old feudal system was so thoroughly scrapped in the revolution that since then, all reactionary cunning has remained fruitless, and will always remain fruitless, because dead is dead. But also the resurrection had to prove itself as a truth in Christian history, and has proved itself. Because feudalism has risen again in an afterlife with a transfigured body, the new feudalism under the suzerainty of the human being. Christianity is not destroyed, but the believers are right if they have trustingly assumed up to now that every battle against it could only serve for its purification and reinforcement, because it has actually only been transfigured. and Christianity exposed, is the human Christianity. We still live wholly in the Christian age, and those who get the angriest about it are the ones who most eagerly contribute to completing it. The more human, the better feudalism has become to us, because the less that we believe that it is still feudalism, the more confidently we take it for ownness, and think that we have found what is most our own, when we discover the human. Liberalism wants to give me what is mine, but means to obtain it for me not under the title of mine, but under that of the human, as if it were to be reached under this mask. Human rights, the costly work of the revolution, have the meaning that the human being in me entitles me to this or that. I as an individual, as this one, am not entitled, but the human being has the right and entitles me. So as a human being I may well be entitled, but since I am more than a human being, namely an odd human being, it could get denied to just me, the odd one. If on the other hand, you hold to the value of your gift, keep it at price, don't let yourself be forced to get rid of it below price, don't let yourself be convinced that your product is not worth the price, don't make yourself ridiculous by a ridiculous bargain price, but imitate the courageous one who says, I will sell my life, property dear, the enemy shall not have it at a cheap bargain. Then you have recognized the reverse of communism as the suitable thing, and then it's not, give up your property, but rather, actualize your property. Over the gateway of our time stands not the Apollonian slogan, know thyself, but, actualize yourself. Proudhon calls property robbery, le volume. But alien property, and he's talking only of this, comes to exist as much through renunciation, surrender and meekness. It is a gift. Why so sentimentally call for pity as a poor victim of robbery, when you are just a foolish, cowardly gift-giver? Why here again blame others as if they had robbed us, when we ourselves are to blame in leaving the others unrobbed? The poor are to blame for the existence of the rich. No one at all gets worked up over his property, but over alien property. People don't in truth attack property, but the alienation of property. They want to be able to call more, not less, theirs. They want to call everything theirs. So they fight against alienness, or, to form a word similar to property, against alienity. And how do they help themselves in this? Instead of transforming the alien into their own, they play at being impartial, and demand only that all property be left to a third party, such as human society. They claim the alien not in their own name, but in the name of a third party. Now the egoistic veneer is washed away, and everything is so clean and human. Propertylessness or pauperism, this then is the essence of Christianity, as it is the essence of all religiosity, devotion, morality, humanity, and announced itself most clearly only in the absolute religion, and became as glad tidings a gospel capable of development. We have the most striking development before us in the current fight against property, a struggle that is supposed to lead humanity to victory, and make propertylessness complete. Victorious humanity is the victory of Christianity. But the Christianity exposed in this way is feudalism perfected, the all-embracing feudal system, i.e., perfect pauperism. So probably, this is once again a revolution against the feudal system. Revolution and insurrection should not be looked upon as synonymous. The former consists in a radical change of conditions, of the prevailing condition or status, the state or society, and is therefore a political or social act. The latter indeed has a transformation of conditions as its inevitable result, but doesn't start from it, but from the discontent of human beings with themselves. It is not an armed uprising, but a rising up of individuals, a getting up, without regard to the arrangements that spring from it. The revolution is aimed at new arrangements, while the insurrection leads us to no longer let ourselves be arranged, but rather to arrange ourselves, and sets no radiant hopes on institutions. It is not a fight against the established, since if it prospers, the established will collapse of itself. It is only a working of my way out of the established. If I leave the established, it is dead and falls into decay. Since now my aim is not the overthrow of the established order but my rising up above it, so my intention and action are not a political or social intention and action, but, since they are directed solely toward me and my ownness, an egoistic intention and action. The revolution commands one to make arrangements, the insurrection demands that one stand or raise himself up. What constitution was to be chosen? This question busied revolutionary heads, and the entire political period is bubbling with constitutional fights and constitutional questions. as the social talents too were unusually inventive about social arrangements, phalansteries and the like. The insurrectionist strives to become constitutionless. While I'm pondering a comparison for greater clarity, contrary to expectations, the founding of Christianity comes to me. From the liberal side, it is perceived as a bad thing in the early Christians that they preached obedience to the established heathen social order, ordered recognition of the heathen authorities, and confidently commanded, "Give unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's." And yet how much turmoil arose at the same time against Roman rule, how seditious the Jews and even the Romans showed themselves to be against their own temporal government. In short, how popular was political discontent. Those Christians wanted to know nothing of this. They didn't want to join the liberal tendencies. The times were so politically agitated that, as it says in the Gospels, people thought that they could not more successfully accuse the founder of Christianity than if they accused him of political intrigue. And yet these same Gospels report that he was precisely the one who took the least part in this political hustle and bustle. But why was he not a revolutionary, not a demagogue, as the Jews would have liked to see him? Why was he not a liberal? Because he expected no salvation from a change in conditions, and this whole business was indifferent to him. He was not a revolutionary, like for example Caesar, but an insurrectionist, not a radical transformer of a state, but one who straightened himself up. This was why for him it was also solely a matter of "be wise as serpents," which expresses the same sense as, in the special case that dictum, "Give unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's." Indeed, he led no liberal or political fight against the established authorities, but wanted to walk his own path, indifferent to and undisturbed by these authorities. The government's enemies were no less indifferent to him than the government, because neither understood what he wanted, and he only had to keep them away from him with the wisdom of the serpent. But even if he was no agitator of the people, no demagogue or revolutionary, he, like every one of the ancient Christians, was all the more an insurrectionist, who raised himself up above all that the government and its opponents thought sublime, and released himself from everything to which they remained bound, and at the same time he undermined the sources of life of the whole heathen world, from which the established state had to wither away in any case, precisely because he rejected the overturning of the established order, because he walled it in while he confidently and recklessly carried out the. Now, as happened with the pagan order, will the Christian order fare the same? A revolution certainly doesn't bring on the end, if an insurrection isn't accomplished first. My intercourse with the world, what does it aim at? I want to enjoy it, this is why it must be my property, and this is why I want to win it. I don't want the freedom nor the equality of human beings. I want only my power over them, want to make them my property, i.e., make them enjoyable. And if I don't succeed in that, well, then I also call the power over life and death, which the church and state reserve to themselves, mine. Denounce that officer's wife, who, on the run in Russia, after her leg was shot off, took the garter from it, and used this to strangle her child, and then bled to death beside the corpse. Denounce the memory of the child murderer. Who knows, if this child had remained alive, how much it could have benefited the world. The mother killed it because she wanted to die satisfied, with her mind at rest. Perhaps this still appeals to your sentimentality, and you don't know how to read anything more out of it. So be it. I use it as an example for this, that my satisfaction decides my relationship with human beings, and that I also do not renounce, from any impulse toward humility, the power over life and death. With regard to social duties in general, another doesn't give me my position toward others, so neither God nor humanity prescribes to me my relationship to human beings, but rather I give myself this position. To say this more eloquently, I have no duty to others, as I also have a duty to myself, for example, self-preservation, thus not suicide, only so long as I distinguish me from myself, my immortal soul from my earthly existence, etc. I no longer humble myself before any power, and I realize that all powers are only my power, which I have to conquer at once when they threaten to become a power against or over me. Each of them must only be one of my means to assert myself, as a hunting dog is our power against game, but we kill it if it attacks us ourselves. So I reduce all powers that dominate me to serving me. The idols exist through me. I need only stop creating them anew, then they no longer are. Higher powers only exist because I raise them up and lower myself. So my relationship to the world is this. I no longer do anything for it, for God's sake. I do nothing for humanity's sake, but what I do for my sake. Thus, the world alone satisfies me, whereas it is characteristic of the religious standpoint, in which I also include the moral and the humane, that everything from it remains a pious wish, pium desiderium, a hereafter, something unattained. Thus, the universal salvation of humanity, the moral world of universal love, eternal peace, the cessation of egoism, etc. Nothing in this world is perfect. With this miserable saying, the good separate from it, and take refuge in their chamber with God, or in their proud self-consciousness. But we remain in this imperfect world, because even so, we can use it for our self-enjoyment. My intercourse with the world consists in this, that I enjoy it, and so consume it for my self-enjoyment. Intercourse is the enjoyment of the world, and belongs to my self-enjoyment. 2.2.3 My self-enjoyment. We stand at the border of an era. The world up to now plotted nothing but the winning of life, provided for life. Because, whether all activity is set in motion for the life of this world, or the life of the other world, for the temporal or eternal life, whether one craves daily bread, give us this day our daily bread, or sacred bread, the true bread from heaven, the bread of God that comes down from heaven and gives life to the world, the bread of life, whether one provides for dear life or life in eternity, nothing changes the goal of the tension and care, which in either case proves to be life. Do the modern trends announce themselves differently? People now want no one to be at a loss for the most indispensable necessities of life, but want everyone to be secure in these. And on the other hand, they teach that the human being has to concern himself with this life, and immerse himself in this world, without vain concerns for an afterlife. Let us express the same thing from another side. One who is worried only about staying alive, in his anxiety, easily forgets the enjoyment of life. If he is dealing only with staying alive, and he thinks, if only I have dear life, he doesn't apply his full strength to using, i.e., enjoying, life. But how does one use life? By using it up, like the candle, which one uses by burning it. One uses life, and consequently himself, the living one, by consuming it, and himself. Enjoyment of life is using life up. Now, we seek out the enjoyment of life. And what did the religious world do? It sought out life, what makes up the true life, the blessed life, etc. How is it achieved? What must the human being do and become to be a truly living being? How does he fulfill this calling? These and other questions indicate that the questioners were still searching for themselves, namely themselves in the true sense, in the sense of truly being alive. What I am is foam and shadow. What I will be is my true self. To chase after this I, to produce it, to realize it is the hard task of mortals, who die only to rise again, live only to die, live only to find the true life. Only when I am sure of myself, and no longer seek for myself, am I truly my property. I have myself, therefore I use and enjoy myself. On the other hand, I can never be happy with myself as long as I think that I first still have to find my true self, and that it must come to this, that not I but Christ, or some other spiritual, i.e. ghostly I, for example, the true human being, the human essence, or the like, lives in me. A vast difference separates the two views. In the old I go toward myself, in the new, I start from myself. In the former, I long for myself. In the latter, I have myself and do with myself what one does with any other property. I enjoy myself at my pleasure. I no longer fear for my life, but squander it. From now on the question is not how a person can gain life, but how he can squander, can enjoy it, or not how he is to produce the true I in himself, but how he is to dissolve himself, to live his life to the full. What else would the ideal be, but the sought after, always distant? One seeks for himself, so he doesn't yet have himself. He strives for what he should be, thus he is not this. He lives in longing, and lived for thousands of years in it, in hope. It's something else altogether to live in, enjoyment. Does this perhaps affect only the pious? No, it affects everyone who belongs to the departing historical era, even to its libertines. For them too, the working days were followed by a Sunday, and the hustle and bustle of the world by the dream of a better world, of a universal human happiness, in short an ideal. But philosophers in particular are contrasted with the pious. Well, have they been thinking of anything other than the ideal? Have they pondered over anything other than the absolute I? Longing and hope everywhere, and nothing but these. For all I care, call it romanticism. If the enjoyment of life is to triumph over the longing for life or hope for life, then it must defeat this in its double meaning, which Schiller presents in his Ideal und Leben. It must crush spiritual and earthly poverty, destroy the ideal and the lack of daily bread. Anyone who has to spend his life eking out a living cannot enjoy it, and anyone who is still seeking for his life does not have it, nor can he enjoy it. Both are poor, but blessed are the poor. Those who hunger for the true life have no power over their present life, but must use it for the purpose of gaining that true life, and must sacrifice it completely to this aspiration and mission. If with those religious devotees who hope for life in a world beyond, and look upon life in this world as a mere preparation for that, the servitude of their earthly existence, which they give solely to the service of the hoped-for heavenly existence, is rather acutely obvious, still one would go far astray if one wanted to consider the most enlightened and sophisticated as less self-sacrificing. There is a much broader meaning to be found in the true life than the heavenly is capable of expressing. To bring out the liberal conception of it right away, isn't the human and the truly human life the true one? And does everyone perhaps already lead this truly human life from birth, or must he first raise himself to it by hard effort? Does he already have it as his present life, or must he win it as his future life, which will become his only when he is no longer tainted by egoism? In this view, life is only there to gain life, and a person lives only to make the human essence alive in himself. He lives for the sake of this essence. He has his life only to get, by means of it, the true life, cleansed of all egoism. Therefore, he is afraid to make any use he likes of his life. It should only serve for the right use. In short, a person has a calling in life, a life mission. He has something to realize and produce through his life, a something for which his life is only a means and a tool, a something that is worth more than this life, something to which he owes his life. He has a God who demands a living sacrifice. Only the brutality of human sacrifice has been lost with time. Human sacrifice itself has remained undiminished, and hourly criminals fall in sacrifice to justice, and we, poor sinners, slaughter ourselves in sacrifice to the human essence, the idea of humanity, humaneness, and whatever else the idols or gods are called. But because we owe our life to that something, we therefore have, this is the next point, no right to take it from ourselves. The conservative tendency of Christianity doesn't allow thinking otherwise about death than with the intention of taking its sting from it and to live on and preserve oneself nicely. The Christian lets everything happen and roll off his back. If he, Archduke, can only haggle and smuggle himself into heaven, he is not allowed to kill himself. He is only allowed to preserve himself and work on the preparation of a future dwelling place. Conservatism, or conquest of death, lies close to his heart. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Christ has taken away the power of death, and brought life and immortal essence to light through the gospel. Immortality, stability. The moral person wants the good, the right, and if he takes up the means that actually lead, to this goal, then these means are not his means, but those of the good, the right, etc. itself. These means are never immoral, because the good goal mediates itself through them. The end sanctifies the means. They call this principle Jesuitical, but it is absolutely moral. The moral person acts in the service of a goal or an idea. He makes himself the tool of the idea of the good, as the pious person counts it as his glory to be a tool or resource of God. Waiting for death is what the moral law demands as the good. To give oneself death is immoral and evil. Suicide finds no excuse before the judgment seat of morality. The religious person forbids it because it wasn't you who gave yourself life, but God, who alone can also take it back from you again. As if also in the above-mentioned idea, God didn't as much take it from me when I kill myself, as when a tile or an enemy's bullet takes me down. Indeed, he would also have roused the decision for death in me. The moral person forbids it because I owe my life to the fatherland, etc. Because I don't know whether I might not yet do good through my life. Of course, the good loses in me a tool, as God loses a resource. If I am immoral, the good is served by my reformation. If I am godless, God takes pleasure in my repentance. So suicide is ungodly as well as dastardly. If a person whose standpoint is religiosity takes his life, he is acting from forgetfulness of God. But if the suicide standpoint is morality, then he is acting from forgetfulness of duty, immorally. People agonized much over the question of whether Emilia Galotti's death could be justified before morality. They take it as if it were a suicide, which in substance it is. That she is so nuts about chastity, this moral good, as to even give up her life, for it is at any rate moral. But that she has no confidence in her power over her flesh, is immoral. Such contradictions universally form the tragic conflict, in the moral tragedy, and you have to think and feel morally to be able to take any interest in it. What is true of piety and morality will also necessarily apply to humanity, because one equally owes his life to the human being, humanity, and the species. Only when I am not under obligation to any essence is the preservation of life my affair. A leap from this bridge makes me free. But if we owe the preservation of our life to that essence that we are supposed to bring to life in ourselves, then it is no less our duty not to lead this life according to our pleasure, but rather to form it in accordance with that essence. All my feeling, thinking and willing, all my doing and striving belong to it. What is in accordance with that essence arises from the concept of it. And how differently has this concept been conceived, or how differently has that concept been depicted? What demands the highest essence makes upon the Muslim? And again, what different demands the Christian believes he hears from it? How differently therefore must the two ways of life turn out? Only all hold fast to this, that the highest essence is to pass judgment on our life. But everywhere I pass over the pious, who have their judge in God and a guidebook for their life in His Word, as a memory, because they belong to a worn-out period of development and may remain as fossils in their fixed place. In our time, the pious are no longer the ones shooting their mouths off, but rather the liberals, and piety itself can't help but redden its pale face with liberal complexion. But the liberals do not venerate their judge in God, and do not carry out their life with the guidance of the divine word, but judge themselves by the human being. They want to be and live not as divine, but as human. The human being is the liberal's highest essence, the human being the judge of his life, humanity his guidebook or catechism. God is spirit, but the human being is the most perfect spirit, the final result of the long spirit hunt, or of the research into the depths of the Godhead, i.e., into the depths of the Spirit. Every one of your traits should be human. You should be so from top to toe, inside as outside, because humanity is your calling. Calling, purpose, mission, what one can become he also becomes. A born poet may well be hindered by unfavorable circumstances from standing at the high point of the time, and after the great studies essential for it create skilled works of art. But he will create poetry, whether he's a ploughman or so lucky as to live at the court of Weimar. A born musician will make music, regardless of whether on all instruments or only on an oaten pipe. A born philosophical thinker can prove himself as a university philosopher, or as a village philosopher. Finally, a born dunderhead, who can at the same time be a sly dog as this is thoroughly compatible with it, will always remain a pinhead. Probably everyone who has gone to school can recall many examples among schoolmates, whether he is drilled and trained to be a bureau chief, or serves the same chief as a bootblack. Indeed, the born dimwits indisputably form the most numerous class of human beings. And why shouldn't the same differences emerge in the human species that are unmistakable in every animal species? One finds the more talented and the less talented everywhere. Only a few, however, are so idiotic that one couldn't get ideas across to them. Therefore, people usually maintain that all human beings are capable of having religion. To a certain extent, they may be trained to other ideas, for example, to a musical understanding, even a bit of philosophy, etc. Here then the priesthood of religion, morality, culture, science, etc. enters in, and the communists, for example, want to make everything accessible to all through their public school. There's a common claim heard that this great mass can't get along without religion. The communists broaden this to the proposition that not only the great mass, but absolutely all, are called to everything. As though it weren't enough to train the great mass to religion, now the public school is even supposed to have to deal with all that is human. Training is becoming more and more general and comprehensive. You poor things who could live so happily if you were allowed to leap according to your own feelings, you're supposed to dance to the pipe of schoolmasters and bear trainers, to perform tricks that you yourself would never use yourself for, and you don't even finally kick out against always being taken for something other than you want to give yourselves. No, you yourselves mechanically recite the question recited to you. To what am I called? What should I do? You only have to ask to have someone tell you what you should do and command you to do it. To have someone mark out your calling for you, or else to command yourselves to do it, and impose it on yourselves, according to the Spirit's order. Then one says with regard to the will, I will to do what I should do. A human being is called to nothing, and has no mission, no purpose, no more than a plant or a beast has a calling. The flower doesn't follow the calling to complete itself, but applies all its forces to enjoy and consume the world, as best it can, i.e., it sucks in as much of the earth's juices, as much of the ether's air, as much of the sun's light, as it can get and accommodate. The bird doesn't live up to any calling, but it uses its forces as much as possible. It catches bugs and sings to its heart's delight. But the forces of the flower and the bird are small compared to those of a human being, and a human being who uses his forces will intervene in the world much more powerfully than a flower or a beast. He has no calling, but he has forces that manifest themselves where they are, because their being consists solely in their manifestation, and can no more remain idle than life, which, if it stood still for even a second, would no longer be life. Now, one could call out to human beings, use your force. But the meaning would be put into this imperative, that it is the mission of the human being to use his force. It's not so. Rather, everyone actually uses his force without first looking at this as his calling. At every moment, everyone uses as much force as he possesses. One is likely to say of a defeated person, he should have exerted his forces more, except one forgets that if at the moment of succumbing, he had had the strength to exert his forces, e.g. bodily forces, he would not have failed to do it. Even if it was only the discouragement of a minute, this was still a minute-long lack of force. Forces may certainly be sharpened and multiplied, particularly by hostile resistance or friendly assistance. But where their use is missing, there you can also be sure of their absence. One can strike fire from a stone, but without the striking none comes out. In the same way, the human being also requires prods. Now this is why, since forces always prove to be working of themselves, the command to use them would be superfluous and meaningless. To use his forces is not the calling and mission of the human being, but rather is his actual and existing act at all times. Force is only a simpler word for manifestation of force. Now, as this rose is a true rose from the start, this nightingale always a nightingale, so I am not a true human being only when I fulfill my calling, live up to my purpose, but I am a true human being from birth. My first babbling is the vital sign of a true human being. My life struggles are the outpourings of its force. My last breath is the last exhalation of the force of the human being. The true human being doesn't lie in the future, an object of longing, but rather it lies in the present, existing and actual. However and whoever I may be, joyful and sorrowful, a child or an old man, in confidence or doubt, asleep or awake, I am it. I am the true human being. But if I am the human being and have actually found this, which religious humanity has designated as the distant goal, in myself, then everything truly human is also my own. What was attributed to the idea of humanity belongs to me. That freedom of trade, for example, which humanity is still supposed to attain, and which people put off to humanity's golden future like an enchanting dream. I take it to myself in advance as my property, and carry it on in the meantime in the form of smuggling. Of course, only a few smugglers would know to account to themselves for their deeds in this way, but the instinct of egoism replaces their awareness. I've shown the same thing about freedom of the press above. Everything is my own, so I take back to me what tries to escape me. But above all, I always take myself back when I have slipped away from myself into any servitude. But this is not my calling, but my natural act. Enough, there is a powerful difference, whether I make myself the starting point of the goal. As the latter, I don't have myself, I am therefore still alien to myself, am my essence, my true essence, and this true essence that is alien to me, will pursue me with its mockery as a phantasm with 1,000 names. Because I am not yet I, another, like God, the true human being, the truly pious person, the rational person, the free person, etc., is I, my I, still far away from myself, I separate myself into two halves, of which one, the one that's unattained and to be fulfilled, is the true one. The one, the untrue one, namely the unspiritual one, must be brought as a sacrifice. The other, the true one, is supposed to be the whole human being, namely the spirit. Then it is said, the spirit is the human being's authentic essence, or, the human being exists as a human being only spiritually. Now a person goes at it greedily to catch the spirit as if he would have then gotten hold of himself, and so, in the hunt for himself, he loses sight of himself, who he is. And as he stormily pursues his self, the never attained, so he also despises the rule of the wise to take people as they are, and prefers to take them as they should be, and for this reason he hounds everyone to become their should-be selves, and strives to make all into equally entitled, equally respectable, equally moral, or rational human beings. Indeed, if human beings were as they should be, could be, if all human beings were rational, if all loved each other as brothers, then it would be an Edenic life. Well, human beings are as they should be, as they can be. What should they be? Surely not more than they can be. And what can they be? Again, not more than they can. Then they have the capacity, the strength, to be. But this they actually are, because what they are not able to be, because to be able means to actually be. One is capable of nothing that one actually is not. One is capable of doing nothing that one does not actually do. Could someone blinded by a cataract see? Oh yes, if he had the cataract successfully cut out. But now he can't see, because he doesn't see. Possibility and actuality always coincide. One can do nothing that one does not do, as one does nothing that one cannot do. The strangeness of this statement vanishes when one considers that the words, "it is possible that," almost never involve another meaning than, "I can imagine that." For example, it is possible for all human beings to live rationally, i.e., I imagine that all, etc. Since my thinking cannot cause, and therefore does not cause, all human beings to live rationally, but rather this must be left to the people themselves. Universal reason is for me only thinkable, a thought process, but as such in fact an actuality that is called a possibility only in relation to what I cannot bring about, namely the rationality of others. As far as it depends on you, all human beings could be rational, because you have nothing against it. Indeed, as far as your thinking extends, you perhaps can't find any obstacle either, and consequently also in your thinking, nothing stands in the way of the thing. It is thinkable to you. But since human beings are not all rational, most likely they cannot be so. If something that one imagines to be quite possible is not, or does not happen, then one may rest assured that something stands in the way of the thing, and that it is impossible. Our time has its art, science, etc. The art may be utterly awful, but could one say that we deserve to have a better one, and could we have it if we only wanted it? We have just as much art as we can have. Our present-day art is the only art possible, and therefore actual, now. Even in the sense to which a person could finally reduce the word possible, that it means future, it keeps the full force of the actual. If one says, for example, it is possible that the sun will rise tomorrow, this only means, for today, tomorrow is the actual future, since there is probably barely a need to hint that a future is actual future, only when it has not yet appeared. But why this evaluation of a word, if the most consequential misunderstanding of thousands of years were not kept hidden behind it? If all the phantasms of possessed human beings didn't haunt this single concept of the little word possible, its contemplation would have to concern us little here. As was just shown, thought rules the possessed world. Well then, possibility is nothing other than thinkableness, and numberless victims have fallen up to now to hideous thinkableness. It was thinkable that human beings could become rational, thinkable that they would know Christ, thinkable that they would become moral and enthusiastic about the good, thinkable that they would all take refuge in the bosom of the Church, thinkable that they would ponder, speak, and do nothing dangerous to the state, thinkable that they might be obedient subjects. But because it was thinkable, it was, so goes the deduction, possible, and further because it was possible for human beings. Precisely here lies the deception, because it is thinkable to me, it is possible for human. And the further deduction, the human being is not the individual, but the human being is rather a thought, an ideal, to which the individual doesn't even relate as the child to the man but as a chalk point, to an imaginary point, or as a finite creature to the eternal Creator, or according to modern views as the specimen to the species. Here then the glorification of humanity, the eternal, immortal, comes to light, to whose glory, in maiorum humanitatis gloriam, the individual must dedicate himself, and find his immortal fame in having done something for the spirit of humanity. So thinkers rule in the world, so long as the time of priests or schoolmasters lasts, and what they think of is possible, but what is possible must be actualized. They think a human ideal, that is for the time being only actual in their thoughts, but they also think of the possibility of carrying it out, and there is no arguing, the carrying out is actually thinkable, it is an idea. But you and I, we may indeed be people about whom a Krummacher could think that we may still become good Christians. If he wanted to deal with us, however, we would soon make him perceive that our Christianity is only thinkable, but otherwise impossible. If he kept on grinning away at us with his meddlesome thoughts, his good faith, he would have to learn that we don't at all need to become what we don't want to become. And so it goes on, far beyond the most pious of the pious. If all human beings were rational, if all did right, if all were guided by philanthropy, etc. Reason, right, philanthropy, etc., are put before the eyes of human beings, as their calling, as the goal of their endeavors. And what does being rational mean? To hear oneself out? No. Reason is a book full of laws, which are all passed against egoism. History up to now has been the history of the intellectual or spiritual human being. After the period of sensuality, history in the strict sense begins, i.e., the period of intellectuality, spirituality, non-sensuality, supernaturalism, nonsense. The human being now begins to want to be and become something. What? Good, beautiful, true. More precisely, moral, pious, agreeable, etc. He wants to make a proper human being, something proper, of himself. The human is his goal, his should, his destiny, calling, task, his ideal. He is to himself a future, an otherworldly being. And what makes him a proper guy? Being true, being good, being moral, and the like. Now he looks askance at anyone who doesn't recognize the same what, seek the same morality, have the same faith. He chases away the separatists, heretics, sects, etc. No sheep, no dog, makes the effort to become a proper sheep, a proper dog. No beast's essence appears to it as a task, as a concept that it has to realize. It realizes itself by enjoying itself, dispersing itself, dying. It doesn't ask to be or become anything other than what it is. Do I want to advise you to be like the beasts? I certainly can't suggest that you should become like beasts, because this is also a task, an ideal. The bee can outdo you in industriousness. It would also be the same as if you wished that beasts would become human. Your nature is after all a human one. You are human natures, i.e., human beings. But precisely because you already are so, you don't still need to become so. Beasts too are trained, and a trained beast does many unnatural things. But a trained dog is no better for itself than a natural one, and gains nothing from it, even if the dog is more companionable for us. Efforts to mold all human beings into moral, rational, pious, human, etc. essences, i.e. training, have been in vogue from time immemorial. They are shipwrecked on the indomitable sense of self, on own nature, on egoism. The trained never reach their ideal, and only profess the sublime principles with their mouth, or only make a profession of faith. In the face of this profession they must acknowledge that they are altogether sinners in life, and fall short of their ideal, are weak people, and carry with them the consciousness of human weakness. It's different if you don't aim for an ideal as your destiny, but rather disperse yourself as time disperses everything. The dispersal is not your destiny, because it is present. Still, the education, the religiousness of human beings, has certainly made them free, but only free from one Lord, to furnish them to another. I have learned from religion to restrain my desire. I break through the resistance of the world through cunning which comes into my hand through science. I don't even serve any human being. I am no human being's slave. But then it comes, you must obey God, rather than human beings. In the same way, I am free from the unreasonable determination by my instincts, but obedient to the master, reason. I have gained spiritual freedom, freedom of the spirit. So I have then become subservient precisely to the spirit. The spirit commands me, reason directs me, they are my leaders and commanders. The reasonable, the servants of the spirit, rule. But if I am not flesh, I am also truly not spirit. Freedom of the spirit is my enslavement, because I am more than spirit or flesh. Without a doubt, education has made me powerful. It has given me power over all impulses, over my natural drives, as well as over the impositions and outrages of the world. I know, and have gained the strength to act on the knowledge through education, that I need not let myself be compelled by any of my desires, lusts, emotional surges, etc. I am their master. In like manner, through the sciences and the arts, I become the master of the stubborn world, whom earth and sea obey, and to whom even the stars must give an account of themselves. The Spirit has made me master. But I have no power over the Spirit itself. From religion education, I learn well the means for defeating the world, but not how I will also conquer God and become his master, because God is the Spirit. In fact, this spirit of which I am not able to become the master, can have the most diverse forms. It can be called God or national spirit, state, family, reason, also, freedom, humanity, the human being. I take in with thanks what centuries of education have acquired for me. I am not willing to throw away and give up any of it. I have not lived in vain. The experience that I have power over my nature, and do not need to be a slave of my desires, shall not be lost to me. The experience that I can conquer the world through educational means is purchased at too high a price for me to be able to forget it. But I want even more. People ask, what can the human being become? What can he achieve? What goods can he procure? And make the highest of everything out to be a calling. As if everything were possible to me. If one sees someone going to ruin in an obsession, a passion, etc., for example in the haggling spirit in jealousy, this stimulates the desire to rescue him from this possession, and to help him to self-conquest. We want to make a man of him. This would be very nice if another obsession were not immediately put in the place of the earlier one. But one frees a person from the love of money who has been its slave, only to deliver him over to piety, humanity, or some other principle, and transfer him again to a fixed standpoint. This transfer from a narrow standpoint to an exalted one is expressed in the words. The sense should not be directed toward the perishable, but solely toward the imperishable. Not toward the temporal, but toward the eternal, absolute, divine, purely human, etc., toward the spiritual. People very soon realized that it isn't unimportant what one set his heart on, or what one devoted his attention to. They recognized the significance of the object. An object raised above the particularity of things is the essence of things. Indeed, the essence alone is the thinkable in them. It is for the thinking person. Therefore, don't any longer direct your sense toward the things, but rather your thoughts toward the essence. Blessed are they who see not and yet believe, i.e., blessed are the thinkers, because they deal with the invisible and believe in it. But even an object of thought, which constituted an essential point of contention for centuries, finally reaches the point of being, broad as mentioning. People realize this, But still they always kept in mind an inherently valid importance of the object, an absolute value of it, as if the doll were not the most important thing to the child, and the Quran to the Turk. As long as I am not the sole important thing to myself, it doesn't matter which object I make a lot of fuss about, and only my greater or smaller crime against it is of value. The degree of my attachment and devotion marks the standpoint of my servitude, the degree of my trespass shows the extent of my ownness. But finally, a person has to generally know how to put everything out of his mind, if only so that he can go to sleep. Nothing can concern us with which we do not concern ourselves. The overly ambitious person can't get away from his ambitious plans, nor the God-fearing person from the thought of God. Infatuation and being possessed come together as one. Only the sensual and sinful human being, the human being so long as he has the uneasy choice between happiness of the senses and peace of the soul, so long as he is a poor sinner, can propose to himself that he wants to realize his essence, or live according to his concepts, which for believers in God means the same as being pious, and for believers in humanity means the same as living humanly. The Christian is nothing but a sensual human being who, because he knows the sacred and is aware that he violates it, sees in himself a poor sinner. Sensuality, understood as sinfulness, is Christian consciousness, is the Christian himself. And now if the moderns no longer use sin and sinfulness, but instead egoism, self-seeking, selfishness, and the like worry them, if the devil has been translated into the inhuman monster, or the egoistic human being, is the Christian then less present than before? Doesn't the old conflict between good and evil, doesn't a judge over us, the human being, doesn't a calling, the calling to make oneself human, remain? If they no longer call it calling but rather task, or perhaps duty, the name change is quite correct, because human being is not like God, a personal essence that can call. But apart from the name, the thing remains as it was. Everyone has a relationship to objects, and indeed, everyone relates differently to them. Let's take as an example that book to which millions of people had a relationship for 2,000 years, the Bible. What is it, what was it to each one? Certainly only what he made of it. For those who make nothing at all out of it, it is nothing at all. For those who use it as an amulet, it merely has the value, the significance, of a magical tool. For those who, like children, play with it, it is nothing but a plaything, etc. Now, Christianity demands that it should be the same for all, for instance, the sacred book, or the sacred scriptures. This means the same thing as that the Christian's view should also be that of other human beings, and that no one is allowed to relate differently to that object. With this, the ownness of the relationship is destroyed, and one sense, one attitude, is established as the true, the only true one. In the prevention of the freedom to do what I want with the Bible, the freedom of doing in general is prevented, and the constraint of a view or judgment is put in its place. Anyone who passes the judgment that the Bible was a long error of humanity would judge criminally. In fact, the child who tears it up or plays with it, and the Inca Atahualpa, who lays his ear to it and scornfully throws it away when it remains silent, judge just as correctly about the Bible as the priest who praises the word of God in it, or the critic who calls it a work of human hands. Because how rough we are with things is the affair of our discretion, our caprice. We use them to our heart's content, or more clearly, we use them just as we can. So what are the priests screaming about when they see Hegel and the speculative theologians make speculative thoughts out of the contents of the Bible? Precisely this, that they act toward it according to their heart's content, or proceed capriciously with it. But because we all show ourselves capricious in our treatment of objects, i.e., deal with them as we like best, according to our liking, the philosopher likes nothing so much as when he can sniff out an idea in everything, as the God-fearing person likes to make God his friend through everything, so, for example, through holding the Bible sacred. We therefore nowhere encounter such painful capriciousness, such dreadful violence, such stupid constraints, as precisely in this sphere of our own capriciousness. If we proceed capriciously by taking the sacred objects thus or so, then why do we want to blame the priest spirits, if they in their way take us just as capriciously, and deem us worthy of the heretic's fire or another punishment, perhaps censorship? What a human being is, he makes out of things. As you look at the world, so it looks back at you. then the wise advice can immediately be heard. You must only look at it rightly, impartially, etc. As if the child didn't look at the Bible rightly and impartially when it makes the Bible a plaything. Feuerbach, for example, gives us this shrewd instruction. A person looks at things just right when he makes of them what he will. By things here, objects in general are understood, like God, our fellow human beings, a sweetheart, a book, a beast, etc. And therefore the things and the perception of them are not first, but I am, my will is. A person wills to bring thoughts out of things, wills to discover reason in the world, wills to have sacredness in it. Therefore he shall find them. Seek, and ye shall find. What I want to seek I determine. For example, I want to get edification from the Bible. It is to be found. I want to read and examine the Bible thoroughly. My result will be a thorough instruction and criticism, according to my ability. I choose for myself what is my purpose, and in choosing, I show myself capricious. This is linked to the realization that every judgment which I pass upon an object is the creation of my will, and in turn this realization leads me to not lose myself in the creation, the judgment, but to remain the creator, the one judging, who is always creating anew. All attributes of objects are my statements, my judgments, my creations. If they want to break loose from me, and be something for themselves, or even try to impose on me, then I have nothing better to do than to take them back into their nothing, into me the Creator. God, Christ, Trinity, morality, the good, etc., are such creations, of which I have to not only allow myself to say that they are truths, but also that they are delusions. As I once willed and decreed their existence, so I also want to be free to will their non-existence. I must not let them outgrow me, I must not have the weakness to let them become something absolute, so that they would be made eternal and withdrawn from my power and decision. With this I fall for the stability principle, the original life principle of religion, which concerns itself with creating inviolable sanctuaries, eternal truths, in short something sacred, and taking away from you what is yours. The object makes us into possessed people in its sacred form just as in its profane form, as a supernatural object as well as a sensual one. The desire or mania refers to both, and greed for money and longing for heaven are on the same level. When Enlightenment philosophers wanted to win people for the sensual world, Lavater preached the longing for the invisible. The one wanted to call forth emotion, the other's motion. The conception of objects is thoroughly diverse, as God, Christ, world, etc., were and are conceived in the most varied ways. In this, everyone is a dissenter, and after bloody battles people have at last achieved so much that opposing views about the same object are no longer condemned as heresies punishable by death. The dissenters get along with each other. But why should I only think differently about a thing? Why not push the dissent to its farthest extreme, that is, to no longer give the thing any consideration at all, thus to think nothing of it, to crush it? Then the conception itself has an end, because there is nothing more to conceive. Why am I supposed to say perhaps, God is not Allah, nor Brahma, nor Jehovah, but God, but not, God is nothing but a delusion? Why do people stigmatize me if I am an atheist? Because they put the creation above the Creator. They worshipped and served the created thing rather than the Creator, and need a ruling object, so that the subject can serve quite submissively. I am supposed to bow below the absolute, I should do it. Christianity has completed itself through the realm of thoughts. The thought is the inwardness in which all the world's lights go out, all existence ceases to exist. The inner being, the heart, the head, is all in all. This realm of thoughts is waiting for its deliverance, is waiting like the Sphinx for Oedipus, answer to its riddle, so that it can finally go to its death. I am the destroyer of its continued existence, because in the Creator's realm it no longer forms a realm of its own, no state in the state, but a creation of my creative thoughtlessness. The Christian world, Christianity, and religion itself can only perish together, and at the same time with the frozen, thinking world. Only when thoughts fade out are there no more believers. To the thinker, his thinking is a lofty work, a sacred activity, and it rests on a firm belief, the belief in truth. First, prayer is a sacred activity. Then, this sacred devotion changes into rational and reasoning thinking, which still likewise holds to its unshakable basis of faith in the sacred truth, and is only a wonderful machine which the Spirit of Truth winds up for its service. Free thinking and free science occupy me. Because I am not free, I don't occupy myself, but thinking is free and occupies me, with heaven and the heavenly, or divine. That is in fact with the world and the worldly, but just with another world. It is only the reversal and derangement of the world, a preoccupation with the essence of the world, therefore a madness. The thinker is blind to the immediacy of things and unable to master them. He doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't enjoy, because the eater and drinker is never the thinker. Indeed, the latter forgets eating and drinking, his getting on in life, nutritional concerns, etc., because of his thinking. He forgets it as the praying person also forgets it. This is why he appears to the vigorous son of nature as a hair-brained weirdo, a fool, even though he looks upon him as holy, the way lunatics appear to the ancients. Free thinking is lunacy, because it is pure movement of the inner life, the sheer inner being, which guides and governs the rest of the human being. The shaman and the speculative philosopher mark the lowest and the highest rungs on the ladder of the inner being, the Mongol. Shamans and philosophers fight with ghosts, demons, spirits, gods. This free thinking is totally different from own thinking, my thinking, a thinking which does not guide me, but rather is guided, continued, or broken off by me, at my pleasure. This own thinking differs from free thinking, the way my own sensuality, which I satisfy as I please, differs from free, unbridled sensuality, to which I succumb. Feuerbach, in the Principles of the Philosophy of the Future, is always insisting on being. In this, with all his opposition to Hegel and the absolute philosophy, he too gets stuck in abstraction, because being is abstraction, as is the I itself. Only I am not solely abstraction, I am all in all, consequently even abstraction or nothing. I am not a mere thought, but at the same time I am full of thoughts, a thought world. Hegel condemns the own, what's mine, the view. Absolute thinking is the thinking which forgets that it's my thinking, that I think, and that it exists only through me. But I, as I, again devour what is mine, am its master. It is only my view, which at any moment I could change, i.e., annihilate, take back into myself and devour. Feuerbach wants to strike down Hegel's absolute thinking with unconquered being. But in me, being is conquered as much as thinking. It is my being, as the other is my thinking. Of course, with this Feuerbach gets no further than the proof, trivial in itself, that I need the senses for everything, or that I can't entirely do without these organs. Certainly, I cannot think if I don't exist sensuously, but for thinking as well as for feeling, and so for the abstract as well as the sensuous, above all things I need me, namely this quite particular me, this unique me. If I were not this one, say for instance, Hegel, I would not look at the world as I look at it, I would not discover in it that philosophical system which I, precisely as Hegel, find, etc. I would indeed have senses like other people, but I would not use them as I do. So Feuerbach makes the reproach against Hegel that he misuses language, in that he understands many words differently from what natural consciousness takes them for, and yet Feuerbach also makes the same mistake when he gives to the sensuous a much more exalted sense than usual. So he says, the sensuous is not the profane, the thoughtless, the blatantly obvious, which is understood of itself, but if it is the sacred, what is full of thought, what lies hidden, what is understood only through mediation, well, then it is no longer what people call the sensuous. The sensuous is only that which exists for the senses. On the other hand, what is only enjoyable to those who enjoy with more than the senses, who go beyond sense enjoyment or sense reception, is at most mediated or supplied by the senses, i.e., the senses make up a condition for obtaining it, but it is no longer anything sensuous. The sensuous, whatever it may be, when taken up into me, becomes something non-sensuous, which however might again have sensuous effects, for example by stirring my emotions or my blood. It's quite good that Feuerbach makes sensuousness honorable, but all he knows how to do with this is to clothe the materialism of his new philosophy with what used to be the property of idealism, the absolute philosophy. As little as people let themselves be persuaded that one could live on the spiritual alone without bread, so little will they believe him, that as a sensuous being, one is already everything, and so spiritual, full of thoughts, etc. Nothing at all is justified by being. The imaginary thing is as much as the non-imaginary thing. the stone on the street is, and my image of it also is. The two are only in different spaces, the former in airy space, the latter in my head, because I am space like the street. The experts or privileged tolerate no freedom of thought, i.e., no thoughts that do not come from the giver of all good, whether one calls this giver God, Pope, Church, or whatever else. If anyone has such illegitimate thoughts, he must whisper them in his confessor's ear, and let the latter chastise him until the slave whip becomes unbearable to the free thoughts. The spirit of expertise also ensures in other ways that no free thoughts at all come, particularly through wise education. Anyone into whom the principles of morality get duly engraved will never again get free from moralistic thought, and robbery, perjury, cheating, etc. remain fixed ideas to him, against which no freedom of thought protects him. He gets his thoughts from above, and sticks to them. It's different for those with licenses or patents. Everyone must be able to have and make thoughts as he desires. If he has the patent or the license of thinking skills, he needs no special privilege. But since all human beings are rational, so everyone is free to put any thoughts whatever into his head, and according to the patent of his natural talents, to have a greater or lesser wealth of thoughts. Now we hear the admonitions that one has to honor all views and convictions, that every conviction is authorized, that one must be tolerant of other people's opinions, etc. But your thoughts are not my thoughts, and your ways are not my ways. Or rather, I want to say the opposite. Your thoughts are my thoughts, which I dispose of as I will, and which I mercilessly beat down. They are my property, which I annihilate as I like. I do not first wait for your permission to break down and disperse your thoughts. It doesn't matter to me that you also call these thoughts yours. They nevertheless remain mine, and how I want to deal with them is my affair, not presumption. It could please me to leave you to your thoughts, then I'll say nothing. Do you believe that thoughts fly around free like birds, so that everyone would get some which he may then claim against me as his untouchable property? What is flying all around is all mine. Do you believe you have your thoughts for yourself and need answer to nobody for them, or as you probably also say, you have to account for them only to God? No, your great and small thoughts also belong to me, and I treat them as I please. The thought is only my own when I have no hesitation about putting it in mortal danger at every moment. When I don't have to fear its loss as a loss for me, as a loss of me. The thought is only my own when I can indeed subdue it, but it can never subdue me, when it never makes me fanatical, a tool for its realization. So freedom of thought exists when I can have every possible thought, but the thoughts only become property when they cannot become masters. In the time of freedom of thought, thoughts, ideas rule. But if I attain property in thought, they act as my creatures. If hierarchy had not penetrated so deeply into people's inner being as to take away all of their courage to pursue free thoughts, i.e., thoughts that might be displeasing to God, one would have to consider freedom of thought just as empty a phrase as, say, freedom of digestion. From the expert's point of view, the thought is given to me. From that of the free thinker, I seek the thought. There the truth is already found and available. I only have to receive it from its giver by grace. Here the truth is to be sought, and is my goal that lies in the future, towards which I have to run. In both cases the true thought, lies outside of me, and I strive to get it, whether as a gift, grace, or by purchase, my own earnings. Thus, 1. The truth is a privilege. 2. No, the way to it is permitted to all, and neither the Bible, nor the Holy Father, nor the Church, nor anyone else is in possession of the truth, but one can come into possession of it by speculating. Both, as one can see, are propertyless in relation to the truth. They have it either as a fief, because the Holy Father is not a unique individual. As a unique individual he is this Sixtus, Clement, etc., but he doesn't have truth as Sixtus, Clement, etc., but as Holy Father, i.e., as a spirit, or as an ideal. As a fief, it is only for a few, the privileged. As an ideal, for all, the licensed. Freedom of thought, therefore, has the meaning that we indeed all walk in darkness, and on the paths of error. But on this path, everyone can approach the truth, and is therefore on the right path. All roads lead to Rome, to the world's end, etc. So freedom of thought means this much, that the true thought is not my own. Because if it were my own, how would anyone want to cut me off from it? Thinking has become thoroughly free, and has established a lot of truths to which I must submit. It seeks to complete itself in a system, and to bring itself to an absolute form. In the state, for example, it seeks for the idea until it has brought out the rational state, in which I am then obliged to be adjusted. In the human being, anthropology, until it has found the human being. The thinker differs from the believer only in believing much more than the latter, who for his part with his belief, articles of faith, thinks a lot less. The thinker has 1,000 tenets of faith, where the believer gets along with few, but the former brings coherence into his tenets, and in turn, takes coherence as the standard for appraising them. If one or another of them doesn't suit his plan, he throws it out. The thinkers run parallel to the believers in their statements. Instead of saying, if it is from God you will not remove it, the thinker says, if it is from the truth is true, etc. Instead of, give God the glory, give truth the glory. But it's all the same to me, whether God or truth wins. First and foremost, I want to win. For that matter, how is an unlimited freedom to be thinkable within the state or society? The state may well protect one against another, but it cannot let itself be endangered by an unmeasured freedom, a so-called lack of restraint. Thus, with freedom of education, the state says only this, that it's okay with everyone who teaches as the state, or to speak more comprehensibly, as the political authority, wants to have it. For the competitors, it all depends on this, as the state wants to have it. If the clergy, for example, does not want what the state does, then it excludes itself from the competition. France. The limit that is necessarily drawn in the state for each and every competition is called the state monitoring and supervision. As the state points out freedom of education within proper limits, it at the same time sets the goal of freedom of thought, because as a rule people do not think further than their teachers have thought. Let's hear Minister Guizot. The great difficulty of the present time is the guidance and control of the mind. Once the Church fulfilled this mission, now it isn't adequate for the task. It is from the university that this great service must be expected, and it will not fail to accomplish this. We, the government, have the duty to support them in this. The Charter calls for the freedom of thought and of conscience. So, in favor of freedom of thought and conscience, the minister demands the guidance and control of the mind. Catholicism dragged the applicant before the forum of the Church, Protestantism before that of biblical Christianity. It would be only slightly improved if they dragged him before that of reason, as Rouge wants to do. Whether the Church, the Bible, or reason, to which incidentally Luther and Hus already appealed, is the sacred authority, essentially makes no difference. The question of our time doesn't become solvable, even when one puts it this way. Is any universal authorized, or only the individual? Is universality, such as state, law, custom, morality, etc., authorized or individuality? It only becomes solvable when one no longer asks for an authorization at all, and doesn't carry on a mere fight against privileges. A rational educational freedom, which acknowledges only the conscience of reason, does not bring us to the goal. Rather, we require an egoistic educational freedom, an educational freedom for all ownness, in which I get heard, and can make myself known without inhibition. That I make myself heard, this alone is reason, however unreasonable I may be. By making myself heard, and so hearing myself, others as well as I myself enjoy me, and at the same time consume me. What would be gained if, as formerly the orthodox, the loyal, the moral, etc., I was free, now the rational I would become free? Would this freedom be mine? If I am free as rational I, then the rational in me or reason is free, and this freedom of reason, or freedom of thought, has always been the ideal of the Christian world. They wanted to make thinking, and as I said, belief is also thinking as thinking is belief, free. The thinkers, i.e., the believers as well as the rational, were supposed to be free, while for the rest freedom was impossible. But the freedom of the thinkers is the freedom of God's children, and at the same time the most merciless hierarchy or rule of the thought, because I succumb to the thought. If thoughts are free, I am their slave, since I have no power over them and am ruled by them. But I want to have the thought, want to be full of thoughts, but at the same time I want to be thoughtless, and instead of freedom of thought, I keep thoughtlessness for myself. If what matters is to come to an understanding and to communicate, then of course, I can only make use of human means, which are at my command, because I am at the same time human. And actually I have thoughts only as human. As I am at the same time thoughtless. One who can't get rid of a thought is to that extent only human, is a slave of language, this human institution, this treasury of human thoughts. Language, or the word, tyrannizes most terribly over us, because it brings up against us a whole army of fixed ideas. Watch yourself now just once in your act of reflection, and you will find how you get further only by becoming thoughtless and speechless in each moment. You are not only thoughtless and speechless in sleep, but also in the deepest reflection, indeed, precisely then, the most so. And only through this thoughtlessness, this unrecognized freedom of thought, or freedom from thought, are you your own. Only from it do you reach the point of consuming language as your property. If the thought isn't my thought, it's just a thought I'm pursuing. It is slave work, or the work of one who serves at the word. For I, not a thought, am the beginning of my thinking, and so I am also its aim, even as its entire development is only a development of my self-enjoyment. For absolute or free thinking, on the contrary, thinking itself is the beginning, and it torments itself with setting up this beginning as the most extreme abstraction, for example, being. This very abstraction, or this thought, is then pursued further. Absolute thinking is the affair of the human mind, and this is a sacred spirit. Therefore, this thinking is an affair of priests, who have a sense for it, the sense for the highest interests of humanity, for the spirit. For believers, truths are a settled matter, a fact. For the free thinker, a thing that is yet to be settled. However incredulous absolute thinking may be, its incredulity has its limits, and it is still a belief in the truth, in the spirit, in the idea, and its final victory. It doesn't sin against the Holy Spirit. But all thinking that doesn't sin against the Holy Spirit is belief in spirits, or ghosts. I can as little give up thinking as feeling, the activity of the mind as little as the activity of the senses. As feeling is our sense for things, so thinking is our sense for essences, thoughts. Essences have their existence in all sensuous things, words in particular. The power of words follows that of things. First one is vanquished by the rod, afterwards by conviction. The power of things overcomes our courage, our spirit, against the power of a conviction, thus of the word. Even torture and the sword lose their supremacy and force. People of conviction are priestly people, who resist all of Satan's temptations. Christianity took away from the things of this world only their irresistibility, it made us independent of them. In the same way I raise myself above truths and their power. As I am above the sensory, so I am above the truth. Before me truths are as common and indifferent as things. They neither thrill me nor inspire me with enthusiasm. There's not even one truth, not right, not freedom, not humanity, etc., which would endure before me and to which I would submit. They are words, nothing but words. As to the Christian, all things are nothing but vain things. In words and truths, every word is a truth. As Hegel asserts that one can tell no lies, there is no salvation for me, as little as there is for Christians in things and vanities. As the wealth of this world doesn't make me happy, so also its truths don't. It is now no longer Satan, but the Spirit, that plays the temptation story, and it doesn't seduce with the things of this world, but with its thoughts, with the glory of the idea. Along with worldly goods, all sacred goods must also be put down as no longer of value. Truths are phrases, idioms, words, logos, connected together or put in line. They form logic, science, philosophy. For thinking and speaking I need truths and words, as I need food for eating. Without them, I can't think or speak. Truths are people's thoughts, and therefore just as available as other things, although only available for the mind or for thinking. They are human institutions and human creations, and if one also passes them off as divine revelations, then the quality of alienness still remains in them for me. Indeed, as my own creations, they are already alienated from me after the act of creation. The Christian person is the believer in thinking, who believes in the supremacy of thoughts, and wants to put thoughts, so-called principles, in command. Indeed, some examine the thoughts, and choose none of them as their master without criticism, but in this they are like the dog who sniffs at people in order to smell out his master. He's always anticipating the ruling thought. The Christian can reform and revolt to infinity, can demolish the ruling concepts of centuries. He will always seek for a new principle, or a new master again. Always set up a higher or deeper truth again. Always give rise to a cult again. Always proclaim a spirit called to rulership. Lay down a law for all. If there is even just one truth to which the human being must devote his life and his powers, because he is a human being, then he is subjected to a rule, domination, law. He is a serf. The human being, humanity, freedom, etc., are supposed to be such truths. In contrast, a person can say this: whether you intend to deal further with thinking depends on you. Just know that, if in your thinking you want to bring about something significant, there are many hard problems to solve, and without overcoming them, you can't get far. Thus there is no obligation, no calling, for you to mess around with thoughts, ideas, truths. But if you intend to, you will do well to use what the forces of others have already advanced in settling these difficult subjects. Thus anyone who intends to think certainly has a task, which he has set for himself consciously or unconsciously with this intention. But no one has the task of thinking or believing. In the former case one could say, you don't go far enough. You have a limited and biased interest. You don't get to the bottom of the thing. In short, you don't completely master it. But, on the other hand, however far you get at any time, you're still always at the end, have no calling to go on, and you can have it as you will, or as you're able. It goes with this, as with any other work, which you can abandon, when the desire for it abandons you. Likewise, if you can no longer believe a thing, you don't have to force belief on yourself or deal with it continuously as with a sacred truth of the faith, the way theologians and philosophers do, but can confidently withdraw your interest from it and let it go. Priestly spirits, of course, will interpret this lack of interest of yours as laziness, thoughtlessness, stubbornness, self-deception, and so on. But you still just let the rubbish lie. No thing, no so-called highest interest of humanity, no sacred cause, is worthy of you serving it and dealing with it for its sake. You may look for its worth in this alone, whether it is worth anything to you for your sake. Become like children, the biblical saying, admonishes. But children have no sacred interest, and know nothing about any good cause. They know all the more accurately what appeals to their senses, and consider, to the best of their powers, how they will get it. Thinking will no more cease than feeling. But the power of thoughts and ideas, the rule of theories and principles, the supremacy of the spirit, in short hierarchy, lasts as long as the priests, i.e., theologians, philosophers, statesmen, Philistines, liberals, schoolmasters, servants, parents, children, spouses, Proudhon, George Sand, Bluntschli, etc., have the floor. Hierarchy will last so long as people believe in, think about, or even criticize principles. Because even the most relentless criticism, which undermines, everyone criticizes, but their criteria differ. People hunt for the right criterion. The right criterion is the first premise. The critic starts from a proposition, a truth, a belief. This is not a creation of the critic, but of the dogmatist. Indeed, it is commonly taken up out of the culture of the time without further ado, like for example freedom, humanity, etc. The critic has not discovered the human being, but rather the dogmatist has established this truth as the human being, and the critic, who may incidentally be the same person as the dogmatist, believes in this truth, this article of faith. In this belief, and possessed by this belief, he criticizes. The secret of criticism is some truth. This remains its energizing mystery. But I make a distinction between servile and own criticism. If I criticize under the premise of a highest essence, then my criticism serves the essence and is carried out for its sake. For example, if I am possessed by the belief in a free state, then I criticize everything that has an impact on it from the standpoint of whether it is convenient for this state, because I love this state. If I criticize as a religious person, then I first of all divide everything into human beings of believers and unbelievers, etc. if I criticize while I believe in the human as the true essence. Criticism has remained to this day a labor of love, because at all times we practiced it for the love of some essence. All servile criticism is a product of love, an instance of being possessed, and proceeds according to the New Testament precept, test everything, hold fast what is good. The good is the touchstone, the criterion. The good, returning under 1,000 names and forms, always remained the premise, remained the dogmatic fixed point for this criticism, remained the fixed idea. The critic, when he sets out to work, presupposes the truth and searches for the truth in the belief that it is to be found. He wants to determine the true, and has in it precisely that good. Presupposing means nothing less than giving precedence to a thought, or thinking something above all other things, and thinking the rest from this thing that has been thought, i.e., measuring and criticizing it from this. In different words, this is as much as to say that thinking should begin with something already thought. If thinking began at all, instead of being begun, if thinking were a subject, an active personality of its own, even as the plant is such, then there would certainly be no abandoning the idea that thinking must begin with itself. But the personification of thinking is precisely what brings about those innumerable errors. In the Hegelian system, people always talk as if thinking, or the thinking spirit, i.e., personified thinking, thinking as a ghost, thought and acted. In critical liberalism it is always said, criticism does this and that, or else, self-consciousness finds this or that. But if thinking counts as a personal actor, thinking itself must be presupposed. If criticism counts as such, a thought must likewise precede it. Thinking and criticism could only be active starting from themselves, would have to themselves be the premise of their activity, since, without being, they could not be active. But thinking as something presupposed is a fixed thought, a dogma. Thinking and criticism can therefore only start from a dogma, from a thought, a fixed idea, a premise. This brings us back to what I said above, that Christianity consists in the development of a world of thoughts, or that it is the true freedom of thought, the free spirit. True criticism, which I called servile, is therefore also free criticism, because it is not my own. The situation is different when what is yours is not made into a thing for itself, is not personified, is not made independent as a mind of its own. Your thinking does not have thinking as a premise, but you. But do you thus presuppose yourself? Yes. But not for me. Rather, for my thinking. Before my thinking, I am. From this it follows that my thinking is not preceded by a thought, or that my thinking is without a premise. For the premise which I am for my thinking is not a thing made by thinking, not a thing thought of, but is posited. Thinking itself is the owner of the thinking, and proves only that thinking is nothing more than property, i.e., that an independent thinking, a thinking spirit, doesn't exist at all. This reversal of the usual way of looking at things might look so much like empty playing with abstractions, that even those against whom it is aimed would yield to its harmless expression, if no practical consequences were connected to it. To put these in a concise phrase, I now assert that the human being is not the measure of all things, but rather I am this measure. The servile critic has in mind another essence, an idea, which he intends to serve. Therefore he only kills the false idols for his God. What is done for the love of this essence? What else would it be but a labor of love? But when I criticize, I don't even have myself in mind, but am only enjoying myself, amusing myself according to my taste. Depending on my needs, I chew the thing up, or only breathe in its aroma. The distinction between the two will be shown more eloquently when one considers that the servile critic, because love guides him, assumes that he is serving the thing itself. People will not give up, but will seek the truth, or truth in general. What is it other than the être supreme, the highest essence? Even true criticism would have to despair if it lost faith in the truth. And yet truth is only a thought, but not just any thought. Rather, it is the thought that is above every thought, the indisputable thought. It is thought itself that first makes all others sacred. It is the consecration of thoughts, the absolute, the sacred thought. Truth lasts longer than all gods, because only in service and love for it have people overthrown gods, and finally God himself. Truth outlasts the downfall of the world of gods, because it is the immortal soul of this transitory world of gods. It is divinity itself. I'll answer Pilate's question, what is truth? Truth is the free thought, the free idea, the free spirit. Truth is what is free from you, what is not your own, what is not in your power. But truth is also what is completely dependent, impersonal, unreal, and bodiless. Truth cannot arise as you can arise, cannot move, change, develop. Truth awaits and receives everything from you, and is itself only through you, because it exists only in your head. You admit that truth is a thought, but not every idea is true, or as you also probably express it, not every thought is really and truly a thought. And how do you measure and recognize the true thought? By your powerlessness, namely by your no longer being able to harm it. If it overpowers you, inspires you, and carries you away, then you hold it to be the true one. Its rulership over you certifies its truth for you. And when it possesses you, and you are possessed by it, then you are well with it because you have found your Lord and Master. While you were seeking for the truth, what did your heart long for there? For your Master. You did not strive for your power, but for a powerful one, and wanted to exalt a powerful one. Exalt the Lord our God. The truth, my dear Pilate, is the Lord, and all who seek the truth, seek and praise the Lord. Where does the Lord exist? Where else but in your head? And wherever you believe that you actually see him, there he is, a ghost. The Lord is indeed merely something thought up, and it was only the Christian anguish and torment to make the invisible visible, to make the spiritual corporeal, that produced the ghost, and was the frightful misery of belief in ghosts. As long as you believe in the truth, you do not believe in yourself, and you are a servant, a religious person. You alone are the truth, or rather, you are more than the truth, which is nothing at all before you. Certainly you also ask about the truth. Certainly you also criticize, but you don't ask about any higher truth, namely, one that would be higher than you, and you don't criticize the criterion of such a truth. You deal with thoughts and conceptions, as with the appearances of things, only with the aim of making them palatable, enjoyable, and your own. You want only to master them and become their owner. You want to orient yourself and feel at home in them, and you find them true, or see them in their true light, when they can no longer escape you, no longer have any unseized or uncomprehended place, or when they are right for you, when they are your property. If, further on, they become heavier again, wrest themselves again from your power, then that's just their untruth, namely, your powerlessness. Your powerlessness is their power, your humbling is their sovereignty. So you are their truth, or it is the nothing that you are for them and in which they dissolve. Their truth is their nothingness. Only as my property do spirits, truths, find rest, and then they are only actual, when they get deprived of their troublesome existence, and made into my property, when it is no longer said, truth develops itself, rules, asserts itself. History, also a concept, is victorious, and the like. Truth has never been victorious, but was always my means to victory, like the sword of truth. The truth is dead, a letter, a word, a material that I can consume. All truth by itself is dead, a corpse. It is alive only in the same way that my lungs are alive, namely to the extent of my own vitality. Truths are material like herbs and weeds. As to whether herb or weed, the decision is mine. To me, objects are only material that I consume. Wherever I reach out my hand, I grasp a truth, which I prepare for myself. The truth is assured to me, and I don't need to long for it. To do the truth a service is never my intention. To me it is just nourishment for my thinking head, like the potato for my digesting stomach, or the friend for my convivial heart. As long as I have the desire and strength to think, I make use of every truth, only to digest according to my ability. As actuality or worldliness is vain and void for the Christian, so the truth is for me. It exists just as much as the things of the world go on existing, even though the Christian has proven their nothingness. But it is vain. because it has its value not in itself but in me. Of itself it is worthless. The truth is a creature. As you produce countless things through your activity, indeed, as you reshape the earth and set up human works everywhere, so you may also determine countless truths through your thinking, and we will gladly enjoy them. However, just as I do not like to give myself over to mechanically serving your newly revealed machines, but only help to set them in motion for my benefit, so also I will only use your truths, without letting myself be used for their demands. All truths beneath me are clear to me. Any truth above me, any truth I must follow, I do not recognize. For me there is no truth, because nothing goes above me. Not even my essence, not even the human essence goes above me. Namely, above me, this drop in the bucket, this insignificant human being. You believe you have done the utmost when you boldly claim that, because every time period has its own truth, there is no absolute truth. Even with this you still leave to each time period its truth, and so really in fact create an absolute truth, a truth that no time is missing, because every time period, whatever its truth may be, still has a truth. Is this only supposed to say that people have been thinking in every time period, and therefore have had thoughts or truths, and that these were different in the following period than they'd been in the earlier one? No, it is supposed to mean that each time period had its truth of faith, and in fact, none has yet appeared in which a higher truth has not been acknowledged, a truth that people believed they had to subject themselves to as highness and majesty. Every truth of a time period is its fixed idea, and if people later found another truth, this always happened only because they sought another, they only reformed the folly and put modern dress on it. Because people still wanted, who would dare to doubt the legitimacy of this? People wanted to be inspired by an idea. People wanted to be ruled, possessed, by a thought. The most modern ruler of this kind is our essence, or the human being. For all free criticism, a thought was the criterion. For own criticism I am, I the unspeakable, and therefore not merely something thought, because what is merely thought is always speakable, since word and thought coincide. True is what is mine, untrue is that whose own I am, true for example the association, untrue, the state and society. Free and true criticism provides for the consistent domination of a thought, an idea, a spirit, own criticism, for nothing but my self-enjoyment. But in the latter it in fact resembles, and we do not want to spare it this disgrace, instinct's bestial critique. For me, as for the criticizing beast, it's only about me, and not about the cause. I am the criterion of truth, but I am not an idea, but rather more than an idea, i.e., inexpressible. My criticism is not a free one, not free from me, and not a servile one, not in service to an idea, but an own criticism. True or human criticism finds out only whether something is favorable to the human being, to the true human being, but through own criticism you determine whether it is favorable to you. Free criticism deals with ideas, and is therefore always theoretical. However it may rage against ideas, it still isn't rid of them. It keeps fighting with the ghosts, but it can only do this while it thinks of them as ghosts. The ideas it deals with do not completely disappear. The morning breeze of a new day doesn't scare them away. The critic can indeed achieve tranquility before ideas, but he never gets rid of them. In other words, he will never realize that above the embodied human being, nothing higher exists, to wit, his humanity, freedom, etc. He is still left with a calling as a human being, humanity. And this idea of humanity remains unrealized, because it remains and is to remain just an idea. On the other hand, if I grasp the idea as my idea, then it is already realized, because I am its reality. Its reality consists in the fact that I, the embodied one, have it. People say that the idea of freedom realizes itself in the history of the world. On the contrary, the idea is real the moment a person thinks it, and it is real to the extent that it is an idea, i.e., to the extent that I think it, or have it. The idea of freedom doesn't develop itself, but rather people develop themselves, and in this self-development naturally also develop their thinking. In short, the critic is not an owner, because he still struggles with ideas as with powerful strangers, as the Christian is not the owner of his bad desires, as long as he has to fight them. For the one who battles against vice, vice exists. Criticism remains stuck in the freedom of knowledge, freedom of the mind, and the mind gains its rightful freedom when it fills itself with the pure true idea. This is freedom of thinking, that which cannot be without thoughts. Criticism beats one idea only with another, for example that of privilege with that of humanity, or that of egoism with that of unselfishness. In any case, the beginning of Christianity appears again in its critical end, since here as there, egoism is being fought. I am not supposed to put myself, the individual, forward, but the idea, the universal. Indeed, the war of the priesthood with egoism, of the spiritually minded against the worldly minded, forms the contents of the whole of Christian history. In the latest criticism, this war only becomes all-embracing, fanaticism complete. True, it can only die, after it has lived and raged itself out. Whether what I think and do is Christian, what do I care? Whether it is human, liberal, humane. Whether inhuman, illiberal, inhumane. What heed do I give to that? If only it aims to achieve what I want. If only I satisfy myself in it. Then cover it with predicates, as you will. It's all the same to me. I may also, in the very next moment, defend myself against my former thoughts. I am also likely to suddenly change my acts, but not because they don't correspond to the Christian spirit, not because they go against eternal human rights, not because they slap the idea of humanness, humanity and humanitarianism in the face, but because I'm no longer completely there, because these thoughts and acts no longer give me full enjoyment, because I doubt the earlier thought, or no longer find pleasure in the way of action I'd practiced. As the world as property has become a material with which I start to do what I want, so spirit as property must also sink down to a material, before which I hold no more sacred awe. Then first of all I will no longer shudder before a thought, however reckless or devilish it may seem, because if it threatens to become uncomfortable and unsatisfying for me, its end lies in my power. But I will also not shrink back before any action, because a spirit of godlessness, immorality, unlawfulness, dwells in it. As little as St. Boniface would refrain from cutting down the sacred oak of the heathens from religious scruples. Once the things of the world have become vain, so too the thoughts of the spirit must become vain. No thought is sacred, since no thought counts as devotions, no feeling is sacred, no sacred feeling of friendship, mother's feelings, etc. No belief is sacred. They are all alienable, my alienable property, and will be destroyed, as they are created, by me. The Christian can lose all things or objects, the most beloved persons, these objects of his love, without giving up himself, that is, in the Christian sense, his spirit, his soul, for lost. The owner can throw away all the thoughts that were dear to his heart, and kindled his enthusiasm, and will likewise win back 1,000-fold again, because he, their creator, remains. Unconsciously and involuntarily we all strive for ownness, and there would hardly be one among us who has not given up a sacred feeling, a sacred thought, a sacred belief. Indeed, we probably meet no one who could not still deliver himself of one or another of his sacred thoughts. Our entire battle against conviction starts from the view that we are perhaps capable of driving our opponent out from his entrenchment of thought, but what I do unconsciously I half do, and that's why after every victory over a faith, I again become the prisoner, possessed of a faith, which then takes my whole self again into its service, and makes me an enthusiast for reason after I stopped being enthusiastic about the Bible, or an enthusiast for the idea of humanity after I have fought long enough for Christianity. Most likely as an owner of thoughts, I will protect my property with my shield, just like, as an owner of things, I don't willingly let everybody help himself to them. But at the same time I'll look forward to the outcome of the battle with a smile, lay the shield on the corpses of my thoughts and my beliefs with a smile, triumph, when I'm beaten with a smile. That's simply the humor of the thing. Everyone who has loftier feelings is able to vent his humor at people's pettiness. But letting it play with all great thoughts, lofty feelings, noble exaltations and sacred beliefs implies that I am the owner of all. If religion has put forward the proposition that we are all of us sinners, I set another against it. We are all of us perfect. Because in each moment we are all we can be, and never need to be more. Because no defect sticks to us, sin also has no meaning. Show me a sinner still in the world, when no one any longer needs to do what suits a higher power. If I need do only what suits myself, I am not a sinner when I don't do what suits myself, because in myself I don't offend a sacred being. However, if I am supposed to be religious, then I must do what suits God. If I am supposed to act humanly, then I must do what suits the human essence, the idea of humanity, etc. What religion calls the sinner, humanitarianism calls the egoist. But again, if I don't need to do what suits any other, is the egoist, in whom humanitarianism has given birth to a newfangled devil, anything more than a bit of nonsense? The egoist before whom the humane shudder is as much a phantasm as the devil is. He exists only as a nightmare and a phantasmic image in their brain. If they were not naively drifting back and forth in the old-fashioned opposition between good and evil, to which they've given the modern names of humane and egoistic, they wouldn't have polished up the hoary sinner into the egoist either, and sewed a new patch onto an old cloak. But they could do nothing else, because they consider it their task to be human beings. They are rid of the good one, good has remained. We are all of us perfect, and on the whole earth there is not one person who is a sinner. There are lunatics who imagine themselves to be God the Father, God the Son, or the man in the moon, and then the world also swarms with fools who think that they are sinners. But as the former are not the man in the moon, so the latter are not sinners. Their sin is imaginary. But someone insidiously interjects, their lunacy or their possessedness is at least their sin. Their possessedness is nothing but what they could bring about, the result of their development, just as Luther's faith in the Bible was all that he was capable of bringing out. The one brings himself into the madhouse with his development, the other, with his, brings himself into the pantheon and loses Valhalla. There is no sinner, and no sinful egoism. Get away from me with your love of humanity. Sneak in, you philanthropist, into the dens of vice. Linger sometime in the throng of the great city. Won't you everywhere find sin? And yet more sin. Won't you wail over corrupt humanity? Lament about the monstrous egoism. Will you see a rich person without finding him ruthless and egoistic? You may already call yourself an atheist, but you remain true to the Christian feeling that a camel will more easily go through the eye of a needle than a rich person will not be an inhuman monster. How many do you see anyway that you wouldn't throw into the egoistic mass? What then has your love of humanity found? Nothing but unlovable human beings. And where do they all come from? From you, from your love of humanity. You've brought the sinner in your head with you, therefore you found him, therefore you shoved him in everywhere. If you don't call people sinners, then they aren't. You alone are the creator of sinners. You who imagine that you love people, you yourself throw them into the mire of sin. You yourself divide them into virtuous and vicious human beings and inhuman monsters. You yourself defile them with the venom of your possessedness, because you don't love human beings, but the human being. But I tell you, you have never seen a sinner, you have only dreamed him. My self-enjoyment is spoiled for me when I think that I have to serve another, when I imagine that I'm under obligation to him, when I believe that I am called to self-sacrifice, devotion, zeal. Well, if I no longer serve any idea, any higher essence, then it's obvious that I no longer serve any human being either, but under every circumstance myself. Thus, however, I am not merely in fact or in being, but also for my consciousness, the unique. There is more that belongs to you than the divine, the human, etc. Yours belongs to you. Look at yourself as more powerful than what they make you out to be, and you have more power. Look upon yourself as more, and you have more. You are then not merely called to everything divine, entitled to everything human, but owner of what is yours, i.e., of all that you possess the strength to make your own. In other words, you are fit and qualified for all that is yours. People have always reckoned that they must give me a purpose that lies outside myself, so that finally they demanded that I should call upon the human because I am a human. This is the Christian magic circle. Fichte's I is also the same essence outside me, because I is everyone, and if only this I has rights, then it is the I am not it. But I am not one I alongside other is, but the sole I am unique. Therefore my needs are unique, my actions, in short, everything about me is unique. And it's only as this unique I that I take everything as mine to own, as I am active, and develop myself, only as this. I don't develop human beings, nor as a human being, but as I develop myself. This is the sense of the unique. 2.3. The unique. Pre-Christian and Christian times pursue opposite goals. The former wants to idealize the real, the latter to realize the ideal. The former seeks the Holy Spirit, the latter the glorified body. Thus the former closes with insensitiveness to the real, with contempt for the world. The latter will end with the casting off of ideals, with contempt for the spirit. The opposition between the real and the ideal is an irreconcilable one, and the one can never become the other. If the ideal became the real, it would no longer be the ideal, and if the real became the ideal, there would only be the ideal, and the real wouldn't be at all. The opposition between the two is not to be overcome unless somebody destroys them both. Only in this somebody, the third party, does the opposition find its end. But otherwise idea and reality will never meet. The idea cannot be realized in such a way that it remains an idea, but only if it dies as an idea, and the same applies to the real. But now we have before us in the ancients the followers of the idea, and in the moderns, the followers of reality. Neither gets away from this opposition, and both only languish, the one side after the spirit. And when this yearning of the ancient world was satisfied, and this spirit seemed to have come, the other side immediately again, after the secularization of this spirit, which must forever remain a pious wish. The pious wish of the ancients was sanctity, the pious wish of the moderns is embodiment. But as antiquity had to go under, if its longing was to be satisfied, because it consisted only of this longing, so also embodiment can never be attained within the ring of Christianity. As the train of sanctification or purification runs through the old world, ablutions, etc., so that of becoming flesh runs through the Christian world. God plummets down into this world, becomes flesh, and wants to redeem it, i.e., fill it with himself. But since he is the idea or the spirit, in the end people, for example Hegel, introduce the idea into everything, into the world, and prove that the idea, that reason, is in everything. What the heathen Stoics put up as the wise man, corresponds in today's learning to the human being, the latter, like the former, a fleshless being. The unreal wise man, this bodiless holy one of the Stoics, became an actual person, a bodily holy one, in the God made flesh. The non-actual human being, the bodiless I, will become actual in the embodied I, in me. The question of God's existence winds its way through Christianity. Taken up over and over again, it bears witness that the urge for existence, embodiment, personality, actuality, continually occupied the mind, because it never found an adequate solution. The question of God's existence finally disappeared, but only to arise again, in the proposition that the divine has existence, Feuerbach. But this too has no existence, and the last resort, that the purely human can be realized, won't offer protection for much longer. No idea has existence, because none is capable of embodiment. The scholastic controversy over realism and nominalism has the same content. In short, this weaves itself through all Christian history, and cannot end in it. The Christian world is working to realize ideas in the individual relations of life, in the institutions and laws of the church and the state, but they are reluctant, and always keep something back unmaterialized, unrealizable. Still, it restlessly chases after this materiality, regardless of how much embodiment is always lacking. For the realizer lays little on realities, but places everything on the same being realizations of the idea. Thus, he is constantly re-examining whether the realized in truth has the idea, its kernel, dwelling in it, and as he tests the real, at the same time he tests the idea, whether it can be realized in the way he thinks it, or whether he thinks it incorrectly, and therefore makes it unworkable, as existences, family, state, etc., are no longer supposed to concern the Christian. Unlike the ancients, Christians are not supposed to sacrifice themselves for these divine things, but rather they should be used to bring the Spirit to life in them. The actual family has become unimportant, and from it an ideal one, which would be the truly real one, is supposed to arise, a sacred family, blessed by God, or, to the liberal way of thinking, a rational family. Among the ancients, family, state, fatherland, etc., are divine as existing things. Among the moderns, they still await divinity, are sinful as they exist, and still have to be redeemed, i.e., must become truly real. This has the following meaning: the family, etc., are not the existing and real, but the divine, the idea, is existing and real. Whether this family will make itself real by taking in the truly real, the idea, is still debatable. It is not the task of the individual to serve the family as the divine, but, on the contrary, to serve the divine and feed the ungodly family to it, i.e., to subjugate everything in the name of the idea, to fly the banner of the idea over everything, to bring the idea to real efficacy. But since the concern of Christianity, like that of antiquity, is for the divine, this is where they always come out from their opposite paths. At the end of heathenism, the divine becomes otherworldly; at the end of Christianity, thisworldly. Antiquity does not succeed in putting it completely outside of the world, and when Christianity accomplishes this task, the divine immediately longs to return to the world and wants to redeem the world. But within Christianity, it does not and cannot reach the point where the divine as this worldly would actually itself become the worldly. There is enough left which, as the bad, irrational, random, egoistic, the worldly in the bad sense, does and must keep itself unpenetrated. Christianity begins with God becoming man, and it carries out its work of conversion and redemption throughout all time, to prepare a reception for God in all human beings, and in everything human, and to penetrate everything with the Spirit. It keeps to it, to prepare a place for the Spirit. When the accent was finally placed on the human being or humanity, it was again the idea that was called eternal. The human being never dies. Now they thought that they had found the reality of the idea. The human is the eye of history, of world history. It is he, this ideal, which actually develops, i.e., realizes himself. He is the actually real, the embodied one, because history is his body, in which individuals are just the limbs. Christ is the eye of world history, even the pre-Christian ones. In the modern perspective, it is the human being. The image of Christ has developed into a human image. The human being as such, the quintessential human being, is the center of history. In humanity, the imaginary beginning returns, because the human being is as imaginary as Christ is. The human being, as the eye of world history, closes the cycle of Christian perspectives. The magic circle of Christianity would be broken if the tension between existence and calling, i.e., between me as I am and me as I'm supposed to be, stopped. It persists only as the longing of the idea for its embodiment, and disappears with the diminishing distinction between the two. Only if the idea remains, the idea as human being, or humanity as a bodiless idea, does Christianity still exist. The embodied idea, the embodied or perfected spirit, floats before the Christian as the end of days, or as the purpose of history. It is not present to him. The individual can only participate in the founding of the kingdom of God, or, according to the modern depiction of the same thing, in the development and history of humanity. And only insofar as he participates in it, does a Christian, or in the modern expression, human value befit him. In all other respects, he is dust, and a worm-bag. That the individual is a world history for himself, and possesses his property in the rest of the world's history, this goes beyond what is Christian. For the Christian world history is the higher thing, because it is the history of Christ, or of the human being. To the egoist only his history has value, because he only wants to develop himself, not the idea of humanity, not God's plan, not the intentions of providence, not freedom, etc. He doesn't look upon himself as a tool of the idea or a vessel of God. He recognizes no calling. He doesn't imagine that he exists to further the development of humanity, and that he has to contribute his might to it, but rather he enjoys life, unconcerned about how well or badly humanity may fare from it. If it didn't allow the misunderstanding that a state of nature is to be praised, one might be reminded of Lanau's The Three Gypsies. What? Am I in the world for this purpose, to realize ideas, to do my part perhaps toward the realization of the idea of the state through my citizenship, or to bring the idea of the family into an existence through my marriage, as husband and father? How I dispute such a calling. I live as little after a calling as the flower grows, and gives fragrance after a calling. The ideal human being is realized when the Christian view is overturned in the statement, I, this unique, am the human being. The conceptual question, what is the human being, has then changed into the personal question, who is the human being? With what, one looks for the concept in order to realize it. With who, there is no longer any question at all, but the answer present personally in the questioner himself. The question itself answers itself. They say of God, names name you not. This is true of me. No concept expresses me. Nothing that is said to be my essence exhausts me. They are only names. They also say of God that he is perfect, and has no calling to strive for perfection. This too is true of me alone. I am owner of my power, and I am so, when I know myself as unique. In the unique, the owner himself returns into his creative nothing, from which he is born. Every higher essence over me, be it God, be it the human being, weakens the feeling of my uniqueness, and only pales before the sun of this awareness. If I base my affair on myself, the unique, then it stands on the transient, the mortal creator, who consumes himself, and I may say, I have based my affair on nothing,